I'm not streaming Paper Mario. Oh, I have the mic open. Yeah, I tried to... Okay, fuck it. Here we go. Okay, so, I don't know how to set this up where I'm not playing a game. They wouldn't let me not pick one. I tried to clear it out, but I guess Twitch is saying that I'm playing Paper Mario, so I'm going to try to fix that. Because I don't want people coming in here expecting gameplay. So sorry about that. That's pretty annoying. I want to see if Facebook is doing the same thing. Yeah, because I didn't come in here with the intent of playing something. I still might. I'm not set up. I'm not even set up to play Paper Mario though, because I don't have my Elgato set up. I'm probably gonna play a Steam something. Okay, it does not say that on there. Let's see about YouTube. Still might. Oh God. Okay. Cool. All right then. Yeah, so apologies if you're on Twitch. I'm sure I'll say this a million times because I'm not sure if I can fix it now that I'm already streaming, but I'm not playing Paper Mario. I set up my streams through Streamlabs, and I cleared out the game, and it didn't fix that on the what have you, the stream information. And of course, it doesn't let me edit the stream. I have to it treats me like I'm just a random viewer, which is annoying. So let me see if I can fix that. No, it's just giving me view option, video player options. All right, I guess we'll have to remember that for next time. It's really annoying. Well, I have this categorized as news anyways, so hopefully people don't jump in here thinking I'm playing a game. That's the maximum amount of effort I'm going to be putting in that. I didn't really have anyone jump in last time, so maybe there isn't a huge devoted Paper Mario community. Like Dragoon, I always get someone who will jump in and talk about how much they love, how much they love that game, and etc. etc. I always get one super fan. Oh my god, my fucking dog. He's been like this all day. I'm just gonna ignore him and hope it goes away because actually, let's see. Buster, come here. Let's settle down if I give him some attention. So yeah, trying something new here. There's I keep bitching about this a little bit more. There's not really good categories for this kind of streaming, and there's an entire well-populated subreddit. What? You wanna go out? You go bark at something and annoy me? Hey! Alright, you're in here now. That's it. You're staying here, and you can whine about it all you want, but I can't have you barking right outside the door. It's very disrupting. Okay, it distracts me. I love you. No yippies right now, okay? Anywho, there's not a good, there's an entire, I don't know how many people are in it, but there's a really popular subreddit. Don't sniff the mic. There's a really popular subreddit that that's literally just what I'm doing right now. Maybe I'll start doing that more. I've never streamed a Reddit before, but yeah, there's an entire subreddit devoted to this type of streaming. I literally could not find on the most popular streaming platform, be all end all. I could not find a category for just chatting on Twitch or through Streamlabs, because I know it's a category on Twitch, but Streamlabs wouldn't let me pick it, and they insisted that I pick a game. So that was annoying. We'll have to. I might set it up directly next time. I don't know how that ends up working out, but we'll see. We'll figure something out. But yeah, hey guys, how you doing? Yada yada. I just wanted to hang out and talk for a bit. It's been a rough fucking week, I imagine, for a lot of people. And yeah, I turn up my mic just a little bit. Put it at 70. That should be good. Okay. Cool. All right. But yeah, we might look at some stuff. Some current events issues maybe. I'm thinking about doing like maybe a more political stream. I mean, I got hardcore into politics last time. No, it has to be 60. Goodness. That's why I had it at 60, because I'm clipping now. Okay. Well, I'll just leave it there. That's fine. If someone bitches about it, I'll turn it up, I guess. Yep. I definitely might end up diving into a game regardless of what my stream says, just because if I don't get a lot of interaction, I'm just going to be sitting here by myself. Buster, come on, man. Give me a break here. Being a little nebby. But, I mean, I suppose I can just start. Let's talk about all this. The last 2 days have been a roller coaster of emotions. I'll put this on my main screen. I don't have to keep turning my head. I don't need two monitors when I'm doing this way. The last 2 days have been a roller coaster of emotions. Like, my goodness. And I'm a little out of focus too. It's fine. And fine. Go outside and bark your head off. Little dick. The last couple days have been a lot. I spent 2 consecutive nights where I stayed up until 6 in the morning. And I always have something to say, and then I get on stream and I get that red light syndrome. Just put this over here. I don't know what I think I'm doing here. I'm sure I'll notice when someone chimes in. Maybe do that. I'm trying to figure out, because I always end up getting distracted by the stream. I'm trying to figure out a way to balance that where I can interact with chat without just being fixated on it the whole time. So yeah. Fuck it. We're just going to throw it right in the front of my screen. I'm just going to try to ignore it as much as I can. So, Tuesday, we had an election that was, I'd say almost objectively, more important than the presidential election. Actually, you know what? I can't say that anymore. I was saying that on Tuesday. I was saying that in the middle of the race. I can't say that anymore. That's, not to, winning that Senate race was very, very important. Just in the interest of, like, us actually doing things. Like, we've just been, like, we've made absolutely no progress in, like, 10 years, besides the ACA. And even that is, that's not to discount some of the Supreme Court issues that have been that have been dealt with, like the Defense of Marriage Act, getting struck down. That's a great thing. Um, we've made some progress on social issues, but as far as like addressing the economic issues of this country, we've done like next to nothing in 10 years. I feel like. And maybe that's an exaggeration, but like holy shit, we've just been deadlocked. Like we've had Mitch McConnell obstructing fucking everything, just refusing to even give most bills a vote. And I don't know, winning that Senate race was very important. TLDR. Then yesterday happened. And I didn't put my phone down for 18 hours. I'm not exaggerating. I literally did not put my phone down when all of this started until this morning when Biden was finally certified. It didn't feel like it was over until that happened for me. I knew it was going to happen. There wasn't, the votes weren't there to stop this from happening. But I don't think anyone can really blame me for feeling like a lack of stability in with everything right now. Like, they walked into the Capitol building. They walked. We have a military budget that is bigger than like the budget of most countries. Like our military budget is insane. It's bigger than the next like 8 countries combined. Okay? We have the largest military on planet Earth by a, large margin. We have a ton. Oh my God, most cities, the better half of their budget goes to police. And these people walked into the Capitol building. I'm not saying they weren't met with any resistance, but like, compare this to, a lot of conservatives have already been doing this, so let's do that. Let's compare this to Black Lives Matter over the summer. Let's compare this to the civil rights protests. A lot of people like to talk about cities being burned, which I'm pretty sure Portland still exists. I'm pretty sure Minneapolis still exists. My city still exists. There's no such thing as a perfect protest. This shit's going to happen. And it's going to happen more when people are angry. Yeah, of course, protests happen because people are angry. That's the point. But the level that we were at, there's such a thing as righteous anger, as like a justified anger, and just, an unrighteous anger. And I'm really just kind of dancing around all of this right now, and not arriving at too fine a point, but like, they walked into the Capitol building. I feel like that hasn't like sunk in with a lot of people. Like, it has with me, and it has with a lot of my friends, but like, some people have been pretty dismissive about it, and pretty defensive even about it. I'm trying to compare it to other things that have happened this year. Congress had to evacuate. That's fucking scary, dude. And I don't know what I can say to people who thought that this was okay. I don't. Yeah. Nice to see you, by the way. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. This is the first time I'm doing a stream like this, so we're kind of still playing with the format here. But I didn't feel like gaming today, and I really wanted to stream, so I wanted to just have a nice conversation. It's we've been, as someone who votes Democrat usually, actually always, because unfortunately there are no other options besides Democrat and Republican in elections, no viable ones. As someone, oh, greetings. Oh, you guys had a. When was that? Your president? You guys like overthrew your president or something? I forget. I'm sorry. I'm not as well versed in international politics as I should be. But you guys had some crazy stuff happen within the last decade too. Um, I'm sure you can clear that up for me. But yeah, I'm sure you're no stranger to this kind of craziness. Um, Although yours was very, whatever happened there was very justified, as far as any resistance from what I heard. Whereas this was a sham. Um, this was all at the behest of one narcissistic dirtbag human being who has been. I, as someone who usually trying to think of how to phrase this. I I've been gaslit by conservatives for 4 years. 2011 revolution. Excellent. Well, happy anniversary, man. I remember watching that. It's 9 years ago, so my details on it are a little fuzzy, but um, I remember that being a huge thing. Apologies for not knowing more about that. It seems like America is always the center of everyone's attention, and it's like, I don't know. I always feel bad when something happens that's like a really big deal, and it because it didn't happen in my country, I don't know about it. Um, I think you probably can forgive me for being a bit more preoccupied the last few years, but just in a general sense, I need to. I'd like to brush up on that kind of. I'd like to pay attention to global politics more than I do. Um, but lefties, Democrats, what everyone who isn't in the party of Trump has been gaslit for like 4 fucking years, and told, you guys are all like they like to project a lot because like they are the party of fear mongering. That's what they do. Um, they immediately dehumanize and fearmonger anybody, like, and I'm talking about a sect of the party. There is, and they're rare, very rare at this point, a couple, you know, I don't I don't like to defend like your Reagan era or your Bush era conservatives, really. Um they're pretty complicit in a lot of this too, but like, as soon as anything happens, like the Black Lives Matter protests, they fixated on any bit of property destruction, on any bit of anything, um, anything that wasn't, sitting with a picket fence. Um, like after all these years, Yeah, I feel like, see, it's a bit cyclical though, because the media the media is just grifting to people. The media is reinforcing the media makes things worse. 100%. The arguments start with people in political power a lot of times. A lot of times they're the ones who they're the one. I mean, the last 10 years, the Senate's been controlled by Republicans. They've pretty much controlled the. Oh, I see what you're talking about. You were talking about. I'm sorry. I think we're a little out of sync. That happens sometimes with YouTube. I need to adjust my latency on that. You were talking about global politics. I apologize. But it starts with the politicians. They control the narrative. Our Senate's been controlled by Republicans for 10 years. They've had complete legislative control because nothing gets passed without the Senate. And it's very hard for Democrats to get the Senate because of the way our government works. Because Kansas or Alabama or I'm trying to think of like another Oklahoma, Montana, states that have very few people, how like Montana has the same amount of political power in the Senate that New York does and that California does. California, if you isolated them as a state, they have like the eighth biggest GDP of like ever like California makes has more people and makes more money than most countries do. But they get 2 votes in the Senate. So does New York. But you take Montana, you take Oklahoma, you take Alabama, you take states that are a bit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people live in Alabama, but like a lot of the Midwest, like Dust Bowl kind of states. You take 3 of them and combined, they have more political power than New York and California combined. It's insane. I do understand that we are functionally kind of supposed to be like a union of states as opposed to just like a just country. Like I do understand the importance of state law to a degree. But when we're making rules that are federal, when we're talking about having control of what legislation gets passed for 330 million people, I think it should be based on population. I know that that's a really unpopular opinion in some circles for some reason, but like, it's very hard for right, yeah. Oh, we're super out of sync then, latency wise. I'm gonna have to fix that. That's a real issue. I'll just keep plugging away here, and we'll keep chatting, even though we'll probably be a little bit off of each other. We'll have a nice conversation here. Yeah, it's very hard for Democrats to get control of the Senate for that exact reason. We have it now by the literal narrowest of margins. We will need if people vote along party lines, we will need Kamala Harris to be a tiebreaker every single time. I imagine that we're gonna have some other issues because not all of our Democrats are. We have some pretty conservative Democrats. Like the Democrats aren't like a left-wing party as much as conservatives like to red bait and like fearmonger about like Democrats being socialists. There are a couple that are, but there's like 4 that are. A and B, it's needless fearmongering regardless of if they were or not. But there's a lot of conservative people in the Democratic Party, especially your your more moderate or more red leaning states. Joe Manchin being probably the most prime example. Joe Manchin is incredibly conservative. He's a senator from West Virginia, which is a neighboring state of mine. I'm a Pennsylvanian, by the way. I don't think I said that. I live in Pittsburgh, which is 5-6 hours west of Philly. And yeah, but we're going to have issues there as well. It's not going to be as easy as just like, we pass the things we want, because Democrats have a lot more issues with like cohesive, like, we can't crack the whip as well as Republicans just have unity of action on everything. Democrats can't seem to do that. There's too much. Like, Republicans are getting more and more like, Democrats cover a much larger political spectrum, I guess is what I'm getting at here. Like, we have people like AOC and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush. Cori Bush is awesome. I'm super happy that she's in the House now. We have people like that are, pretty left. I'll say left wing. Like DSA is left wing. They have the same goals, just different methods as a lot of socialists. And then we have people like Joe Manchin, who are basically like moderate conservatives. So it's hard to get like a unity of action on these kind of things. I mean, we don't agree as consistently, and we can't seem to. I don't know. Mitch could get like every single Republican to vote every single time. So it's still an uphill battle. I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle for a while. I don't see too much changing this year. As far as our general direction, I think if Democrats are smart and effective, they'll do everything they can to honestly just focus on economic issues, because a lot of people want the same things. Like everyone acts out of self-interest, or most people act out of self-interest, or at least they intend to. Some people are obviously vote against self-interest, but they still think that they're, people are acting in what they believe is their own self-interest. And a lot of people, as much as conservatives like to dehumanize, people who are on welfare and people who, as much as we like to, talk shit on government handouts, like, if they're the ones getting them, especially right now, they're all about it. They just don't want other people to get it. It's what it seems like, at least. Because, like, right now, everyone wants that $2,000. That's a bipartisan issue. And the Democrats are poised to deliver that. And everyone knows that it was McConnell that blocked it. That's not... They couldn't, conservative media couldn't really spin that the way they wanted to. The way they usually do. I think that addressing economic concerns is their best bet to actually winning this. As if we keep fighting this, like, Hmm. I think that that's the best. I think that conservatives are losing the battle on economics, so they always turn to this. Like your classical conservatives don't, or you're not classical, but like your neoconservatives or your not even neoconservatives. Ted Cruz is a neoconservative. Um, your Bush, Reagan, whatever era conservatives, we'll call them. Your Reaganites are losing the argument economically. Republicans vote a lot of I think Republicans vote Republican because I mean not because of economics or even policy in general. It's because they're afraid. They're afraid of what they're told to be afraid of. They're there's the constant red baiting of Democrats or socialists. They're going to turn this into a communist country, which is absolute utter nonsense. Um, there's the constant race baiting. People they use fear to motivate people to the polls, and it works better than policy does. Because there's a lot of places where Democrats just don't have the same turnout rate, unfortunately. That's not necessarily policy based either. That's just we don't always have strong candidates. But like point in case, Republicans always show up. Um, but we won the Senate, which is awesome. Um, and I think if we focus on those economic issues, things that actually affect people's lives, um, then I don't know. I could be being too optimistic, naive, what have you. I'd rather be naive than cynical, if I'm being honest. A lot of there's a lot of cynicism, and it is justified. Um, People being cynical about our government are absolutely have every justification to feel that way. Um, we've gotten nothing done. We don't help people. Um, I we gotta fix that. I choose to stay optimistic because there's this doomerism that kind of sets in like lefties, where we just kind of give up. There's like this learned helplessness that kind of sets in. We don't get the things that we're fighting for, and we throw in the towel. Um, and we can't do that. We have to be willing to form coalitions with people that agree with us on specific issues in order to get those things done. Um, Even if it means voting for someone you don't like. This is a lesson I had to learn this year. Honestly, I was initially. This might be more of a local cosm than like a global thing. But there's a candidate called named Howie Hawkins. He's a Green Party candidate. I liked him. Um, yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I've been noticing. I've been having this issue recently. I think I'm gonna try to start replay buffer. What is that? Schedules? No, that's not it. Um, I think it's just something I'm gonna have to fix next stream, or I'm gonna have to stop my stream and restart it, and select some different latency options. Um, Here, let me see if I can do something about that while. Let me just make sure my desktop audio is muted. All right, I'm gonna see if I can do something about my stream settings in YouTube specifically. I'm not sure if I can, but I'm gonna try to fix it if I can, because I don't like this either. Wouldn't you know? Okay, this is just like a video editor thing. Schedule. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have any control while the stream's actually happening. Okay. All right. Well, Next time, I'm 100% going to. It might take a little bit more in the way of buffering, which is what I was concerned with initially. But I'm gonna work on that latency issue and see if it's something I can solve. Oh yeah, of course. I had this issue with a friend of mine. I actually ended up having him just call me on Discord the last stream I did because we were having issues with that syncing up. So next time I do this, I'll do a lower latency stream and see if that helps. Um, hopefully that would go smoothly. I'll have to test that out. But yeah, fuck, what was I even talking about? Oh yeah, so there was a candidate named Howie Hawkins. He ran Green Party, which is a green socialist party, but basically like ecological socialism is kind of their thing. They're basically democratic socialists, but it has a very environmentalist kind of focus. Um, they're kind of like the most prominent like lefty party that we have. They don't really hold much in the way of like political power. They usually make a bid for the presidency every 4 years, and I don't not really hear about them outside of that. I'm sure that there are local Green Party candidates, and that's not to diminish their efforts because I actually appreciate that a lot. I think that's where we should be focusing on expanding the party. Um, but anyways, I was going to vote Green because I was really upset about the primaries. I'm a huge Bernie Sanders person. Um, I've always been really invested in politics most of my life, but Bernie Sanders was definitely like a I think Bernie Sanders radicalized a lot of people, like pushed a lot of people far like way further left, and a lot of people don't want to give him credit for that, but I think it's true. It certainly was true for me, um, but I was really upset that Bernie lost the primary, as were a lot of people. It was bullshit the way it happened. It felt like a coordinated effort from the DNC to deny him. He was winning, and then everybody dropped out and endorsed Joe Biden, and um, it was pretty shitty. I didn't like it. It was skeevy, and a lot of people just refused outright. A lot of people I know that I'm sure didn't vote for Joe Biden. Um, I did. Um, I don't like him, not really. Um, I think he's probably the most, besides Bloomberg, which he dropped out pretty quickly. He's like the most conservative candidate that ran. Um, he's I don't think he's like a strong show of force that we need if the Democratic Party wants to be more politically dominant. Um, there's a lot of people that most people I would have preferred over Joe Biden. But new to this channel? Well, hey, welcome, welcome. Happy to, yeah. Your texts or your messages might be a little bit behind. That's a problem that we're having today. Just a heads up. I'm assuming it's usually around 30 seconds. Yeah, that's what Hamid said. Um, but yeah, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Um, we're just talking about shit. I'm very easily distracted as well. It's a what was I talking about? I shit. ADHD brain is taking over here. Um, oh, we're talking about pragmatism. I was talking about just kind of like how fragmented we are politically, with like left of center, center to left of center people, and yeah, Joe Biden won the primary back in I think April, ish. A lot of people weren't happy about it. A lot of people refused to vote for him. I did, and then I came around because there were things more important than my feelings this election cycle. And if anything proved it, like yesterday really did, that this was a very important election to win. I want to find those people who or saying that Joe Biden and Trump are the same, which are foolish people. I want to find those people and then show them, like yesterday. I want to go back in time and show them what happened yesterday. And I'm sure that there are some people who have doubled down on that and are like, yeah, Joe Biden would do that. And those people are in a fantastical, like the problem with Joe Biden is that he's not. Joe Biden would never do anything like that. Like, he's like I mean, my opinion, he's a little too, willing to reach across the aisle for people who will spit in his face. Like, he's really big about, yeah, that is true. They're both very old. So is Bernie Sanders. I think Bernie Sanders is older than all of them. ADHD, yeah, that's an interesting thing. I can tell you basically what it's like, but it's exactly that. Like there's something called hyperfocusing. There's a concept called hyperfocusing where you just fixate on something. I have a huge problem with this during streams because sometimes I'll just be fixated on chat and then whatever game I'm playing or whatever I'm doing, I'm just like running in circles and not getting anything done because I'm fixated on like a conversation I'm having with somebody. There's a thing called hyperfocusing where you're just single-mindedly doing something like that and you just can't break away from it. And that's the other a lot of people think of ADHD as like an inability to focus. It's also an inability to change focus. So it is like for short-term tasks like go do the dishes, take a shower. I have an issue with that. I'll admit, like for things like that, like it's very, very difficult for me. Sticking to a schedule is good. That kind of keeps me honest. In the past I've set like timers. So it'll be like, okay, it's 8 a.m. wake up. Okay, it's 9 a.m. go take a shower, shit like that. That's been helpful. But yeah, you're right on the money there. That's exactly how ADHD is. It's sometimes it's a blessing and sometimes it's a curse. For sure. I am medicated, although I started on ADHD meds. I'm still on a very, very low dosage. Like it's basically, I think my psychiatrist was just trying to make sure that I didn't have any side effects. But like it's less than the recommended minimum dosage. Did he accept his defeat? I'm sure he did in the most Trump. He might have in the most Trump way possible. Let's look at that. I was talking about doing this. Excuse me for a sec. Gotta do this because my mic is where it needs to not be. Come on. There we are. Cool. Let's do a Chrome thing. Let's open up Chrome right now. Let's do a new tab. I'll move you guys over here. I'm going to see if this happened. Because I did read something, but I didn't really check it out because I just don't care anymore. I think that he needs to be dealt with. No, thank you. Not about that. Please don't advertise on my stream if that is a real person. In fact, Let's see if I can. I'll have to. Can I do that? Hold on. Okay, that already got. YouTube already caught that. That's cool. Love it. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Just I appreciate the hustle. Just not a thing that I'm about. You're happy to stay in chat if you like. I'm sorry if I came off too harsh. I was reacting. I've had spam bots before, and I thought you were a spam bot. So yeah, sorry if I didn't mean to be that harsh. Honestly, I get it. I apologize, but yeah. Okay. See if this works. Oh, of course it didn't. One day I'm gonna figure this out. I swear, one day I'm going to figure this out. Local display capture. It says local display capture. It literally says that. Alright, oh, maybe I have to do this. Ah, okay, that's what I have to do. I have to start there. Alright, so now we have a thing. That's cool. That's great. Wait. No, that is correct. Okay, just making sure. So yeah, let's take a look. I don't think. Yeah, I did see this. All right. After inciting riot, Trump now promises peaceful transfer of power. I don't think he conceded. I would be shocked if he conceded. So I would identify as a democratic socialist, and/or it's kind of like a mishmash of that and like anarcho-socialist. I'd say that I'm a lefty. I try to be, you know, what I want to kind of cultivate on this channel is like some nice, good faith political discussions. Like, I'm not interested in insulting people in like any ad hominem attacks. I'm not interested in you know, I want to actually find some common ground with people who disagree with me, and see what we can do about all that, because we've just become way too fractured and way too unwilling to, you know, yeah. We've become way too fractured and way too unwilling to do things like that, and I think that it's cancer in American politics right now. Oh yeah, this had to be on. Who the hell is this? Dan Scavino, Deputy Chief of Staff. Oh, that's right. Donald Trump doesn't have a Twitter account right now, so that's funny. I mean, I can't even say it's funny. It's like way overdue. I'm glad it happened. Statement by President Donald J. Trump on the electoral certification. Even though I totally disagree with the outcome of the election, yeah, see, he's not going to concede. There will be an orderly transition on January 20th. Yeah, that's what I expected. I saw that he did that, and that's exactly what I expected him to do. If he was going to make a statement like that, that's exactly how it would read, because he can't admit that he's wrong. He can't admit that he is a textbook. He is a textbook like narcissistic personality disorder case. Like he has an inhib, and I know this because my own father was also a narcissist. Yeah, I don't know if was he actually censored, or did they just warn people about his statements that his claims were disputed? I think that there was a couple things that were actually censored. But yeah, this is exactly what I expected from him. It's basically like it's just like it's exactly what yesterday's video was. I don't know if you guys saw that video. Let me find that. Here we are. Oh no, this was a tweet. Let's find the video. Oh, what the hell? Oh no, this is another...
I know you're paying.
Okay, yeah, here we are. So this is what happened. Okay, I do have... I wanted to make sure I have audio unmuted.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
So yeah, that's what happened. That was his response. And his him advocating for a peaceful transfer of power. We'll go back to our webcam here. Him advocating for a peaceful transfer of power. Yeah, he's still saying it was a fraudulent election. He'll never stop saying that. He is incapable. He's a narcissist. He is incapable of admitting that he makes mistakes. My dad was the same way. I know this is kind of an anecdotal thing, but my dad's a narcissist. He was incapable of admitting that he made mistakes. No one in my family talks to him anymore, and he's to this day cannot hold himself accountable for it. He blames my mother, who is like a saint of a person. So it's always been really eerie. It's always been especially uncomfortable for me to watch someone like Donald Trump be in that position, because I know people like that. I've spent most of my childhood with people like that. He's incapable of admitting that he's done something wrong, that he's made a mistake, that he's lost, that someone's gotten the better of him. Yeah. I don't know. He's not the kind of person who loses, who can admit defeat or loss. But when I watched that response, it was in the middle of by the time he released that video, someone had been shot in the neck, and died later. Congress had been turned upside down. There were people running around, taking pictures of classified information. Someone took an actual picture of Nancy, a reporter, for a far right. There's a far right website called The Blaze. A reporter for them took a picture of Nancy Pelosi's computer. These people stormed the Capitol. And that was his response. And when I saw that, I almost threw my phone across the room. I was so angry. He can't stop saying that this was stolen from him and that we need to do something about it. He can't even stop when things have gone to this level, and you can't. I mean, it's not like I was expecting him to. I don't know what I expected of a response. Yeah, that's nonsense. And you know what? I try to believe the best in people. I try to believe in people's capability to change. I do people think, we have issues. A lot of people are very irrational, but I mean, I certainly can be. I'm not gonna claim to be above it all. I do make a lot of decisions based on emotion and not on, reasoned thinking. It's something that I try to work on, obviously. But I have no idea how to talk to these fucking people. I have no idea. I don't know if there's anything I can say to reach most of the Republican Party that believes in all of this. It is 80% of the Republican Party is in line with this kind of thinking. Absolutely. You have a good one. It was nice talking to you. Hope to see you again sometime. 80% of the Republican Party believes in. I mean, maybe that's changed in the last couple weeks. I don't think so. I don't think it has changed substantially. But it's about after the election, about 40% of the country believed that it was fraudulent, simply because Donald Trump said so. There was absolutely no evidence to support that was the case. And people always try to say that there was there are conspiracy theories. Like, this isn't new that there's been conspiracy theories about election results. They happen, I'd imagine, every 4 years. I've seen people on the left post conspiracy theories about Republicans, doing the same thing. And, as much as maybe I'm inclined to believe that a little bit more, it's also unsubstantiated. It's not something that they can prove. It's not something that I would be able to prove. So I'm not going to say that happened. Those conspiracy theories exist all the time. But they've never been given a platform by the President of the United States. That's what's new here. And people still respect that position. I mean, he's had the lowest approval rating of every president, but he is the President of the United States, and he has the country's ear. Whatever he says gets reported on. Whatever he says, everyone knows. And that platform is so, we don't think about that. If he had no actual political power he's important because he does, but me neither. Actually, I have a theory on that. My theory is that people's beliefs regarding their own religion are supported by their culture and less by the actual, the book that they claim to follow. Conservative Christians are conservative first. And I honestly, same thing with the other side of that coin. Liberal Christians, lefty Christians, there aren't as many of those, but their culture, their belief system, that comes first, and they use the book to kind of prop them up, in my opinion. Listen, my mom is a devout Catholic. She before the pandemic, of course, went to church every week. I would go to church with her on Christmas and Easter, even though I'm an atheist now. I would always do that for her because she's a wonderful person and it's important to her. If every Christian was like my mom, the world would be a better place. But people, yeah, people use this book to prop up their cultural beliefs. And it's a big problem. The reason they can do that is because you can't make a rational, or I'm sorry, you can't make a reasoned, like a fact-based argument about your religious beliefs. Faith is such a crucial element to believing what you believe. That like it's easy to kind of lump together like those kind of like it's easier for all those lines to get blurred where, you know, your cultural beliefs and your religious beliefs, they all kind of become, you know, one big unholy mess, because none of it is, it's all emotional and it's all faith based. It's not something that is, you know, backed up by facts or logic or any kind of higher reasoning. And I have, you know, the utmost respect for, in a general sense, for people who Christian, Muslim, Jewish. You'll never hear me just talk shit on religion as a whole. I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, that's the closest thing to a theory on that as I have. That's the only thing I can think of, because like the great thing about, you know, Bibles and the Bible and any religious book is that like it is, a lot of it is up to interpretation, you know. And I you know, I don't think that they really they pay a lot more attention to some parts than other. Like I'd say most, like even the here's a good example. I've been talking about my family a lot, but I've learned a lot of lessons from my family. There's an expression that like parents will always be teaching you, and sometimes it's what to do and sometimes it's what not to do, but they'll always be teaching you. That always resonated with me a lot, because oh my god, it's very true. My mom isn't like a capital C Christian. Like my mom is very devout in her faith and very passionate about it, and she genuinely believes that like she's gotten that she got out of a really bad situation because God helped her out of it, because my parents had a pretty abusive marriage, kind of an issue with people with narcissistic personality disorder, unfortunately. He was pretty abusive. My dad really aggressively, like, my dad never went to church. My dad went to church maybe 2 times a year, okay? But there isn't anyone who doesn't know that he's not like a out and proud Christian, like all the time. Constantly uses that as justification for some really bigoted beliefs. But he didn't go to church my entire, I don't know if he does now, but he didn't go to church my entire childhood. I went every week. So yeah, it's really, it's a lot of cultural stuff. It's frustrating, but like that's the only thing I can think of when televangelists exist. When people who own private jets, you know, multi-million-dollar mansions. My dad is a Roman Catholic as well. But yeah, the fact that like televangelists exist that can have, you know, their own private jets, their own, you know, multi-million-dollar mansions, just be some of the wealthiest people in the country. They are scum of the earth. They are absolute scum of the earth, and that's obviously not a controversial thing to say. Televangelists are disgusting pieces of filth, every one of them, and I hope they all rot in hell if there is one. I'm a pretty forgiving, considerate person, but those people are disgusting, because they're predators. Faith healers. What's a faith healer, by your definition? Is that the same kind of, is that in that same kind of category? The people who claim to, like, you know, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, actually. Let's Google that. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. That's what I thought. Yeah, those people are disgusting too. That I lump them together in that same category. They're, they're scammers. They're charlatans, and they prey upon vulnerable people who are putting their faith in, you know. It is easier. What's the term? What's the Yep, came up right away. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God. That is in the Bible. It's a thing that they ignore a lot. These, conservative rich people or job creators, trickle-down economics people. Like, that's a strong statement. So, how on earth? There's no reason. There's nothing reasonable about any of that. There's nothing reasonable about, I mean, like, if I end up having conservatives in chat, please, convince me otherwise, but, like, there's nothing reasonable about most conservative positions anymore. I just have a hard time, like, even like your even your Reaganites, like your old guard conservatives like McConnell. He blocked a $2,000 stimulus check in the middle of the worst pandemic we've had since the Spanish flu. And they don't either. Yeah, absolutely. These as far as government goes, these fiscal conservatives that are all worried about, penny pinching and government spending, they give far more away in tax cuts to the wealthy. They actually, it doesn't even matter what tax laws we have, because they always make sure that the IRS doesn't have a budget to do anything about them. When Trump's tax reports, when Trump's taxes were finally made public, which he fought tooth and nail to prevent from happening, he was able to do that until this year, or until last year. Yeah, all that money is tax free. It's something that everybody wants. That's why I'm like, there's not, like, people who are out and proud conservatives wanted that money and were pissed at McConnell about it. That's something that, like, that was a bipartisan thing. But they were all convinced that it was the Democrats that was blocking him until Trump exposed the fact that it was McConnell. It was kind of funny, actually. Trump basically won us the Senate, too. I wouldn't give him any credit for anything because he did it on accident. But Trump basically won us the Senate. Trump basically just... I wouldn't be surprised if Trump destroys the Republican Party. If there's, like, a serious fracture with them. Because that's how we were able to win Georgia. If Trump continues, after he leaves the White House, to spout the same bullshit that he's been spouting the last, few months, conservative Kamala Harris. I'm not big on Kamala Harris. She's not... my opinions on Kamala Harris would require some background on our criminal justice system, which she was very hawkish in. We have a very, very bad criminal justice system. And she was DA, and I imagine put a lot of innocent people behind bars for a long time. That's my big problem with her. I do think that she'll be very competent. I voted for her. But if you're asking me what I think, that's an issue I have with her. That's pretty big. I think the things that, the both of them claim to want to do are good things. There's not really a lot that I have, a lot of issues I have with their platform that they ran on. Criminal justice reform, I do believe, is a thing that's on there. So, like I said, pragmatism. We have to, ally with the people who want the same things that we do, even if we don't necessarily like them. But that's my basic take. She's yeah. Honestly, it's not really worth dwelling on, just because I'm just interested in what people are going to do now at this point, because everyone has a pretty bad past, minus a select few people. Our country has not had a great history, especially with race relations. I remember I used to look at South Africa and always just was baffled that, like, they were having issues that I guess we were having. Yeah, I always looked at South Africa and was, appalled, and how could that happen? Hey, well, nice talking to you. Absolutely. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You take it easy. I remember growing up and being appalled at what was happening in South Africa, with Nelson Mandela and that whole movement, civil rights movement down there. And for me to turn my nose up at them, I really didn't think that it was an issue here. I was really, really blind to how bad it was here and how bad it is here. There have been some pretty extensive studies done by our own government. I have to find this study because I reference it a ton, and I just let's see if I can find it. Racial achievement gap. It was at HHS. Okay, I'll have to find it. I'll have to look for that, and because that's something that I reference a lot, and I would like to actually have the study in front of me. But the basic gist is, there's a study done looking at, just socioeconomic, like people, how well they do socioeconomically, the different challenges they face, and at what rate they face them. And they found that black people have a achievement gap, regardless of income, regardless of anything other than the fact that they're black, have a consistent achievement gap across the board, and that has not improved since the civil rights movement. That black people's general well-being has not gotten better since the civil rights movement of in the 60s. Um, we hmm. we don't treat them like human beings systemically. We don't. We never dealt with like a big challenge that we've faced is like our country was founded on free labor. Our country was built on the backs of slaves. Um, and we've gotten better. Obviously, we don't have chattel slavery right now. Chattel, we don't have, but we've found different ways to jerk back in the other direction. We talked about coups and insurrections. That's the only one I know of that happened on a federal level. But there is an actual... In our history, there were... After the Civil War, and I believe in the 1800s, there were towns that had a lot of black elected officials that were... The white citizens of these towns, there was an insurrection, there was a coup, and they basically they lynched a ton of them, and the other, everyone they didn't lynch retired and fled the city. Like, we gave them their freedom, but we didn't protect them from the racism that we were built on. So we went from chattel slavery to chain gangs. We went from chain gangs to Jim Crow. We went from Jim Crow to law and order policing to mass incarceration. The same underlining prejudices are there, even if material conditions keep improving incrementally. We haven't done real things to really solve that. We're never going to solve racism, but like we haven't taken... American politics is always very reactive. It's never proactive. We don't do long-term ideas. When something's a problem, we slap a band-aid on it and we move on. That's a big problem that I've had with Democrats, is that they do that a lot too. Joe Biden is a huge example if you look at him arguing for the crime bill, which was pretty popular at the time, and has done horrible things to our criminal justice system. It's kind of like his cardinal sin, I would say. When you see him arguing in support of this, you'll see Sanders. You'll see Sanders on the other end of the argument saying, like, we need to solve these issues systemically. We can't just keep addressing, And Joe Biden was like, literally comes out and is like, who cares? I just want us to be safe. That we wait until things get that bad to do anything. And it's always very reactive. Crime is a huge issue, so let's punish the criminals and hope that it just goes away. And it hasn't gone away, by the way. Although I seriously question how many of the people who are in jail or prison actually committed the crimes that they were accused of, because Our system is just incredibly corrupt. Maybe corrupt might be the word. If it's not corrupt, it's just dysfunctional. It does not work, and it's oppressive. That's the right word. It's oppressive. You can be picked up on suspicion of a crime, and the police will try their very best to pressure you into a plea bargain. And if you don't plea bargain, oftentimes you have to await the trial in jail if you can't make bail. And that could take years. So essentially what's happening at that point is that you're in jail indefinitely until your trial comes up for a crime that you didn't commit. You could go to jail. There was someone who went to jail for 3 years and ended up being found innocent of the crime. Who's going to give them that time back? How is that right? That's something that is legal. No mistakes were made there. That's our criminal justice system functioning. That's how it functions. It's a way to expedite the legal process, is that we're just going to try to, pressure people into plea bargains so we don't have to do the work of putting together a case. And people are scared of doing jail time, so some of them will just take the plea bargain, do community service or whatever, and then they have a permanent record as an innocent person. And wouldn't you know it, it happens a lot more to black people than anyone else. And we haven't fixed that. That's our reality. And the people enforcing them, the people enforcing these things are cops and prosecutors. But, obviously more of the focus is on cops who... I read something that like 90% of them are Trump supporters or something like that. Like... we have undertrained, overpaid police officers who legally are not held accountable. It's impossible to win with our current laws. It's impossible to win a case against a cop. Almost, it's borderline impossible, as has been demonstrated, however many times. It's not just that the people involved in these cases are racist. It's that the laws support a lack of accountability. I can find those laws specifically that I forget the specific policy, but there's basically a policy that it's very hard to hold police officers accountable and prove that they weren't within their rights to do whatever they were doing. It's a really, really crazy law that pretty much gets used in most cases involving police officers. We win some, but if a cop was to walk outside right now and shoot an unarmed black person and while they're running away, they'd probably be found innocent. That's actually happened several times. It happened in my city, actually, a couple years ago. It's not a rarity. And these people basically control our criminal justice system. These people make the arrests. And they're not held accountable. They're not. In situations, the whole argument for police officers, the whole argument for why we need more police officers is that we need to keep people safe. We need to protect people. That's like the core idea around police officers functioning as they do in our society. That's the main argument, that we need people to be safe, right? Police officers don't have to protect you. They don't. You can find case after case after case where there was actual danger. There was someone with a knife. There was something happened where someone was a danger to the public, and cops would stay in their car. They would leave. They have no legal obligation to protect you. So what? What the hell are we? How are we able to even make the argument that we don't need to change things? At the very least, I personally am for defunding the police. I'm for reallocating their funding to different departments, to different responders, to different, like there's no reason a cop with no experience in counseling, social work, mental health, should be showing up for a case where no one's in any imminent risk. But someone needs help. Those kind of calls, cops are not equipped to handle properly. Let's talk about this. I'm a pretty open person. I once went to the hospital. Yeah, we can talk about this. Why not? I'm a little hesitant because this is very personal, but I once went to the hospital 3 years ago. I tried to kill myself. I tried to commit suicide in 2017, August 2017. And the cops showed up. My friend called the ambulance. I told him to call the ambulance. I was scared. I'd committed to it. I took a bunch of pills. I was scared. I told my friend. She called 911. Cops showed up. And they yelled at, berated me, acted like I was stupid. These aren't the people that you want showing up. Like, even EMTs have issues with this, but, like, to a lesser degree, I'd imagine. But, like, they aren't the people you want showing up for these kind of situations. Like, let's talk about, like, the training that a social worker has to go through to be, you're not allowed to call yourself a social worker, unless you have a bachelor's or a master's in social work. First off. Second off, you're not allowed to practice as a social worker unless you are a licensed clinical social worker in a lot of cases. It depends on what your job is, I'm sure. And I can't navigate the nuances of that because that's not something I'm as educated in. But you're not allowed to call yourself a social worker unless you have a master's or a bachelor's. Most people get a master's in social work because there's a lot of things they can't do without it. There's a lot that you need to do to be able to, like, hold that title. There's a lot of training that needs to happen. And a lot of social workers are trained specifically for those kind of situations. That's what their jobs are a lot of times, People who are social work majors or social workers outright, a lot of them work in mental health institutions, in like inpatient facilities. a lot of them work with people who are, you know, aren't, you know, high functioning. I don't know how to exactly, people who, you know, like there's mental health problems, and then there's like absolute dysfunction. There's like schizophrenia, and like even if you're schizophrenic, you can have fairly high functioning schizophrenics, but you know what I'm getting at. Like there are people who deal with that kind of patient as a job. They're fucking soldiers, dude. Most of them have been through the shit. When people think of social workers, they think of CYS. It's called CYS here. I don't know if that's a national thing. They think of When people think of social work, they think of the people who show up and repossess your kid. That's what people think of when they think of social workers. That's oftentimes like their idea of what a social worker is. Most 70% of therapists, of regular, you know, practicing therapists, 70% of them are social workers, are clinical social workers. That's actually what I'm going into. That's the plan, at least. But yeah, that was it. We just talked about a lot of stuff. I don't even know where that thread of topics started. Maybe we'll look at some more. Man, like, there's some stuff I want to go over. Maybe, but this has been pretty overwhelming the last couple days. I'm not sure if I want to, you know. Oh, hey Kate, what's up? Hey, we're talking about anything really. I was most recently just talking about the defund the police movement. I don't even know. Oh yeah, I went on a whole thing about racial equality for a bit, and we were talking about social workers, and what they do, like all of the jobs that are covered by that field, and then I kind of that was kind of where the thread ended. I was thinking of looking at some more news from today, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something that I want to see, let alone you guys. Oh, the Capitol Police Chief resigned. That's interesting. Do I have Chrome? Great, I have Chrome. The Capitol Police Chief resigned amid criticism over pro-Trump mob. Capitol Police Chief resigning in criticism over pro-Trump mob. Prioritize lives over property. Man, I wish they would do that with everyone. Wouldn't that be a fucking thing? There were some people who were advocating for there are people who are saying that, you know, if there was a time to to fire on them, then that was it. I don't know. I'm not going to celebrate anyone's death ever. I think that woman died as a tragedy. I think that the tragedy stems from this entire movement. I think the tragedy stems from the fact that a woman died over a manufactured claim of election fraud that came out specifically to, because Trump couldn't lose. Trump couldn't admit that he lost. And so someone had to die. I feel bad for a lot of these people. I'm also absolutely livid and disgusted. But it's sad. We've been talking about self-pardons for a while. Oh, go away. That always happens. You need to turn them off. Trump is said to have discussed pardoning himself. Discussions occurred in recent weeks, and it was not clear whether he has brought it up since he incited supporters. Yeah, this isn't new, right? I've heard this already. I don't know if maybe it hadn't come from Trump. Maybe people were just musing that it was something he was going to attempt. I don't think he can, right? I watched a video on this exact subject. Yeah. There might be a bit of a delay. I'm having latency issues today, so apologies if we're a little out of sync with our conversation here. Yeah, this happened because Trump doesn't care about other people. 100%. That's why this happened. So yeah, Trump's gonna try to pardon himself. I mean, he might. I think he definitely will if he gets impeached for sedition, which I'm hoping he does. He deserves to be impeached for sedition. Oh hey, you guys want to watch? I bet some of you haven't seen this. Do you guys want to watch a fun little ditty that happened like 3 a.m. last night? So this is my congressional. I bet if I type it in, yep, right there. Fuck the Post. They're gonna paywall me. No, yeah, he incited it. He directly incited it. Oh yeah. So. Okay, cool. We do have. We're that's better time then. So this is my United States representative, Connor Lamb. He's he's great, honestly. For the things that we could have, like I don't agree with him politically on a lot of things. He's pretty centrist, but he's a fighter, and this is a fucking great speech. So, we live in a very mixed district, and we are not, we are not guaranteed a Democratic representative. Like this, I do not live in a blue district. I think it's Mike Doyle who represents Pittsburgh, like actual Pittsburgh. We are like, Connor Lamb has like this like if you look at our district, it's like there's like a lump like hump around Pittsburgh, and then it's just like everything west of the city. So it's a lot of suburbs. McKees Rocks, where I live, is in his district. So it's a very purple district, and he only won by 3 points this election. So I'm happy to have him at all. I'm happy that it's not some scumfuck conservative who's trying to throw out the presidential election. Yeah, let's see if this does the whole video. 6
Without
minutes.
objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election. I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that
Love that
passed
sass.
a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
Here's where it starts.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them. They're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years.
Yep, here it is.
The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman will say this point of order.
The gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order, the gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today, looking over this direction. I asked that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but...
Mr. Rand, it's not timely.
This side of the aisle lies.
No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You
What a
didn't,
fucker.
Register an appropriate time. But the gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day,
Yeah, look, you
Look, it's
say
sad, but
that
it's
about me
true.
every single day. So
the truth
just
hurts.
hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts.
Okay.
It hurts them, it hurts this country, it hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The
one thing
gentleman
that's
is
true.
not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House.
This is where a fight almost broke out, as I'm sure you can see.
The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. Gentleman will proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
That's my representative. That's my United States representative. What a G. Yeah, so, fuck, dude. Let's talk about that. That's an interesting conversation. So, about a third of the House of Representatives tried to keep my vote from being counted. Specifically, not just me, but my vote. 1/3 of the House of Representatives tried to prevent from being counted. And they can say, oh, well, we just wanted to verify the integrity of the election. We just wanted to make sure that everything was, we just care about election security. It doesn't matter what they would have found. They were going to vote to keep my vote, they were going to try to keep my vote from being counted, regardless of what evidence they found. That was the path that they were on. That was what Trump wanted them to do, and that's what they were going to do. 4 of these people who were trying to invalidate the Pennsylvania presidential election were Pennsylvania representatives. So they were simultaneously making the case that Joe Biden's vote should not be counted, but theirs should. These people, they know what they're doing is wrong. They have to. There's no way you can be in that position and make that argument and not realize that. Let me find him. Washington Post, they're gonna we're gonna go back to Chrome. Washington Post is going to paywall me, the fuckers. I should probably just get a subscription every time I do shit like this. Yeah, it is. That I just kind of let autocomplete do that, but I should probably 147. Here we are. Yep, this is the article I was looking for. Okay, these are the 147 Republicans who voted to overturn election results. Okay. House. The Senate was a lot less people, because the Senate is people elected by statewide elections, whereas the House, they serve specific districts. So you see a lot less people on the state level, or there are plenty of deep red districts where they will pay absolutely, a lot of these people will pay absolutely no consequence. These people will continue to be reelected, who try to do this. 100%. Because their constituency supports them doing this. The Senate's a different story. They took risks by doing this. I thought Rick Scott didn't vote yes. Apparently, maybe he changed his vote. The initial vote was 6 people, but I guess Rick Scott decided to vote for it. He must have changed his vote. So did Cynthia Loomis. Because initially it was Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Cindy Hyde-Smith, Roger Marshall, John Kennedy, and Tommy Tuberville. They were the original ones. But yeah, fuck all these people, and fuck the people who were going to vote for this before they backed out. Suddenly, when there was when Congress was broken into, they changed their minds. Which I don't know why they would. Right? It's the same argument. Right? Did your argument change when people broke into the house, or did you just realize the consequences of what you were doing by grifting to people like that? Loeffler was one of the people who initially supported this. She changed her vote. But yeah, let's look at a lot of people in the House. We're not going to look at all of them. Like a lot of Alabama, imagine that. A lot of Florida, imagine that. There's like a ton of Texas. Like it's like has to be like a majority of the Texas House. But we skipped right over it. Okay, so here, let's take a look at this. Okay, great. Oh, cool. We have more people who are added to the list. Oh, cool. It was 4. The list keeps expanding. How wonderful. Well, now I have more people to call for their resignations. Come on now. Okay. John Joyce, Fred Keller, Mike Kelly, Daniel Muser, Scott Perry, Guy, whatever the fuck that name is, Reschenthaler, maybe, Lloyd Smucker, Glenn Thompson. These Pennsylvania United States representatives, they voted. Oh yeah, and you probably can't see those. I'm sorry, my picture's in the way. Here. You need to be able to see their names. What is happening? Oh, because it's just capturing Chrome, of course. It's not my desktop. All right, well, that's just going to be what it is. Sorry, folks. But you've seen their names. These people, they voted that Joe Biden shouldn't win election. I'm sorry. They voted that the Pennsylvania election was fraudulent. They voted to overturn the results of one item on the ballot, while saying the rest of the ballot should be left unchecked. There is no reason, there is no rationale behind that. Even if you think that there was a fraudulent election. Okay, this is acting in self-interest, and there is no reason behind it. There's no fact behind it, I should say. There's a reason, and the reason is they're selfish cunts, but apologies. Some people don't like when that word's used. I am non-binary, if that helps, but but you know what? I don't think anyone disagrees with that sentiment. This guy right here. This is the one who made the Supreme Court argument that all mail-in ballots should be thrown out in Pennsylvania. This is the guy who appealed to the Supreme Court about it. He's a neighboring rep, actually. He's from a neighboring district. He represents Butler and part of Erie, I believe. Most of Erie. And I want him gone more than anything. I really do. I think all of them should. I think all of them should resign, but that's not going to happen. I'm accepting that that's not going to happen. I don't accept it as a result. That's the reality. Like, there's no way. I mean, I don't know. We have close to a two-thirds majority in the House. If we needed a supermajority, we would have it. I don't know what it takes to expel a representative from the House. I know Cory Bush introduced a legislature to do just exactly that. I don't have high hopes for that passing. I would imagine there'll be quite a few Democrats even that would vote against it. Not a ton, but we have plenty of conservative Democrats. Make no mistake. All right, back to webcam. Yeah. So yeah, I just keep repeating these things. Like, I just keep repeating these same topics because it's like, it's baffling. It's absolutely baffling. It's just like, it's a reality that can't even really set in for me. That they tried to throw out my vote. My vote, if it were up to them, would not have counted at all. Make no mistake, these people were supporting a fascist regime. That's what we were going to see if this was successful. Thank God for, you know what? Thank God for our Constitution, because the Supreme Court prevented this from happening. Because make no mistake, if Republicans, a lot of them, if Republicans could have gotten away with this, they would have. Okay? There were a couple appeals when they knew it wasn't going to work. There were a lot of appeals to morality, to the morality of all this, or the immorality of all this. There was a lot of we're better than this, you know. I think Mitt Romney probably would have voted no. He really hates Trump and is willing to call this what it is, you know, 3% of the time. But Lindsey Graham made some argument, you know, saying that we shouldn't object to this. It was a really, really softball argument, and he 100% wouldn't have made it if favor was in the other way. If the Republican Party had a concerted effort to suppress this. But, you know, the Supreme Court prevented this. We had, you know, a lot of doubts around that, but they seem to be beholden to something. They seem to be accountable to something here, because 6 of the 9 people on that Supreme Court wanted Trump to win. They tried to throw out my vote. They tried to throw out the votes of all my friends and family who live in this state. And when they couldn't do that, an armed mob broke into the Capitol building. That's where we're at. That was where we got to. Okay? That's how fucking easy it was. Think about how easy it was to get this far. They didn't succeed, and they won't succeed. That was never going to work. Think of how far they got. I mean, shit, they were able to convince like 40% of the country without any substantial evidence whatsoever. Most of those people still believe that the election was fraudulent. Because one fucking person claimed that it was. I don't know what the answer is, but we need to think about how we got here and how we get out of this. I have a couple ideas on moving forward, but I have no clue. Sometimes it feels like this is just where we are. You know, I mean, like, this is where we are, but like, sometimes it feels like there's no going back from this. Like, how do you reason with someone who's willing to accept everything that's happened this week? How do you reason with people like that? You can't. You can't reason with anyone who is unwilling to listen. These people can't be reasoned out of this shit that they've been sold at this point. So what do we do? Because the other thing that isn't an option, the people who stormed the Capitol should be held fully accountable for their actions. I hope all of them are found out. I hope all of them do jail time, at the very least. Everyone who supported this needs to be held fully accountable, or else our laws have no fucking meaning. All we're doing by not punishing everybody responsible for this is telling them that they can do it again, which clearly they believed that they were going to be able to get away with this easy. Look at the people who are involved in this. They're grinning ear to ear. This was a fucking walk in the park for some of them. We need to start punishing behavior like this, regardless of the optics around it. Because even if we want to play nice and get, you know, more public approval by you know, extending an olive branch, we are still sending the message that we're permitting this to happen again. And the next time it happens, it'll be a lot more organized. Because someone is watching, and someone saw that it was that easy to infiltrate our fucking Capitol building. This was not an organized effort. This was a mob that wandered over from a mall at the behest of Donald Trump. They didn't plan to break into the Capitol building, most of them. They showed up. And they were able to just like that, walk right in. If we don't send the right message there, the next time it happens, it will be planned. That very well may fail too, but I'd rather there not be an attempt at all. We're so cynical about justice in this country at this point, and we have every fucking reason to be. There's been no accountability. It has been politicized to the nth degree. I mean, people in positions of power aren't held to this. Like, people who have cost this country way more than your you know, petty criminals, you know, your nonviolent offenders that are serving way more time than them. You know, people who have ruined the lives of thousands, if not millions of people, get to walk away scot-free when they're found guilty of doing those exact things. I'm not just talking conjecture. When people are found guilty of destroying us. If you think back to 2008, if you think about, you know, a lot of the people who have just been predatory and just disgustingly immoral, who have money and power and influence, aren't held to account. And Trump has gotten away with almost everything that he's tried to do in the last 4 years. The Supreme Court blocked him a couple times. But you know, we still have camps. We still have internment camps in this country. Those have not gone away. They still exist. We just stopped talking about them because, you know, there was nothing that anyone could do or anyone did do. The scariest thing about the last 4 years was the complacency and the learned helplessness that I saw in people regarding the things that Trump did. And I understand why, because I did the same thing several times over. There's like this, what's the point of talking about this? Like, no one cares. They're not going to care. It's not going to do anything. It's important that we keep talking about it, though. If not for anyone else, but then for ourselves. It's important that we constantly validate how fucked up all of this is. So that when we can do something about it, we do. It's not in the past anymore. I don't know. We have a Democratic Senate in what? We are yeah, that's So yeah, we are products of our environment first and foremost. That is something I wholeheartedly agree with. Me being a aspiring social worker. I say aspiring because I am not one yet, but you know, sociology is you know, a big part of our education. It's a big part of our, you know, the knowledge that we operate on is you know, a lot of sociological studies. Yeah, we are products of our environment, and there's no doubting that. There are genetic components, but like, oh, thank you. Yeah, I did pretty well my first semester. I got a 3.85, which is cool. I'm hoping that gets me into, I'm trying to get into a master's program in May, so we'll see how that works. Excuse me. I think that I feel good about it. I think I'm nervous because I can't afford to not, like, I have to get into a grad school this year, and I have to start working towards this. My grades really sucked coming out of Cal U, my undergrad. So I went back to school in order to get my GPA up, and I've done a pretty great job, but I just hope it's enough. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. But anyways, yeah, like, we are a product of our environment, and that is why I'm not willing to, despite the fact that they're kind of used as tools to the end of despite the fact that like a lot of people are just kind of useful idiots. I try to be as understanding as I'm capable of, which is a bit more capable than a lot of people that I know. A lot of people have been inundated with it. Like, a lot of people have been inundated with this core set of principles and, you know, leanings. Like, a great example, okay? We're products of our environment. I was raised conservative. I thought I was conservative for most of my adolescence. The only reason that I held those beliefs was because of my family. Some people stay in that environment, that, you know, local environment, their entire fucking life. Some people just aren't exposed to other perspectives and are surrounded by people who, you know, educate them to believe certain things and then reinforce those things to the point where they all believe that they are objectively correct. Because all of them agree in this, in, you know, in these small little, you know, environments and in these tiny little rural towns. I mean, like, you know, Pittsburgh's a pretty deep blue, you know, area, obviously, district-wise. Drive an hour in any fucking direction. Seriously. Go to Butler, go to Beaver, go to Westmoreland. Well, what you did was educate yourself. What needs to happen is people need to be willing to listen. And we are products of our environment, okay? Which is why a lot of these places that have these hard conservative beliefs, these people who are just, you know, ride or die for Trump, the communities that they come from are pretty homogenous a lot of times. So I'm saying, like, they aren't exposed to different perspectives. And when they are, they seem so niche and nebulous. That's why so many people are convinced that Trump was going to win, because everybody that they knew voted for Trump. So as far as their environment was concerned, you know, Trump had a very, very positive, you know, it was very easy for him to validate those feelings in them. I mean, like, I can poke at the left a little bit about this too, where, like, a lot of people think that their lefty causes are a lot more popular with the general public than they are, because everyone that they talk to supports them. So they have this feeling that their ideas and views are validated. But, like, we create these echo chambers that just, you know, validate and reinforce our beliefs, and there's no equivalency there. Okay, I need to say, like, holy shit, there's no equivalency there, because lefties are actually right about most things, in my opinion. Being one, they're correct. The thing that I think that they lose sight of is what the general public opinion is on the issues that, you know, that they're passionate about. How you know, I don't know. That's a fight that we have to start winning. But I don't know. I don't know what the solution is there. It's like I don't have control over social media, which reinforces that to the nth degree. Social media learns what you're, you know, platforms like Facebook, Twitter, what have you, they learn what you're, I mean, YouTube as well. You know, I'm not part of anyone's algorithm. I don't know how people find me because I don't really have a fan base on YouTube. I had like 8 subs. I might have a couple more now because I guess I got a nice couple of viewers. But generally speaking, you know, like, social media learns what your preferences are, what your interests are, and caters to them and reinforces them. So if you are a far-right conservative, you're going to see shit like Breitbart and The Blaze and The Daily Wire and OAN, and I mean, maybe not OAN, Newsmax, I don't know what where they're at with that. YouTube certainly still pushes them. But it's all part of the problem. It's a huge part of the problem. It was a problem 4 years ago, and it's only gotten worse. We talked about fake news influencing the election in 2016. Holy shit. That doesn't leave a dent on this year. We have entire more than like in 2016 it was a lot of bullshit like, you know, Hillary Clinton invents AIDS, like obviously fake, weak ass looking, you know, this year it's entire news organizations, not Fox News. Fox News sucks. Don't get me wrong. Fox News is a big part of the problem. But like, look at them compared to like OAN and Newsmax. Holy shit. We have an entire, you know, whereas before we had like these what were essentially chain emails spreading fake news about Hillary Clinton. Now we have entire news organizations that are lying about the election, that are propagating fake news, that are basically running with whatever Trump says. And that really legitimizes a lot of this shit for people. So, yeah. But I don't know what to do until people are willing to listen. And I think the best way to get people to listen is to deplatform these kind of things. I think we need to start... Yeah. I think what we need to start doing is we need to start putting the pressure on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter for propping up shit like this. Okay? It is easy to demonstrate now. I mean, it has been for a long time, but like, we reached another level yesterday. It is easy to demonstrate the harm that this does. That purposefully misinforming people about, it's clear how dangerous this is. And we need to start putting the pressure on YouTube and Facebook and a lot of these places for... Twitter's been doing the most by saying this is, you know, by doing the this is disputed, claim is disputed thing, but like they won't take shit down. Like we need to start deplatforming these people. It works. That's a big part of it. It doesn't need to happen within our government necessarily. In fact, I think it might be better optically if it doesn't. Because anything the Democrats try to push as far as like fairness in news acts and legislation is going to not look good, because it's going to be politicized. I mean, of course it's going to be, but if we can somehow, I don't know. Legislation would be the easiest way to do it, but I think that it's going to look a lot more authoritarian and you know, dystopian, and like to people who already have that kind of worldview, it's not going to be helpful. But YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and these kind of places, like deplatforming, and I'm sure they'll try to find a different site, but you know what? Let them. Okay? 4chan really cracked down a few years ago, and they started 8chan. It's not as popular, actually. Parler is a mess. That's where a lot of these crazies have run to. Let them try. But like not having, like, here's a great example. I don't know if you know who Stefan Molyneux is. He's a right-wing conservative or right-wing conspiracy theory pushing whack job. He's Alex Jones light to a degree, but he's TLDR. I think it was his YouTube channel, right? I don't think he doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore. He got deplatformed. I'm sure he deserved it. But not having that platform, not having access to that audience through that mainstream platform, like it you don't have any reach at that point. So that's a big part of it. Something is inevitably be going to replace it, but if they can't find their platform on YouTube or Facebook or any of these, mainstream whatevers, it's going to be difficult for they'll still form their small little echo chambers, but there's going to be less and less of them, because it's not just your hard, it's not just like your really aggressively politically involved like conservatives. It's not like your conservatives or your like, it's not those kind of people, just those kind of people who watch the Newsmax and OAN. It's fucking, it's regular conservatives. It's people who wouldn't find that if it wasn't on their feed. Deplatforming works, and it's important. It's a very small part of what we have to do. The other is addressing economic concerns. Imagine that. A lot of people have been radicalized. They'll claim whatever reasons they claim, but a lot of people have been radicalized because their lives suck. Not everyone, obviously, but like, mass radicalization, which has happened, left and right. I'd consider myself having been, kind of radicalized. I'd consider myself a leftist, and I've moved pretty far to the left over the last couple years. So yeah, radicalization would be, I think, an apt term. But like, it happens because something's wrong. I'm not saying that a lot of this isn't rooted in racism and bigotry. But these people see them as the perpetrators of a larger problem. Like, rural areas have been like really just abandoned. Like we've all been moving to cities. These areas are very, very poor. A lot of them very destitute, and they're looking for scapegoats. And someone comes along and tells them they're going to bring back coal. They're going to bring back. They're going to invest billions into agriculture, which he actually did do. I don't know if that was a good thing or not. I don't think the money really went anywhere, but he did put that money in. That was a campaign promise that he lived up to. But like, of course they all turned out in droves for him. They see him as being the solution to their problems. And the scapegoat became like Democrats and black people, and it became something that wasn't the problem that they were able to put a big target on. They were able to offer easy solutions to complex problems, or attempt to. But it's not like it's just racism. People aren't just. I don't think that like well-adjusted people who don't have something really, really wrong with them buy into like conspiracy theories and like this kind of, radicalization that has happened. Like, what I'm dancing around here is that like, I think the Democrats need to go hard on investing in your average, in common people. That stimulus check, I'm sure they're gonna do pretty quickly. That $2,000, I'm sure they're gonna pass that because they can. They shouldn't stop there. Sanders has been saying $2,000 a month, or is it a month? Yeah, I think he's been saying $2,000 a month indefinitely, until this is over. if the Democrats can take what's been given to them here, that will change people's perspective, because you can't reason them out of this, but you can change their material conditions, and that will have an effect. Okay, if some poor Trump communities, all of them start getting $2,000 a month that they didn't have before, and that it is directly, it is the Democrats who directly pass that, I imagine that some of this, if they don't have a positive opinion of the Democrats, and they won't, regardless, it might calm things down a little. And I could be dead wrong about that. We'll see. But I mean, that's what I can think to do. But we're not gonna. I had a problem with Biden's response because it was an appeal to like respectability. Okay, it was an appeal to, we need to just reach across the aisle and we need to talk to each other. We need to respect people, and he's right, but like that's not going to happen. Like, he's right that like civility makes for better discourse, which he didn't say outright, but is kind of what his election was dancing, or what his speech was dancing around. But like, we can't do that right now. Republicans argue in very bad faith. They have no interest in changing their mind on anything. Okay? And conservatives listen to them and conservative media a lot of times. They don't get the other side. But it's hard to argue with the fact that Democrats will be the one that passes like, everyone knows that the Senate changed hands here. The entire country knows that. And when we see if they hit the pavement, if they really start just investing in people, I don't think they will. I would love it if they did. But if they start hardcore just investing in your average American and making sure that we are all comfortable through this, okay? Fuck the debt. This is unprecedented shit that we're dealing with. We need to spend money to make money here, okay? And we'll also see that the economy does better. Because wouldn't you know, like, all that money is going to get spent. It's all going to get reinvested. It's all going to go to businesses. It's not sustainable in the long term, but like, it'll get us through this quite possibly. And I bet you that some of them start to come around. Not all of them. But anyway, everyone who comes around, everyone who changes their mind, they have people in their life that they talk to, that they can have good faith conversations with. I can't have good faith conversations with those people because they don't respect me. They won't listen to me. I have been, people who think the things that I do have been completely demonized by every piece of media in their sphere. This isn't something that we can win in a debate. This is something that we can win with actual action. And maybe I'm dead wrong. Maybe we really are fucked when it comes to this as an issue. But God, I don't know what else to try. And unfortunately, writing off 40% of the country is not a solution. We have to win some of them over. And there's this cynical doomer, they're fucked, they're delusional, it's useless to try. That's a lot of fucking people. I want to win. I want to start winning this fight. And we're still very much a political minority right now. I'd like to change that. I'd like us to have like something equivalent to like a Labor Party or a DSA party. That would be great. But we have to get there. We have to get there by, like, our ideas have to be more popular. And the great thing about social media that is underutilized is the fact that, like, this information can spread very quickly. There's no way, you know, we're not just getting all of our stuff from local cable news anymore. Most people get all of their news from the internet. I've been talking for a while, but that's the best plan I could hope to come up with. There always has to be a solution for me, even if I don't know what the hell's going to happen. Like, I have to know, like, what I think would be a good idea. Like, I have to be advocating for something going forward. And something's got to change. I'd like to believe that we can change this thing diplomatically, that we can accomplish the things that we want to within this system. I'd like to believe that because I don't want to see my friends and family get hurt. Some people really advocate for, you know, some people think there's literally no way that, like, that we are just completely just, this is where we are, and unless we do something radical, it's not going to change. And they have every right to feel that way, honestly. That's a very valid way to feel. It's completely understandable why anyone would be that disillusioned at this point. But I can't give up. If there's a way that I don't know. I'm swerving in all different directions right now. That's the fun part of ADHD, is that I can just kind of fucking talk. It makes for good streams because I can just have a conversation with myself. But yeah, how y'all doing in chat? How's your Thursday going? How's your week been? I'll be on here for a long ass time, by the way. These streams usually last several hours more than this, and I might jump into something at some point. Especially if I feel like I'm talking to nobody. We'll jump into like a Steam game or something for a little. It'll be fun. Could look at some more. Let's look at some more news. Ballotpedia. Yeah, that's. I don't know what there really is to talk about besides yesterday. I think that, like, what could possibly, like, oh, I see that, yeah. Hey, no sweat. Tell Brandon I said hi too. I haven't seen him in way too long. I don't know if I've seen him in person since college. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Okay, just news. Hold on. Shboop. Oh, nice. What are you guys playing? Also, I really wish that I could have any audio going on right now, like any kind of background music, but I will get TOS'd so fucking hard. It is really just in zero tolerance on that stuff. There is some like copyright free stuff, but like I don't know if I'm gonna like it. It's nothing that I listen to. I can't even play. It's funny. I can't even play video game music, despite the fact that like video. Oh, Final Fantasy VII. Nice. Yeah, I actually beat that for the first time last year. I'd never beaten a Final Fantasy until last year, and then I beat like half of the series in like a few months. Yeah, it's a good game. The remake's alright. I'm pretty on it. Like, there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad. The combat's exceptional. I don't know. It's just like it feels like two different games a lot of times. It feels like, and one of them is just like the best thing I've ever played, and one of them is really mediocre and not good. Like it's kind of like hovers around like maybe like a 7 out of 10 for me. I haven't beaten it either because I got incredibly bored at like the insanely long sewer and train sections. There was just like a lot of filler that just was I kind of lost my interest. I do want to finish it because I want to see how they do the Sector 7 business, which I'm sure is coming up pretty soon. $10. You like 13-2? I haven't played 13-2. I've been told, I guess people liked it more than 13. I guess 10 is phenomenal. I have a couple minor gripes with 10, but they're pretty minor. 10 is a phenomenal fucking game. I love Final Fantasy X. I'd say that like 9 and 10 are my two favorites now that I've played a lot of them. 7 is also really, really good. I played a retranslated, like I played a version of with like a fan script where they fixed like a lot of the poor translation stuff that was in the original US release. It's a different experience. Like it's like there's like a few scenes that just are not very cohesive and just don't work. That are just very confusing to read. It like just really cleans up the script, and it's a different experience. Like I really enjoyed playing through it. I think, is it Rimako? I don't know. Yeah. If you want me to look it up, I can look it up if that catches anyone's interest. But yeah, last year I played through what is it? Last year I played through 6. Was it last year? Might have been 2019. God, what is time? Yeah, I haven't been playing a lot of Smash, honestly. Like, it's just been kind of... I have the second DLC pack, so I have Sephiroth. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really... I guess I only played, like, one match, and I was like, okay, I'm good. Excuse me. Oh shit. Apparently 3 different people died at the Trump thing. Is it worth purchasing? Oh, the thing? Sure. The first pack is worth the first pack is definitely worth purchasing. There's some really great characters. The second pack's been pretty mediocre to me. Minecraft Steve has been cool. That's been a fun character. Sephiroth, just there wasn't anything like, it's just like enough with the fucking sword characters. Let's do something creative. It just was like, I was like, oh cool, and then I played it and I was like, oh yeah, it's a sword character. Neat. There's just nothing really, like, I get, you know, Sephiroth's popular and that's why he's in the game, but like utility wise, he doesn't bring anything new. Like, he doesn't do anything that's like unique. I played him and I was like, okay, cool, great. It didn't really grab me though. And that's been like a lot of this DLC packs felt that way. The first pack's really good. First pack had quite a few characters that I really liked. This one's not so much. I also haven't been, in fairness, playing Smash like at all. Just not something that okay. Not something that I've really been doing. I just, you know, I used to play Smash when I was in college and I had like people to play with. It was fun. Like, it was a fun thing that I could just do every day, and now I don't have that. So it's kind of more of, it's back to like the kind of single player, you know, hermit gaming. So, okay. The death count is now at 4 people with the Capitol riots. Let's look at this. I didn't know that. I only knew about the one. And like I was saying, they're damn lucky for it to just be one. Like, holy hell. If I do this. Just forgetting how much I have to zoom out for this to, the whole thing to be on my screen. Well, that's way too much, and it's still not doing that, so that is not the right solution. Yeah, it really cuts shit off. I get enough of it, it's not a big deal, but like the left half of my screen is just cut off, which is weird. You can kind of see it. Like, cursor just kind of goes away. Whatever, it's fine. The bottom gets cut off too, I believe. But yeah, I was scrolling the wrong thing. Ashley Babbitt, I knew about that. Kevin Greason. Had a heart attack. Yeah, so a couple more deaths there, besides the one. What else we got going on? mean, it's not surprising. I was shocked that only one person died during this. I was saying they should consider themselves incredibly lucky that only one person died during this. Although it isn't luck, to be fair, it's not. They got someone else on their side there, but yeah. Oh yeah, we're trying to impeach Trump again. That would be dope as fuck. I'd love to see another. I'd love to see some articles for sedition. I'd like to see him impeached for sedition. I don't know what they're going to push for. I know that they've already been drawing up articles of impeachment. Oh, here we are. Ilhan Omar, nice. What are they for? Oh, fuck you. Okay, hold on. Everyone gets to see my Twitter password. Not really. Oh my god. What? Okay, that's weird. I just changed my password very recently. Or I just got it. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah, whatever. I guess it doesn't work on the website, even though it worked on my phone. There's literally the same. Whatever. Guess we'll have to read it from here. Okay. I know that they're trying to impeach him. I want to know what they're impeaching him for. They haven't said that. Like all these news are what, you know. All these news outlets are reporting on this, but they're not saying what the articles are for. Yeah, we'll see. I guess I'll have to see when that develops more, because I've read a couple articles saying that they're going to do that, and they don't ever seem to have they don't have because apparently, you know, the legislation exists, or the draft exists. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and my Twitter's just being a fucker right now. Yeah, like, okay. All right, y'all are getting the webcam for a second while I type this in, because I'm not putting my phone number on the stream. What is happening? What? It's telling me that I don't have an account. I just made one yesterday. Okay, that's cool. Let's make a Twitter account. I'll do this again. For like the third time this week. That is very, very cool and fine that this is happening. I kind of need. I'm not gonna be like. I don't really use Twitter. I want to be able to see the shit that's on the website. Okay. Sorry, folks. Gotta have that Twitter. 812-372. Okay, we've done this before. I have memory of me doing this. What? No, that's not. Skip for now. Skip for now. That's not my password, though. Okay. I have made a Twitter account. Oh. And, okay. Oh, I know. Okay. I think I know what happened. They didn't ask me for my email. Okay, cool. We got it. Neat. Unveils articles of impeachment. Okay, now we can look at this. Okay, alright. Now we can see this again. Okay. Okay, so we don't see a... Okay, so we don't see enough of it to really know. That's why no one knows, because it hasn't been revealed yet. I want to see a sedition charge. That would be great. That would be rad as fuck. I want to see the Senate convict him too. Which they only need a couple people to be able to do that. I don't think that they have it. They might have Mitt Romney again, but like, I think they need a supermajority in order to convict. So no, they're not going to get it. There's no way. We got Republicans to do in the Senate to do the bare fucking minimum and certify the results of the election. But we're not going to get them to do anything else. Like I said, Mitt Romney will vote with the Democrats because he, you know, actually will call it like it is on Trump. But sometimes, you know. But it's only been when his vote hasn't mattered. He had no problem confirming the Supreme Court nominee. He had no problem confirming Amy Coney Barrett. He votes with Donald Trump and with his party like 97% of the fucking time. Like, all right, so we don't know. So sad. Oh well. Let's look at more shit to talk about. Or I can do something else. This is your guys' time as much as it is mine. I am here to entertain. Oh look, it's my stream. It's weird because like I'm realizing like pulling up stuff like YouTube, like most of the shit I watch is other people reacting to things. Is like a lot of like lefty political pundits. Like I watch Sam Cedar a lot. I watch Vosh a lot. Occasionally I'll watch Secular Talk with Kyle Kulinski. A lot of the usual BreadTube shit. The Surfs as well. That's another good one. I haven't seen a lot of them in a while. David Pakman, who a little less in line with me, but is still makes good content. But like they all like They all just are already I'd be reacting to someone else reacting to something, and like I don't usually watch like NBC or ABC or any shit like that. Oh, he conceded. Let's look at this.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous...
Sorry. Let's look at whatever softball shit he has to say here.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence,
The fuck you are.
lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building
Oh, fuck
and expel the intruders.
He didn't immediately deploy the National Guard, by the way. Pence did. Pence, and it was a combination of Pence, Pelosi, and Mitch McConnell that deployed the National Guard. Trump did fucking nothing. He did absolutely nothing.
America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay. We have just been through an intense election and emotions are high. But now tempers must be cooled and calm restored. We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy.
Fuck you.
I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to
What he's proposing there, the idea that to be able to verify the identity, what he wants to see is he wants to see who voted for who. That's not how this works. That's what a lot of people have been arguing with. They don't usually say it as you know. There's a reason that there's no public record of like, I mean, there is a record of who we voted for, but like there's a reason like the American people aren't entitled to see my fucking ballot. That's not how this works. The people who count the votes get to see my ballot, and then they get to report how many votes there were for how many candidates, so that all of them remain anonymous. That's how our fucking system works. What he's proposing is fucking dangerous. That's, once again, there's some real fashy shit about that. I know that's like a broken record at this point, but all right, let's keep fucking watching.
To ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people. A menace.
Who the fuck are you to talk about healing and reconciliation? We must now heal from all of the things that I caused. From all the division that I specifically and purposefully and wantonly caused. For the destruction that I incited.
Pandemic has upended the lives of our citizens, isolated millions in their homes, damaged our economy, and claimed countless lives.
Oh, that's
defeating this pandemic.
Notice how countless lives is the last thing that he says. The economy was important. Okay. We started with what? Oh, people and their fucking rights. We started with the fact that people weren't allowed to, to go to fucking Wendy's whenever they wanted. That was the most important thing. It's very important that people be allowed to spread the virus. Like, it's my God-given right to, you know, to spread the fucking plague, to be a plague rat. That's the most important thing that we protect. The second most important is the economy. We got to make sure that, you know, got to make sure that the economy's okay. The third, I don't even know if it was the third. He might have said something else. The last thing that we mention is the deaths. That says a lot, I would say.
Pandemic and rebuilding the greatest economy on earth will require all of us working together.
Without
It will
you.
require a renewed emphasis on the civic values of patriotism, faith, charity, community, and family. We must revitalize the
Shadow? I didn't
sacred
see you
bonds
there.
of love and loyalty that bind us together as one national family. To the citizens of our country, serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime. And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning. Thank
fuck
you,
it is.
God bless you, and God bless America.
Hope you go to prison, you fucking scumbag. Yeah, okay, well, there you have it. There you have it. That's me seeing that for the first time. Donald Trump just conceded. That'll probably take the wind out of the sails. He's trying to not get impeached, is what that is. Don't believe for one fucking second. Don't believe for one fucking second that he actually cares about any of that. About any of that horse shit. That he's I mean, I'm sure you don't, but like, come on. He incited an unsuccessful coup yesterday, and when it didn't work, he's now trying to save face and backpedal and not face legal charges for basically trying to, basically inciting, you know, like causing a fucking insurrection. He knew that that was going to happen. He knew that that was going to happen. Okay? Trump's an idiot. But he knows exactly how his fans are, and he encourages that kind of behavior. He knew exactly what was going to happen when he told people to march on the fucking Capitol. And what he's doing right now is to try to keep either Pence from invoking the 25th, which I don't think he was going to do anyways. He's trying to not get impeached. He's trying to win that optics. Like, now it's the Democrats who are you know. Well, but he conceded, so why are we still... Yeah, because he tried to incite a fucking coup. So maybe we should bring out some more articles of impeachment. Maybe sedition should be on there. You don't get out of this scot-free just because it didn't fucking work. You kidding me? But hey, Shadow, how you doing? I was in the middle of the video when you logged in. Oh, that was you talking. I'm so sorry, dude. I couldn't see. The text is a little small. I didn't realize I was talking. I thought I was still talking to Kate for a sec. Nice seeing you though. How's your week been? I know you were on my stream the other day, and I didn't realize it was you for some reason. I just saw the username and then I followed you and watched your. I was like, oh, that's Shadow. But how have you been? How's your week going? It's good to see you. The comments, this looks and sounds like he's being held hostage. It does. It's like, did someone make a Trump animatronic? Like that was the most like that is like the opposite. That was like Kelly Loeffler giving a Trump speech. Like that was like the most deadpan fucking Someone wrote that. 100%. Someone wrote that and said, you're going to deliver this or else you're going to, you know, like that was, I bet a lawyer wrote that for him. Or somebody. That was to save face. And it's a fucking useless fucking gesture at this point. That doesn't mean anything. You know, if you try to rob a bank, they're still going to throw you in jail if you fail. If you get caught. If it doesn't work. Like, just because you're unsuccessful at trying to overthrow the government doesn't mean everything's fine now. That you can just concede and apologize and get out of trouble scot-free. I hope this doesn't take the wind out of their sails. I hope they impeach. I think they will. We have to send a message about that. As I was saying before, if we don't pursue that, like we're telling the people at large that that's something that they can do. That's something they can get away with. We're permitting someone to do that again. And someone will do that again. Unless we, you know, if we give them the wrong ideas, this shit'll happen again. Hell, why not do this every fucking election now? Why not every 4 years? Let's challenge the results. If we lose. Every 4 fucking years. We'll challenge the results, and when it doesn't work, you know, whatever. We don't face consequences for it, right? Like we can't let this shit go unpunished. I'm not a regular advocate for, you know, these kind of authoritarian. I mean, what the fuck am I talking about? Like, within this system, that's what accountability looks like. So, that's what we need to do. Or else this shit has no meaning. It's unbelievable. I imagine that will prevent every Republican from doing anything to slap him on the wrist, though. That this will be more Susan Collins, you learned your lesson bullshit. Yeah, that'll be fun. But the House will probably impeach him again, so that'll be cool. It'll be another, I mean, I'm not saying that that's just a gesture. It's important. But utility-wise, in the immediate sense, it's good optics-wise, but like, I suppose. I think that there'll be a lot more public support around impeaching him this time than there was last time. Last time, okay, people in the United States, they don't give a fuck about other countries. Some people will like virtue signal about it, like Republicans do with like the Uyghurs in China. Like suddenly they care about Muslims apparently. Not saying that isn't something, you know, worth caring about, but Republicans and conservatives are full of shit when they do that. Like, we've been like the most Islamophobic fucking nation. Especially, your Trump conservatives have been just mask off Islamophobic and racist about that. Like, they don't give a fuck about... Anywho, without getting sidetracked here, take this off again. Getting uncomfortable. Without getting sidetracked here, Americans don't care about what happens in other countries. Americans are very self-interested people. If they really cared about what happened in other countries, they would care about... I mean, like, it is common knowledge that most of our imports, most of the things that we used to make here, prior to like mass corporate globalization, are made using cheap and or slave labor from South America, from Africa in some cases, and definitely in large part from China. I mean, holy shit, China makes so much in the way of like plastics and tech. Every Nintendo Switch, I'm pretty sure, every Nintendo Switch that you've bought, every iPhone that you've bought has been made by cheap labor in China. It's where they come from. But people don't actually care about that shit. Not really. They'll like I said, they'll signal about it, but like they'll be like, oh, that's a shame, and they'll shame the countries involved in this, but like they're okay with it. There's a point here, and I'm trying to make sure I don't lose it because it's coming. I'm circling back around to impeachment. They're okay with all of this supporting their current way of life. They're okay with their way of life being propped up by this kind of shit. I think a lot of people are, if not actively okay, like it's not going to ruin their day when they find out about something like this. What will ruin their day is if something happens like what happened yesterday. That has a deep effect on people. The point I'm making is the not bribery, but the thing with Ukraine, the letters of impeachment over that phone call to Ukraine, where he was essentially withholding aid, and there was a quid pro quo. Like you investigate my political opponent, and I give you our foreign aid. A lot of Americans didn't care. And they didn't care because it didn't affect them. That's my opinion, at least. People who, to be more specific, people who don't like live and breathe politics, like I spend most of my time, like I spend too much time on this kind of shit. But I spend a lot of time on current events, on politics. I'm at least a few hours a day reading about this kind of shit. I am a minority there. Most people don't do that. Most like you who are watching my stream, most people don't watch streams like most people don't have this kind of active participation in politics. I think it's probably gone up because a lot of people are sitting at home with nothing else to do now. But like, the American public doesn't engage that much in these kind of things. And it was very easy when that kind of engagement is that low, it's very easy for conservatives to control control the message, or at the very least kind of muddy the waters and make it look like it's just like a partisan issue, which is what they were able to do with the impeachment. I think it was something like in or around like maybe like a little bit less than half the country supported it. It might have been a little bit more. It might have been on the other end of things. But, like, it wasn't necessarily a popular move. It was the right thing to do because we need to hold people accountable for their fucking actions, but we didn't convince people of that the way we probably will this time. Because people don't care about other countries. People care about what happens to them. And this felt like an attack on us. Maybe that's cynical of me, but, like, come the fuck on. Like, it's not that, like, people are super educated about these things anyways, but, like, the general idea that like, I talked about earlier in this stream, I talked about, you know, our economy being propped up by slave labor. We eventually got back around to that. And we're complicit in this, and so is most countries at this point. Our ways of life, I guess we'll just transition right into this, since I started talking about it. Our ways of life are propped up by this kind of cheap labor, free labor, you know. I'm not going to say free labor, slave labor. That's slave labor. Like, our economies, our way of life is all supported by that. That's something that's something that people don't think about because they don't have to. That is, you know, a million miles away. But we can't have even this standard of living based on our current system, like, without keeping things exactly the way they are. Like, it's not the countries themselves that, like, it's not all this, it's a global issue. Like, countries that have these like horrendous labor conditions and you know, pay people pennies to manufacture, it's global corporations that are, it's not the countries themselves that have like poor labor standards. I mean, they do, but it's corporations that perpetuate this kind of shit, and it's all to, you know, sell it. All this shit's being sold to us and to Europe and to, you know, all of these consumer cultures. We're a service-based economy now, and we're a consumer economy now more than anything. We don't really make shit anymore on a massive level, you know. Not the way we used to, at the very least. It's very much not like we used to actually. Production was a big thing in this country, and it's not anymore. Most of the world's tech is made by one company in China. No joke. Like 70%, I think, of all your techie shit, all your phones, all your, you know, like I said, Nintendo. If you have a Nintendo Switch, you know, it came from the same fucking place. You know, I'm complicit in that too, to a degree. But there's no like national movement. Like, people aren't upset about that. Like, they would be upset about it if it was happening. Well, I mean, I guess I can't even say that because we have slave labor too. It's just prison labor. Like, the idea that you can get someone for some. The idea that you lose your human rights when you become a prisoner is pretty abhorrent, and it's like, it's not really something that you see a lot of places outside of here. I have trouble calling us like a first world country anymore. I really do. I don't like those terms in general, but like, I've talked to people who live in third world countries who actually prefer that because it's just an easy way to identify like the difference between, you know, countries like ours. I don't like to say developed and undeveloped. I've heard that before too. Countries like ours and countries like, you know, countries that don't have the same standard of living that we do, we'll say. But our standard of living only exists, our current system exists on the backs of these other countries, man. And this, if we're going to get into some real lefty shit here, and why not, here we are. This is the real difference for me between, like, I mean, there's more differences than that, but like if someone were to say, like, why are you a socialist instead of like a social democrat? Like why don't we support like the Nordic model social democracy kind of stuff? And, you know, if you know more about this shit than I do, please engage with me about this. But a lot of those countries, you know, they participate in the global market too. Like, they're only propped up by these other countries the same way we are. They take care of their citizens domestically better, but like, we need a better system for everyone, dude. And the core tenet, the thing that I think should be the number one talking point, the number one focal point, okay, that we just have to hammer away at, okay? If you're a DSA member, I don't care who you are, okay? The core idea behind socialism, I'd consider myself like a democratic socialist, or somewhere between democratic and anarcho-socialist. Basically just you know, socialism, but I don't like hierarchies. I think the more of a pyramid we have there, the power attracts bad people, and if we don't have a position that can be exploited like that, I think that's a good thing. That's basically what guides that part of that. But anywho, not to get off on a tangent there. Socialism is an economy run by the workers as opposed to just private industry. It's creating some rules in the workplace regarding workers' rights that are much more than even we have with unions here. The basic idea and the easiest way to describe it, and the most appealing way to describe it, imagine, and I said this in my last stream too, but I don't think anyone's here who was there. I think it was just Zach who was there last time. Imagine being able to elect your boss the same way you could a politician. Okay? Imagine having some control over the thing that you spend most of your life doing, and it not just be, you know, like imagine if politics, imagine if your representatives, you just had to trust that they would do the right thing by you. Like imagine if they weren't like accountable to you as a person who lives here. Right? I mean, we already have issues with that, even within a democracy. But I'm saying, imagine that you cannot, like, someone is just like, I got the job, and now I'm this. Right? And there's no holding them accountable. The idea is that that's a problem that happens, you know. Obviously, you can see the parallel I'm making here, where that's an issue we have within private industry. And I'm not saying that all corporations that all companies are inherently exploitative. But I am saying that most are. I'm not saying that there aren't some good guys there, that there aren't some small businesses that are, you know. And obviously there is some nuance to all of this. So like the things that people would be afraid of, like, oh really, I can't start a small business like mowing lawns without, you know, having this complete democrat. Like there is nuance to all of this and to the implementation of all of this. But the basic idea is, say that you worked at Amazon, okay? Amazon workers get to decide who's in charge of Amazon, so that they do that they do right by them, right? The same way our politicians keep the gears moving. Same way we elect politicians who we think are competent, who will do right by us while also promoting a successful community. Within the workforce, you would be electing someone who will do right by you as well as trying to run a profitable thing. That's the basic idea. It's not that like no one cares about money. Like profit does, like money is important. Right? Like we can't just say let's just take care of everybody. Let's just take care of everybody and the economic whatevers don't matter at all, right? You can't get blood from a stone. We have to find a way to pay for things. Like we have to have a functioning economy. And we have to be able to make money, if not at least break even on this kind of shit. So that is and should be a consideration. But another consideration, like right now, you can call me a cynic for this, but this is just... Right now, companies only pay you as much as they have to. Okay? If it's minimum wage, it's minimum wage. If it's not, it's because that they're paying a competitive rate, you know. It's all based on, you know, how in demand someone like you is, how many opportunities there are, you know, the kind of like supply versus demand thing, you know, with jobs. But unless you have some real influence, like unless you have some real fucking power within a company, people are only going to pay you as much as they have to, right? And it turns out sometimes when the going gets tough, they don't have to pay you jack shit. Think about right now, okay? I would have no doubt that the attitude with a lot of work is that you should be lucky to have a fucking job. You know? Like that we should bear the burden of the fact that there was a global pandemic. I'm lucky enough to have landed on my feet because I had an active unemployment claim because I don't... my job is very, very... you know, I have a very gig-based job that luckily was on the books, so I had an unemployment claim active that I could claim whenever work was slow. But so I landed on my feet, but a lot of people didn't. A lot of people had to go back to work, and some of those people, you know, caught coronavirus. Some of those people died. That's not something we talk about enough. I mean, you know, the deaths are the deaths, but like we don't talk about how many people caught it because they had to work because they couldn't stay home. They weren't given the resources to stay home. That never seems to be part of the narrative. Just that there are deaths. And that's significant. It's significant that someone was impoverished enough that they had to work a job as a vulnerable population and then potentially could have died because of that. So, yeah. All of this and more are reasons that, Trump bungled the fuck out of his response to the coronavirus, and that's why he lost the election. 100%. Okay? Donald Trump lost this election because he fucked up the response to the pandemic. That's why he lost. Most people took this seriously, okay? Even though, he politicized this issue and he was able to divide the country on a lot of things, that wasn't like a half and half division. Like 70-some% of the country believe that this is something that should be taken seriously. If Trump listened, it's really funny because if Trump listened to Dr. Fauci and listened to like the people who are professionals on this, people who knew what the fuck they were doing, he would have been reelected. He would have been reelected the same way Bush was reelected after 9/11. Like those kind of things are a real chance to show that you can unite a country through a travesty. That you can be this beacon, and Trump could not do that. Trump was divisive on every single issue, whether it was the Black Lives Matter protests over the summer, whether it was the pandemic itself. He was not someone that people could look to bring us all together. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that optically that was a failing, and functionally it was a failing, but he just kind of goes mask off with it, we'll say. Like George Bush, if George Bush was president during the BLM protests, he would have had some greater call for unity, yada yada yada, but would have continued to support legislation that oppressed black people. Like they just don't really go mask off with it. Trump is just very outwardly like, So that's like really the only difference there for me, personally. But like, just in a purely optical sense, the fact that he wasn't able to even do that was the reason he lost. Because all he had to do was listen to the people who know how to, like, hand the reins to people who know how to deal with this shit. The people who've been, studying their entire lives, preparing their entire lives for something this serious. All he had to do was back up what they were saying. Because, like, the thing was, he saw the pandemic as something that would make him look bad when it was inevitable. If he had really jumped the gun on this and had really taken care of things, like, it wouldn't have been his fault, but it was his fault because he didn't do jack shit. But he was immediately defensive about it. He was immediately insecure about it. Because that's him. So, like, I don't know. I think that he was handed the election on a silver fucking platter, and then he blew it. Because of who he is. If it was any other Republican president, we'd probably be seeing a second term right now. I bet you. Or if it was most, at least. I mean, there's plenty of nutbags in our Congress now, but if it was your old guard, Bush-era conservatives, they probably would have been able to land a second term. Just because they would have won over a lot of more of the moderate independents or just moderates in general. So it's very funny. There's an expression that fascism is self-defeating. It's because fascism is propped up like is universally propped up by people like the cult of personalities like Donald Trump. Like people like Donald Trump are who create those kind of governments. There's always this strongman cult of personality shit that was what we saw the last 4 years, and they're self-defeating because of shit like that. Where their inability to take any and all criticism, their inability to admit something that is wrong, means they can't address problems when they pop up. They just try to make them go away and deny, and then they affect people. People realize that like they're self-defeating. This was going to happen based on who Trump is. He was going to lose. Because that initial populism was going to immediately start to taper off when he couldn't, when he faced a real challenge like this, which eventually you are going to do. Every president. Obama had to face the housing crisis of 2008, which was like the worst crash we've faced. Like that was one of the worst. The economy was fucked when Obama got in office. That was a big thing. That was a big challenge for him. That was the beginning of his presidency. Obviously Bush had 9/11. I can't really remember further back than that because I'm only 27. So, right there you've got 16 years of or 20 years of stuff. Until I was 7, Bill Clinton was president, and yeah, Bill Clinton would have been elected when I was like a little bit after I was or before I was born, and then he would have he would have been president for a long fucking time. I guess until I was 8, and I don't remember any of his presidency at all. But like when inevitably some kind of challenge like this comes up, like fascists can't deal with it. It's not something that they're equipped to do because so much of what they do is optics. So much of what they do is projecting strength. They can't take criticism because of how just the intense nationalism and yeah, I'm trailing off here. We're gonna dive into something else here, but I think I said what I needed to on that particular subject. What do we want to fucking do? Where it's like half. I'm gonna do like an 8 hours. I've been doing like 8-hour streams, so I'll probably be going till like 2 in the morning. At some point, I'll probably heat up some dinner, but I've been doing some pretty long form streams because it's been fun. And you never know who's gonna show up when. All right. Oh yeah, Joe Scarborough dropped a fucking F-bomb on national television this morning. That was fun. Capitol Police. They opened the fucking doors. That's what he said. I mean, shit, dude. I gotta get a better webcam. I'm getting a lot of noise, huh? Is that what that is? Ish. Yeah. I like the color, though. Unless I have, like, really bright lights, I get that kind of noise. It's whatever, though. What else should we talk about? What do you want to dive into here? Let's see what Bo has to say about this. 16 hours ago. Yeah, here's Bo of the Fifth Column. Let's see what he has to say about this. I like his content. Let's give it a watch. You know, we're just fucking around here, so why not? Bo of the Fifth Column is a true hillbilly. Oh, that is the wrong thing. Here we are. Yeah, you see how it's like all the way over here? I have to figure that out. Oh, that's why. Of course. Duh. There we go. That was the issue. I had to hit fit the screen. It was bigger than the screen for some reason. All right, let's see what Bo has to say. This is on the Trump's transition.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again.
Let's turn down a little.
So, a few minutes ago, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has agreed to an orderly transition of power on January 20th.
3 minutes. Yeah, that's fine.
Said this in a statement. Allow me to be the first of what I can only assume is many people to express my suspicions. I am skeptical of this statement.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't believe it. In the same statement, the president said that, you know, this is just the beginning of the fight to make America great.
Yep.
I do not believe that he intends to pursue an orderly and peaceful transition of power. I think that because of today's events, he feels pressure. And he is caving to that pressure, but he is erratic, and he has been erratic. He has done nothing for this country except fill it with division and lies for 4 years. It is my belief that the president needs to resign,
Yeah, it won't
be
happen.
removed via the 25th Amendment, or be impeached and removed. I think that it's time to remove President Trump and get him away from the levers of power. I don't know that we should gamble on his goodwill, on the idea that he's learned his lesson, that he's not going to continue to damage the United States. The president has laid attack after attack against the basic principles of American democracy, the foundational elements of this country. And now, because he had his Twitter account taken away, well, now he's grown up. He's a big boy. I'm not sure I believe it. Honestly, to me, having talked about the president way too much over the last couple of years, it just seems like this is a way to get his version of events into the headlines, because he can't use Twitter right now, because he doesn't have access to social media. It seems as though he's still trying to control the narrative and seem as though he is still in control of events. If yesterday proved anything, it proved that the president is not in control. He doesn't understand what's going on. He does not understand the impacts that his words cause. I'm not sure that it's a good idea to simply say, okay, we trust you now.
Yeah.
Because he's given us
Understatement
no
of the
reason
century.
to trust him. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good morning.
Yeah, it's the understatement of the century there. He's fucking right. I want to see his channel. He's really interesting. I like Bo the Fifth Column. It's a good channel. He talks about a lot of conservative like perspective from, you know, someone who actually lives there, because there's a lot of kind of out of touch, like a lot of people have their theories, but like they don't understand what it's actually like to live in these communities. So I think he's very refreshing. Yeah, good channel. Definitely follow him. But unfortunately, a lot of what I've seen, like I don't see a lot of like disagreement or anything in his, like it seems like most of the people who follow him, it's like just more of that like cyclical, like, oh, you're on our side, cool. Which it'd be awesome if I could see him like I there's something that I've seen becoming a bit of a thing, and it's a lot of it's through channels like Vosh. This idea that we're going to use right-wing rhetoric in order to make left-wing points. You know, like we're gonna use this fucking 4chan like Vosh does this, and he's like really edgy. So if that's off-putting to you, you might not dig his shit. Forewarning, but like he'll use like a lot of that kind of 4chan language to like advocate for like socialism, and it's kind of funny, but it's also like that kind of shit can work. Not always, but you know. Wait. Give me 1 second here. Okay, there we are. Just something weird, that's all. I might be cut off. No, I see that. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I know what I have to do. There it is. Cool. Now we're good. Now we look nice. I just had to stretch it a little. It won't look any different. This is the first time I've done the browser streamy kind of shit. So, still playing around with that. I want to do some more BreadTube stuff. I've been going in that direction. It's like I spend so much time on it anyways. Like I see a lot of like I'll see like Hassan and the like just be playing video games and talking politics, and that's like something that I'm super about. It's amazing all the shit that's happened in the last month. It really is. Just gonna... Like, it's unbelievable to like see some of these like reports that I'm scrolling through, and like I can never get those to stay up. To see all these like all this news from like a month ago just on my feed on YouTube, and have it like just to see like 1 month ago, it's like holy shit. So much has happened last month. I mean, that's true of like pretty much every month in the last year. Like it's been a hell of a ride. It's been a lot of just. If you made it through with me, like, cheers. It's been a rough ride. So what now? It's weird though. Like, I kind of went into this wanting to cover a lot of shit, but like, it's like this one thing happened. Trump conceding was certainly a thing. I wasn't expecting that. You can tell he's not, you know, you can tell someone twisted his arm to get him to do that. He never would have done that on his own. I think behind closed doors, someone said, "You do this right now, or we're the 25th is going to get invoked and you're out of here." I'm sure that someone still did him the courtesy of like, well, you need to. I mean, like, maybe not. Maybe this was just to save him from, you know, maybe this was just a move to save his own ass, which is also very possible. It's just been exhausting, man. Fuck it. Maybe we'll jump into something for a while. And check out my Steam. I'm gonna play something, kill some time. I'm so annoyed about the Paper Mario thing on Twitch. I'm sorry, guys, if anyone jumped in and that was expecting that. Like, that's really annoying because I didn't. What I think happened was because I didn't have a game, it just didn't change anything. I left the field empty, so it just left it unchanged. But like I wasn't, yeah, it's stupid. Like it didn't let me not have a game at that point. Like it didn't. Like you could put it like a category that clearly wasn't gaming, but they still made you input a game on Streamlabs. I don't know what the fuck is up with that. But it really annoys me because like I don't want people to come into my stream expecting something that I'm not going to give them. Like that's not cool. Shit, what would she play? It'd be good to kill some time. I'm talking about playing To the Moon, but I think I'm going to do that in like its own stream because that's something I've never played and that deserves its own thing because apparently it's quite the game. Why am I so tired? Fuck, dude. What's something really like stream of consciousness? Stream of conscience, whatever. You know what I'm getting at. I just need something kind of semi-mindless. I might not be able to make it through the whole 8 hours for this. I could play some Hollow Knight, maybe. That's one I know how to get through. Oh, I played, here's something. Oh, goodness. I see a GI or something. It's driving me crazy. I played through, what? Bastion, Transistor, half of Pyre. I'm working on Pyre right now. And, I mean, I played through Hades like a few months ago, and I've put in like hundreds of hours into it at this point because Hades is fucking bomb as shit. But like, I'm pretty sure. For us to actually talk about games for a little, I'm pretty sure that fucking Supergiant might be my favorite developer. Just period. End of story. Because Bastion and Transistor were both fucking phenomenal games. Just absolutely phenomenal. I'll probably end up playing through those again, do like a New Game Plus run. Maybe I'll do that on stream. But yeah, Transistor hurt. It's a heavy ending to that game without giving anything away. It's a lot. Bastion was pretty moving too. I really liked Bastion as well. Pyre has just been fun. I just really enjoyed playing Pyre. I don't know my fucking headphones on. I'm not watching anything. So let's look what we got here. Hey, you guys want to check out my Steam library? Let's do that. Sounds great. Oh, you can't. I'd have to share that window with you. We could do that, though. I have... How many fucking games do I have? I'm curious. 684 games. I've been semi-actively collecting for 10 years. 2011 was right when I actually got my PC. So it's just been kind of. This is a PC that like I think every part has been replaced at least once. Outside of my case, but it does feel cool that like this is kind of in some way the same, like it's the same PC that I've had since 2011. It's just I get a new processor, I get a new OS, I get a new graphics card. Like but it's the same, like it's still the same hard drives that I had in there in 2011. They're still chugging away. It's just still the same RAM, still the same, you know, a lot of things. Same case. I do need to get I want to upgrade on RAM. That's the next thing I need to up because it's I think it's holding me back. I only have 8 gigs of RAM and I'm thinking about upgrading to 32. Would be nice. Although I don't get if you got your $600, that's awesome. I'm not going to get that because I'll have to claim it on taxes because the IRS fucked up. As they did with millions of people apparently. A lot of people didn't get that 600, and apparently they're not going to. Like at this point, I don't think that they made a mistake. I think that they didn't have enough money or something. I think that there was a certain level where they just didn't try, and they're like, "Oh yeah, thing not found. Claim it on your taxes," because it's easier for them to do that. I mean, I could be wrong too, but like I know way too many people that just didn't get their refund for like no fucking reason. Whereas last time, like even though it took a while to get out, most people like were getting some kind of information on what they had to do and where it was and etc. I'd have to do my taxes, which will be very easy because I didn't work last year, like almost at all. But I have to do my taxes if I want to see that $600. Fuck, maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait until that 2,000 hits, which I imagine might actually go through before the end of the month, if they're expedient. Mitch can still block shit until the 20th, though. Like, even if we get, if Warnock and Ossoff were sworn in, like, today, Mitch is still, I mean, like, I know this is obvious, but I think I've seen people make this argument, like, oh yeah, and then we'll have control of this. We have to wait until the 20th because we still have Pence, and McConnell is technically the majority leader until the 20th because they have Pence to be a tiebreaker. If we could get, like, theoretically, if we could get one conservative to vote with us, that'd be one thing. But the real issue is that it won't even go up for a vote because McConnell has that power, which is ridiculous. Senate majority leaders have way too much power. If the last 10 years haven't revealed that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Senate majority leaders have way too much fucking power. The amount of damage that Mitch McConnell has done in the last decade is unfathomable. The amount of damage he's done by his inaction, mostly. Like, we've basically, for a lot of, like, our government just hasn't been doing anything outside of, like, your basic functional, like, they haven't been adapting and like, problem solving. Like I said, the ACA happened. Cool, great. That's, like, the only thing I can think of that was like a actual big change in the last 10 years. But, other than that, it's been like your basic maintenance shit. It's been laws that, like, if you're not like me, if you're like someone who can lobby, you can get some shit done. You can add some loopholes that really make things a hell of a lot easier for you. But as far as, like, when I say nothing's gotten done, I'm talking about people who actually matter. Which means people as a collective, because if I were to go up to Congress and lobby for one specific something, I don't matter at that point. I don't mean anything at that point. Or at least I mean next to nothing. Like, if I lobby for a thing that nobody agrees with me on or that nobody else wants, like, that doesn't carry any weight. Because I'm one fucking person. It shouldn't matter how much money I have. I'm one person who lives here. And that is the extent of... Outside of respecting my freedom of expression, like, and my, like, that, as far as, like, freedom of expression goes and all of that, yeah, please, like, individualism, like, be who you want to be, as long as what you're doing doesn't hurt people, who gives a shit? Everyone should agree with that. Should, but, as far as things that do affect other people, my voice doesn't mean shit on its own. What matters is how many people I have that agree with me. Even if I have really good ideas. I have to make that argument and convince others. Like, I have to start a movement. And, you know, there needs to be some kind of collective motion. And that's how things should work. That's not how they do work. But we can change that. I believe that we can change that. I think that every election we get a few more people. It might not happen on the timeline that everyone wants it to. As far as the immediate, we'll see. But like as far as the immediate things that people are concerned about, like as far as the immediate existential worries like climate change, I think the Democrats will do an adequate job. I think they'll be fine. I think the Democrats value science in the most general of senses. Like I think they respect the opinions of you know, professional scientists, the way conservatives don't, oftentimes. But I don't know. We're gonna have to fight for a lot of this other stuff. We need to get money out of politics. I haven't talked about that. I'm just kind of, you know, absentmindedly scrolling through my library and see if I can pick a game. Just everything I play is just like so like narrative driven. Like, oh, there's Mass Effect. We can play Mass Effect. It's like that really takes over. Like I just kind of want to do something to pass the time. That could be fun, you know. I don't have a lot of games like that though. Fuck me, dude. But yeah, we need to get money out of politics. That needs to happen. That needs to happen before we can get anything else done. As long as money decides, until we have like serious campaign finance reform, we don't get a platform for these arguments. Because your money is when money can influence elections, when money can make or break elections, when you need all of that extra investment from, you know, corporations, they have more power than everybody else. They, like, politicians become beholden, their platforms become beholden to them. That needs to be taken out of the equation. Needs to. And we don't talk about it enough. Because it's not a big, sexy issue. It should be. I don't know why it isn't. Like, it always comes up in, like, a vague sense. Like, we need to get money out of politics. We need to change, you know, like, donor thing. It's like, but it's never, like a big, sexy, hot button issue. And I think it's because it hasn't been marketed that way. Because the powers that be really don't want that. They're not interested in like, that doesn't become a thing for us to bicker about, because I think that hurts them more than anything else. But I think it's where we have to start. And it's always concerning that I just never hear anyone talk about it. Because that changes everything. Because then you might actually get judged on the strength of your ideas, or at least your ability to argue those ideas. I mean, media always has its own, you know, its own stake in all of this too. You know, outside of money, there's also media coverage, and there's a lot of other things. But like, people can run on platforms that their constituents like more. Like people can run on better platforms that benefit us, when they're not as beholden to these kind of, you know, the powers that be there. So I think we got to start there. Got anything else? Oh, we're still talking about 25th. In spite of in spite of Trump's weak ass concession. Yeah. So yeah, inquiries about the 25th. This was 9/23, updated 9/23. Oh, this is an article a while ago. What's the update? Well, let's just read the whole thing. Fuck it. Inquiries about the 25th Amendment have been coming into Vice President Mike Pence's advisors in this discussion. Yeah, we already know that. Highly unlikely. Yeah, duh. Maybe that's what happened right here. Demanding a cabinet meeting with Donald to confront him about his behavior. Okay, so there you go. That's probably what was the update. Was that got updated when he delivered that address, I imagine. These people who say shit, fucking cowards. Why take the risk? Yeah, so. White House advisors in discussions with senior officials said Trump only recorded the video because the presidency is currently threatened by looming resignations and potential impeachment. I think that the video was done only because almost all of his senior staff was about to resign and impeachment is imminent. That message and tone should have been relayed election night, not after people died. Yeah. Okay, so that was nothing. They told that, like, I already know all of that. Great, thanks. Betsy DeVos resigned. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Like, congratulations, you resigned 13 days before you would have lost your job anyways. This looks like something interesting. A Trump supporter called C-SPAN in tears to ask if her president had lied to her. Listen to a self-described Trump supporter rethink her support in real time. For the entire Trump presidency, the question skeptics of the administration kept asking was, what will be enough? What could make his supporters realize that they've been had? Charlottesville wasn't enough. Trying to get a foreign prosecutor to pursue his political opponents wasn't enough. Botched hurricane response. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she was killed. The other deaths, there were a couple other deaths, but they were like indirect. Like one of them had a stroke, one of them had a heart attack. No one. I think she was the only. I think she was the only one who was killed there, who died on site. Or maybe she was. She might have been alive when she got there, but like she was murdered. The other people, they had a heart attack, they had a stroke, what have you. Not murdered as in like I don't know. Like that was a. It's sad, but maybe don't try to break into the Capitol building. That's probably a good idea to not do that. Okay, let's watch this. That sounds like a good use of our time. Let's see.
Tammy's in Boise, Idaho. Hi, Tammy. What are your thoughts about today?
I just have one question. I wanted to know if my president lied to me today. And if he did, I want him to tell me. And more importantly, I want him to tell the family of the woman that got shot and killed today. I voted for him. I voted for him.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
It's Tammy in Boise.
Wow. Wow. That's I mean, yeah, there are people like that. People have been drinking the Kool-Aid with this shit, and that's what I was saying today. It was like, if this wasn't a jumping off point for like, if this wasn't a jumping off point for you as a Trump supporter, then you don't have one. Like, if this wasn't enough, I don't know what to tell you. And I think it was actually, because, you know, there are these, I mean, I can't even call them LARPers. They did actually try a fucking coup. But, like, all these, like, unhinged people who tried to overthrow the result. I can't even, it's, like, hard to even call them unhinged. I mean, they are, but, like, they were manipulated. Okay? Because, like, if I believed that happened, if that actually did happen, okay? If the roles were reversed and there was actual, like, if Trump actually subverted the will of the people, you'd best believe that I would be there. And that millions of people, or at least thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands, would also be there. And that's what they think they're doing. Doesn't excuse it. But, like, if this is if this isn't a place for you to jump off the Trump train, I don't know what the fuck is. I think that you're in for the long haul. That's why I think deplatforming him and removing him from the public sphere is the best thing we can do. That's something. That's really something. All right. What else we got? Oh wow, a GOP lawmaker called for the invoking the 25th. None of that's going to happen now. That person, I'm sure they already backed out. Now that Trump conceded, that really is going to take the wind out of their sails. They'll still impeach him. I believe that the Democratic House will impeach him, but any Republicans that may have signed on to this they're not going to now, I don't think. Okay. I'm gonna check my other source of information. I think that's where I need to get my news right now. Because I want to keep see if there's anything else. It's weird for it to be a slow news day, but, like, all the articles are just the same thing. It's just this. Yep, everyone's talking about DeVos resigning. Like, yeah, I know it's basically a meaningless gesture, but it is good to see her fucking leave. I'd love to see her behind bars too. Oh my god. Mick Mulvaney resigned. Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Yeah, like these people. Like and this was my immediate response was like to be taken aback by all this, like, too. But like that this is what it took. Like, this is what it fucking took. Saying that he was going to do this was fine. But we had to wait until it happened. We had to wait until it happened for us to step down. We had to gaslight people and pretend that their concerns were all made up. They were all just, you know. My goodness. All right. Gonna just do some more. Who's that? Who'd that be? Oh, yeah. She might not like that, actually. I said I recommended Vosh to a friend, and I realized the video I sent might not be something that grabs their interest. I should have watched the whole video first. Like, he can be very edgy. I think that, like, the overall good is great, but like I can see him rubbing, like, I totally understand why a lot of people don't like him. There's some fairly cringy stuff. What the hell is this? That's not me. There we go. Cool. There was like someone else's Reddit that I was logged into. That's really weird. Oh, look at that. 6 Republican lawmakers among rioters as police released photos of wanted. I think I probably already knew about all these individually. There was one who was in West... fuck off. Go away. Stop. I hate that. There was one that was in West Virginia who probably won't face any consequences because he's a politician. And they seem to be exempt from the law whenever their party's in political power. Jake Angeli. I think it was him. Oh, no. Oh, that guy, yeah. No, sorry, that's a different person. That's fucking Viking Horn dude. That nutbag. "68 arrests. Yeah, 4 riders died, 56 officers were injured. 1 officer remains in the hospital after being beaten and tased by the mob. Inciting a riot. Yeah, and weapons violations. Yeah. Okay. So that's something. That's something to really focus in on. Charges include inciting a riot and weapons violations. Okay. Cool. These. That's pretty weak, ain't it? Like. Can you imagine the charges? Can you imagine the charges if this was like a Black Lives Matter protest, or if this was like any other kind of lefty, like if this was like an anti-Trump protest, specifically Black Lives Matter, like because people of color obviously are treated different by law enforcement, just period, end of discussion. But also lefties are also treated with animosity by law enforcement, to a slightly lesser degree. Or to a lesser degree, we'll say. It's not. It's an issue, but it's I think it is on a different level than like what black people face, like their history with law enforcement. So inciting a riot and weapons violations. Okay, interesting. So devil's advocate could say that maybe the people that they charged are only guilty of that, but I know that some of the people who they have on camera, who you can see their face and I fully identify them, okay? I know that some of those motherfuckers broke into Congress. I think that's like a touch beyond this. Some of them publicly on social media, verifiably, because news organizations have reported on this, talked about their intents going into this, that they intended to overthrow, that they intended to overturn the results of the election, that was the point. And those same people, like actually it was all the people who it was the article about the deaths. They found all of these posts. So the charges that law enforcement can drum up on people of color, just on general people that they don't like. I have a friend who, he was like in an abandoned building. Like he was just kind of loitering. It would probably be but they tried to get him for so much shit. Like they had like 12 different charges on him, and he was like a kid just hanging out in an abandoned fucking warehouse. These motherfuckers tried to overturn an election, and they're getting inciting a riot and weapons violations. Okay, like this isn't a time to go light on people with this. Like this is a time to be like, oh no, like law enforcement is more than capable of finding a lot more on these people. Because I don't think that everyone who was there, I imagine that there were people there who were just there to protest. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. I imagine that there were people there who fit that bill, but like a lot of people knew exactly what they were getting into. A lot of people planned to do exactly what they fucking did. And those people, a lot of them, are on camera. So maybe we should upgrade those charges a little bit. What's it called when you incite a riot to overturn an election? To overthrow a government? I mean, you can play semantics on overthrow the government, but like they were trying to overturn an election, a democratic election. I think inciting a riot to that end is actually called sedition. I think that's the word. They're trying to go light on these people because it's more like think of it's more like these people are human beings. Like they are, but like they're trying to go light on these people when they don't seem to have any reservations about, you know, ruining the lives of like, good God. For them to softball and shit like that, ridiculous. Okay. Terry Lynn Weaver, Tennessee. Virginia State Senator Amanda Chase denied that any violence had taken place despite the overwhelming evidence, and later accused the police of murder. Oh yeah, get her the fuck out. She does not. She should not be an elected official. Don't believe the fake media narrative. Yeah, she needs gone. That person's incorrigible and they need gone. I mean, all these motherfuckers, but like, that feels like a different level. Oh yeah, one of ours, Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano. I remember this. Made sure that a busload of people could be in D.C. He said in a video that he didn't participate in the clashes with police. I don't believe that. Justin Hill skipped his swearing in. Missouri State Representative Justin Hill skipped his swearing in ceremony to be in D.C. Well, I guess he's not an elected official then, huh? Michigan State Rep Matt Maddock. There's also some dude from West Virginia. They didn't mention him in here. But there's a state rep from West Virginia that was there who West Virginian Democrats are also trying to bring charges against and get expelled. There was some owner of some local business in Pittsburgh that was on the scaffolding. I'm sure you guys saw pictures of the scaff. That whole business. The Capitol police officer that went to the hospital died. Capitol police officers on life support Thursday night after a mob. Yep. Thursday, the Capitol Police released a statement stating no officers had died as a result of Wednesday's riot. They retracted that statement when that guy died. Some calling the officers traitors for doing their jobs. For doing, yeah, I mean, if you were stopping people from entering the Capitol building, like, that's one of the few times where I'm gonna say that maybe that person, in this circumstance, don't make me defend the police, y'all. Like, come the fuck on. But yeah, you know what? In this circumstance, I'm glad they were doing their jobs when they were. A lot of them weren't. Wouldn't you know? Kind of a big problem with this. 90 minutes later, the police said demonstrators got in the building. Armed standoff. Police officers had their guns drawn at someone who was trying to breach it. As a result of the episode, U.S. Capitol resigning. Yeah. Oh, so they didn't die and they never changed the headline. Updated 10/17. Oh. On life. Oh, it does say on life support. The headline said that they died. Oh, right. Okay, I know why. Never mind. Never mind. Might be. I know because I got that off of Reddit, and the headline changed. Loeffler actually conceded today. You know what? I'll eat my hat on that. I didn't think that she would. I was pretty convinced that both Loeffler and Perdue weren't going to concede their elections. I think that maybe yesterday changed the climate where that was concerned. Yesterday shut up a lot of the GOP. Not all of them, because some of them are shameless, sociopathic, abhorrent motherfuckers like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley. But yeah, Loeffler concedes, which is great. Oh yeah, here's a fun one. Rick Saccone. This person ran against Connor Lamb, who was my representative a couple years ago. They were Connor Lamb's opponent. These people really thought, like, these same motherfuckers who will talk about how they don't have privilege, how they're the ones who are really oppressed, like, will openly admit that they're trying to overthrow the government on social media. On social media. Like, that's how bold these people are. Is that they went up to this point, they were proud of it, they were sharing it on their respective profiles. Like, a lot of these people are going to get arrested because they literally confessed to the crime. They literally outed themselves. Hell, a reporter took a picture of Nancy Pelosi's computer screen. Whatever that fucking guy's name was, Elijah something. There's like a Blaze reporter. Let me fucking find this. Let's find this shit. Computer screen. Oh, no, it's a different thing. Sure. Let's just look at this. Okay. Yeah, right here. Elijah Schaffer. That is Nancy Pelosi's computer. That's you can't do that. That's also illegal. You can say emails are like they're acting like they're just approaching this. I am inside Nancy Pelosi's office. You're not I love the way that this tweet went out. Revolutionaries. Calls them revolutionaries, the fucker. But they're acting like they're like being a legit reporter. Breaking, I am inside Nancy Pelosi's office with the thousands of revolutionaries who have stormed the building. To put in perspective how quickly a staff evacuated, emails are still like they act like they're just like doing some factual reporting. Like, this person is actively breaking the law. They are not allowed to be where they are, and they're taking a picture of Nancy Pelosi's fucking computer screen. Like, are you kidding me? This is how bold these people are. This is how brazen they've gotten. They've been openly encouraged to do shit like this because and have faced no consequences for it. Because a lot of times cops aren't willing to arrest them, and the president of the United States openly encourages them to do things. Remember when Joe Biden's campaign bus, was run off the fucking road in Texas, and the GOP encouraged them? Like, these people are told that they're allowed to do shit like this. And then and now the GOP wants to throw up their hands and be like, how could this happen? This is such a disgrace. I can't believe this happened. Like, how are you surprised? You got us here. By either embracing Trump wholeheartedly or being too much of a coward to tell him no, you got us here. These people weren't this bold before. The Blaze, I think, I'm pretty sure the Blazes existed for a while. But, like, this shit doesn't happen unless someone's told that they can do it through others' actions. Like, I mean, fuck, Trump told them to go do this. But, yeah. I don't know, dude. That's, what the hell was... Oh, yeah. Is it here? No. Poop. Do I actually have a viewer? Or do I just have something open? Like, am I just watching myself on Twitch? Or do I just have, like, a silent viewer? No, I got someone who's tuning in. Well, thank you, whoever this person is. I appreciate your silent and steadfast support. Yeah. Y'all think that Trump's gonna run in 4 years? You think he'll be successful? 4 years is a long time. I don't think he'll get more popular in 4 years. There's a good chance he'll get a lot less popular. Yeah, like here's another one, okay? I was talking about man in Capitol mob fired after he wore his company ID badge to the riot. These people think that what they're doing is okay. They don't think that they're going to face consequences for this. It's all been a LARP up to this point. It's all been a show of power, a show of strength. It's all been showing up in fucking bulletproof vests and guns and what have you. And yeah, obviously a skirmish breaks out. There's been some violence and, some people have died. But as far as a movement as a whole, like, this isn't real to them. They think that they can just do shit like this. Oh, shit. I'm not trying to show my Reddit screen. Like, they think they can just do shit like this. Oh yeah, Legal Eagle had a good take on all this. He came off very strong. Legal Eagle's another channel you should sub to if you're like interested in the logistics of like how our laws work. It's a pretty great channel to follow. Oh yeah, there were some fucking ANCAPs at this protest too, because there is literally no difference between libertarians and ANCAPs at all. They're the same thing. People always talk about anarchism being like people use anarchism. Like, here's the thing that annoyed the shit out of me. People talk about anarchism like it's synonymous with chaos. It's like it's used as like a synonym for, that's what synonymous means. Like there was, like someone said, a bunch of anarchists broke into the Capitol. Like I saw multiple, I saw a couple different reports say shit like that. That's not what anarchism is. Those people were fascists, whatever they were claiming to be. They were trying to overturn a legitimate election. So whether they were being used as useful idiots or they knew that they were doing that, they were acting in support of fascism. A lot of them didn't care. For a lot of them, this was a hollow argument, and they knew it. Okay, there were people. Not all these people just believe that there was fraud. Sometimes it helps support their argument, but a lot of these people just don't care. If Trump was like, "I lost, but I'm not leaving," a lot of these people would be like, "Oh, great. We don't want you to leave." These people don't fucking care about democracy. Some of them. Some of them are just manipulated. But I gotta believe some people know exactly what's going on and they're just okay with it. I gotta believe that quite a few people fit that bill. Hey, let's watch this. I'm feeling like some Legal Eagle. Let's he put out a new video today. Oh, it's a short. Yeah, we'll watch it anyways.
A lot of people are throwing around the word sedition recently, and unfortunately not for no good reason. But what is sedition itself? Well, originally, as used in the United States, sedition meant opposing or resisting any law of the United States, or writing anything false, malicious, or scandalous about the president or Congress. But because of the First Amendment, that doesn't fly. So now the law is codified at 18 U.S.C. 2384, which makes it a crime for 2 or more people within the United States to conspire to overthrow or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to level war against them, to oppose by force the authority of the United States government, or to take, seize, or possess by force any property of the United States. The next statute makes it a crime to advocate for the violent overthrow of the United States government. Is what we saw on January 6th actually sedition? Well, I'm going to do a full video to find out. So I'll see you.
I'll be watching that. Short answer, yes, I'd imagine. I think he does. He's been making the argument for the invocation of the 25th Amendment. He's been making the argument for impeachment. I don't know if he said that we need to invoke the 25th, or if he said that that's like a route we aren't going to be able to do. He was just saying get him the fuck out of office. What the fuck is his name? Is it Devin? I think it's Devin. Yeah, whatever. I think his name's Devin. But anywho, yeah, Legal Eagle, it's a good channel. What else we got? But yeah, he was already making the argument that we should impeach him. I can't imagine what for other than sedition. Like, that was, I mean, maybe just like a general inciting a riot, but like, he told people to go protest in front of Capitol Hill. So if we're making the argument that he was trying to start a riot, I think that we're also making an argument that like sedition is like, that's the same argument. Like, inciting a riot and sedition, when it comes to this specific context, is the same fucking thing. I'd imagine. So I can't see, like, if you're gonna go for anything, that feels like what it would be. Because there's nothing wrong with telling people to go protest somewhere. But there is something wrong with, you know, encouraging them to break into the to raise unholy hell in front of the Capitol building, which he did. So if you're gonna go for impeachment, that's what you should go for. We'll see. I imagine that it's going to happen. I hope Nancy Pelosi doesn't back out on this one, because he needs to be impeached. And I think that a good majority of the country will back her on this one this time. I mean, she impeached him when she had a lot less support last time, so I better see the House impeach him again. The Senate won't. They're a bunch of fucking cowards. I mean, you know, some odd 48 people in the Senate will, or 50, depending on when it happens. But I believe we could get the vote to present evidence in the Senate. I think we need a supermajority to actually impeach, and we will not get that. It won't happen. We might be able to get I think we'll be able to get evidence be presented. I think Mitt Romney will vote yes on that. I think there's a couple other senators that are trying to distance themselves from Trump that will entertain that as well. You know, red senators, and like Pat Toomey, I imagine, would probably vote yes on that. Like, red senators in places that either who aren't running for re-election, like Pat Toomey, or live in areas that aren't like red states, which is also Pat Toomey. But, you know, credit where credit's due. He spoke out pretty early and said all these allegations are bullshit. Fuck him anyways, but like, I mean, it didn't do anything. All that happened when Pat Toomey, you know, admitted that Biden won the election was a bunch of liberals were in the comments singing his praises, and a bunch of conservatives were telling him that he's, you know, he's a traitor to the people, and yada. Like, it didn't fucking do anything. I'm not saying that I'm glad he did it. But like, it didn't seem to make it have any kind of difference. Maybe it did. Maybe there were people who were watching who were won over by that. But like, it feels like there hasn't been much movement there. It feels like most Republicans still think that this was an illegitimate election. I feel like we are downplaying the a couple of bombs found part of the day. Yeah, there was a couple bombs placed around. I should look that up. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I'm curious, because I heard about that. But yeah, that hasn't been getting like any. We were focused on the actual riots and like the actual insurrection. The Capitol Hill bomb. Just type bomb. Imagine it'll come up. All right, here we are. This is the Post. Let me see if I can find another source. Why is it the New York Post is the only one that is the first one I can find? Conservative hacks. I remember that before the election, they were pushing a lot of bullshit conspiracy theories about mail-in fraud. I don't want to read anything from the Post. Or my Post anymore. Why is the New York Post the only one to cover that? That's fucking weird. Okay. I guess it's not covered as its own thing. It's just like there's like a lot of these. Whoa, 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 whoa. How did that happen? Let's see if it's here. Okay. Okay, let's take a look here. President Trump stormed. I want to see the part about the bombs. Okay. All right. At the news conference, Chief Conte also made clear that 2 explosive devices found earlier Wednesday at the headquarters of the Republican National Committee and the nearby headquarters of the Democratic National Committee were in fact pipe bombs. That's what it was. It was the RNC and the DNC. There were explosives placed at. There was coordinated efforts here. Like, it wasn't that just people showed up at a mall and then they ended up at the Capitol. Like, that ignores the fact that multiple state capitals were also invaded. Kentucky governor. My sister lives in Kentucky, and I'm fairly certain that their governor. There was something about like. Excuse me. Okay, someone mentioned this offhand, and I can't seem to find it. Delays speech in response to protests. House Speaker David Osborne called the protesters. Yeah, okay, I don't care. Okay, that's not news. Someone said something happened with that, where like they were at the like Kentucky governor's house or something like that. Something to that effect. Let's try this one more time. But people were focused on the U.S. Capitol. There were several state capitals. Pennsylvania state capital. We had issues. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they had the wrong state or something. But yeah, let's look at my state capital here. Because my aunt lives near Harrisburg. I'll type protest because these people are gonna softball it in and call it a protest when these were fucking riots. Lockdown protest. My aunt said that there were some issues in Harrisburg too, but I can't seem to find. Everyone was focused on the U.S. Capitol. Like, I heard that several other state capitals were broken into, but like no one reported on them because, I mean, fuck, dude. All eyes were on D.C. yesterday. Oh yeah, this idiot motherfucker wearing his company ID badge. How? These people really thought nothing was going to happen to them. Like, there's a guy on Twitter who's like, I saw a Twitter account that was like bragging about being here and saying all sorts of insurrectionary, nonsense. And the next tweet is like, wait, why is the FBI contacting me? And then like their account was deleted. Like, these people thought that they could just do this. These same like we aren't privileged people thought that they were within their rights to invade the Capitol and that Donald Trump was going to protect them. My goodness. It's pretty baffling. Fuck, dude. What else we got? Oh yeah, was it Tammy Duckworth who said? Tammy Duckworth called the cabinet. Well, that's AOC. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was confused. I don't know why. Tammy Duckworth said something. This was AOC though. AOC called the cabinet a bunch of cowards for resigning, and she's right. Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens when the FBI really follows through on all this shit. Okay, well, it's good that apparently Biden talked a little tougher on this later. Let's take a look at this. I had a lot of issues with Biden's initial response to this. It just sounded like a lot of like, why can't we all get along? And it just like felt like an underreaction to what was going on. Oh, I have to fucking stretch the screen. There we go. It just felt like a real like underreaction to everything. President-elect Joe Biden. When was this? Is this today? Okay.
Yesterday,
oh, here we are. Great.
in my view,
I didn't see this.
one of the darkest days in the history of our nation. An unprecedented assault on our democracy. An assault literally on the citadel of liberty in the United States Capitol itself. An assault on the rule of law. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, ratifying the will of the people in choosing the leadership of their government. All of us here grieve the loss of life, grieve the desecration of the people's house. But what we witnessed yesterday was not dissent, it was not disorder, it was not protest, it was chaos. They weren't protesters. Don't dare call them protesters. They were a riotous mob, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists.
There we
It's
go.
that basic, it's that simple.
Good.
And I wish
Thank
we
you.
could say we couldn't see it coming.
There we go.
But that isn't true. We could see it coming. The past 4 years, we've had a president who's made his contempt for our democracy, our Constitution, the rule of law clear in everything he has done. He unleashed an all-out assault on our institutions of our democracy from the outset. And yesterday was but the culmination of that unrelenting attack.
Props to whoever
He's
wrote this
attacked
speech
the free
for him.
press, who dared to question his power, repeatedly calling the free press the enemy of the people. Language at the time he first used it, I and others said, has long been used by autocrats and dictators all over the world to hold on to power, the enemy of the people. Language that is being used now by autocrats and dictators across the world, only this time with the imperator of an outgoing president of the United States of America. He's attacked our intelligence services, who dared tell the American people the truth about the effort of a foreign power to elect him 4 years ago, choosing instead to believe the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of those who've sworn their allegiance to this nation.
Oh, we're almost done here.
Many of whom had risked their lives
What the?
in the service of this nation.
That was it. That's it.
Well,
Oh, okay.
thanks for
Yeah, Boris Johnson denounces Trump. Yeah, that was only part of the speech.
Justice is blind. What we saw yesterday in plain view was another violation of the fundamental tenet of this nation.
What the hell is...
Not only did we see the failure to protect one of the three branches of our
weird.
government,
Oh, what the hell is going on with my...
we also saw a clear failure to carry out equal justice. I don't know if you used to say in the Senate, excuse a point of
what was
personal
that?
privilege. A little over an hour and a half after the chaos started, I got a text from my granddaughter, Finnegan
dear
Biden,
Lord,
who's a senior
Biden.
in her last
God
semester
help us.
at the University of Pennsylvania. She sent me a photo of military people in full military gear, scores of them lining the steps of the Lincoln Memorial
Okay, he's going to talk about the BLM thing.
because of protests by Black Lives Matter. She said, Pop, this isn't fair.
Really?
No one can tell me that if had been a group of Black Lives Matter protesting yesterday, they wouldn't have been treated very, very differently
Good.
than the mob of thugs.
Thank you for
stormed the
saying that.
Capitol. We all know that's true.
Appreciate
And it
that.
is unacceptable, totally unacceptable.
There we
American
go.
people saw it in plain view, and I hope it sensitized them to what we have to do.
Okay, so
Yesterday-
this was his prepared response as opposed to his immediate one. His immediate response to all of this was I was very not happy with. It was a lot of like, why can't we all get along? I said during the thing, you might have volume and stuff, but like, cheers to whoever wrote that speech for him. If he wrote that speech, then good for him. But yeah, that's what I wanted to hear him say yesterday. I wanted to hear him call it terrorism. That was important. And some people will say that this shit doesn't matter. That like it's all just posturing and optics, but like optics matter. The fact that like the president-elect of the United States calls that terrorism is important, because that is a position that people consciously or subconsciously respect. Like that's the president. Being the president like means something outside of just your political influence and power. It's you have a point in case, the people who attacked the Capitol yesterday were emboldened by Trump. Trump didn't have the political power to that wasn't a move that happened because of political power. That was a move that happened because he's had a platform. He has had the platform to push this conspiracy fucking nonsense. This constant lies and deception that he's been able to sell to people, that a lot of people will eat right up because he's the president of the United States. I wanted to see Biden say all of those things yesterday. I'm glad he said them today. My complaint was that we weren't talking tough on this. But I wanted, I'm glad about the race thing too. I wasn't expecting that. For him to compare that to Black Lives Matter and kind of talk about that as an issue. That surprised me. That's great. Good to see it. But speeches do matter. You are given the platform to address the entirety of the American people, at least those who are listening, which is, I imagine, most of us. Even if we disagree, like a lot of people will still, I still watched Trump's inauguration speeches. I disagreed with them, but I listened to them. Is the larger point here. Having that platform matters, and the shit that you say when you're in front of the mic, that really matters. And boy howdy, if the last 4 years didn't demonstrate that. So yeah, even though it seems like posturing, and it seems like, yeah, okay, whatever. It's encouraging to see him talk that tough on this. That was what I wanted to see from him yesterday. I wanted to hear him call it terrorism. That was the big thing. I wanted to hear the word terrorism used to describe that. That was important. Because Biden has run on the optics of like bringing everyone together. The thing that I think that Biden can do to his advantage here, just talking specifically about like, listen, I know a lot of us don't like Biden. I mean, 70% of the people who voted for Biden, voted against Trump. Like, I get it. No one likes Biden. I don't really like Biden, but I do want Biden. When I say to be successful, I don't mean. I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this, because there are some things I don't want him to be successful on, but I do want Biden to do good things. I don't think he will. But if someone that I don't like does something that furthers my political agenda, that furthers the things that I care about, addresses the things that I care about, I'm going to, I'm not going to pretend that they didn't just because I have to be all anti-Democrat all the time. Like, for fuck's sake. Like, this is a very small gesture, but it was important. This was terrorism. I wanted to hear him call it a coup too, but domestic terrorism is pretty much the same thing. Terrorism implies that there's a motive, A riot is just a riot. Terrorism means that they were trying to accomplish something, which is basically like I said, I would have liked to hear the word coup, but it's important that we put that label on this. From someone in that position. I don't have super high hopes for him. I'm like, holy shit, that speech. Like, there's a couple times where I was like, did he just like nod off for a second? Like, he's not an amazing public speaker. He does kind of always look like he doesn't really, like, he's had some strong moments. Like, there was that one debate with Trump where he was kind of on his shit, which was nice. But like, Biden kind of looks like he's not all there a lot. It's concerning. He kind of went in and out. Like, there was a couple moments where there was like, okay, that was a good show of strength there. But the thing that is optically to Biden's Biden has marketed himself on the idea that we're trying to of reaching across the aisle, which I know a lot of people are opposed to. Okay, I am too, outright. I don't think we should reach across the aisle. I think we should argue the hell out of our points and be like, we're doing things our way now. Maybe there are some things that are worth compromising on, but I can't think of a lot of issues. I think if the Democrats stick to their guns and don't compromise with Republicans all the time, they have the chance to win this battle of optics here. And I think Biden running on the idea that he was going to reach across the aisle, a lot of Democrats don't want him to do that either. A lot of Democrats are like, no, fuck them. Are you kidding me? Like, they would do the same thing. Like, they haven't, like they haven't done that to us in the last 10 years. So why should we do that again? I mean, like, a lot of pretty moderate Democrats think that. But like, I don't think we should reach across the aisle, but I think that being the message that he's saying, this idea that like he is a moderate. I'm not saying he's not, but for him to be a moderate, for him to say things like, I want us to all come together, and I want unity, and I want us to reach across the aisle and compromise and find solutions to all these things. For him to say stuff like that and send this message of like, these aren't partisan issues. These are common sense. Like for him to say all that stuff and then still put terrorism on, like, it's, I'm not saying that that should be a partisan issue, but like, holy shit, it's turned into that. I think convincing people that that's your motive, and I think he's going to follow through on that too, fucking much to my dismay. But I think convincing people that that's what you're about, and then saying stuff like that, helps to depoliticize a lot of things that have been, like, helps to really just like put things like that plain and clear. And I think that that's important. Like, that was terrorism, and that's become a political stance that was terrorism, you know. The only one I heard who was willing to really just like call things out as they were, who, you know, gives, you know, Romney gives great speeches, for all they're worth. Like, he doesn't do much to back it up, ever. But I will give him credit that he's a good public speaker, and it was a good speech yesterday. And he did call it an insurrection. But like, great, thanks. Where were you the last 4 years? You only seem to show up when your vote doesn't actually affect anything. But I'm getting sidetracked again. Basically, yeah, that's better. I was saying that there needed to be a show of strength there. Like, there needed to be like, you know, we need to be pounding our fists on the table about this shit, and we need to talk tough on issues like this. We need to have a zero tolerance for this kind of stuff. And that was closer to what I wanted to see from him. I think he was. It sounded like someone woke him up yesterday. Be like, hey, there's an armed coup happening outside of the Capitol. You need to say something about it. That one seemed like him just kind of talking. This seems like someone wrote him a speech. It's a good speech. I dig it. I wish he was a better public speaker, though. Holy shit. He is just... You know what? I don't like using Trump's words, but like the Sleepy Joe thing is pretty apt. He's... got some issues there. He is, but he's the one we're propping up here. He's what we got. Great. I have no idea what's going to happen. I hope everything's different now that we have the Senate, because we can confirm anyone we fucking want, within reason. We can confirm anyone that the Democrats will agree on. So, like, Bernie Sanders, Secretary of Labor, is actually something we might be able to do now. Maybe. That's within the realm of possibility now. I don't know if that'll happen. It probably won't. Biden knows him. He wouldn't have gotten elected without Sanders. 100%. All right. You got anything else that's interesting? Yeah, it's all the same shit. Federal prosecutor. Okay, here's something. Here's a thing. Yeah, close some of these tabs. Oh, go away. Okay. All right. Wait, does this keep happening? Wait a sec. Why does this keep happening? Like, every time I open a new thing, it like fucking it gets all weird. Okay, thank you. Okay, whatever. We're cool. Okay, let's take a look at this. Doesn't rule out isn't like very strong wording. Top federal prosecutor in D.C. on Thursday pointedly did not rule out charging President Donald Trump in connection with inciting a riot to support invaded the U.S. Capitol complex a day earlier. Yeah, they're going to do something like inciting a riot. Like, they're not willing to say sedition, but it's fucking sedition. Here, let me... Okay. Sedition. Conducting or conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against the authority of a state or monarch. That is all sedition is. It's what he did. If you're saying that he incited a riot, you're saying that he's guilty of sedition. But they're trying to softball it in on him. This motherfucker does not deserve that. Okay? He doesn't deserve inciting a riot. He doesn't deserve, like... Yeah. It is sedition. What's the legal... I guess the only other question is what the U.S. definition is. All right. Seditious conspiracy. Treason. Yeah, treason is a foreign thing. Treason would be like if he conspired with like Russia to if he conspired with Russia to overthrow the government, that would be treason. Sedition is all internal. I believe that's the main difference. Seditious conspiracy. 2 or more persons is subject to inspire to overthrow, put down, oppose by force the authority thereof. Like, it's not like like, they're not going to be able to make the case that, like, he didn't out and out, like, say, hey, go overthrow the government and install, and he did encourage them to riot against the state, which is all you need for sedition. It's not like a hard, like... Yeah. Advocating overthrow the government. Seditious conspiracy. Sedition criminal law. What is that? Hold on. Here's something. Hey, baby. What are you into, huh? What are you doing? A lot of noise over there. You making trouble? Come here. He's my baby. Oh, yeah. Hi. So, yeah. I just keep finding seditious conspiracy. I want to know what, like... Yeah, seditious conspiracy. So it has to be a couple people, it sounds like. Unless there's a different... if 2 or more persons in any state... Or to oppose force by force the authority thereof. Okay, so here's where they get them. Okay? That's where they get them. If 2 or more persons... so that's a weird... I guess the conspiracy involves like they can make the argument that, yeah, okay, I think I get it. I'll have to watch Legal Eagle's video on that. I'm sure he'll clear that up a bit, but yeah, it sounds like he would meet the definition of that. because a conspiracy, like he would have conspired with the crowd. We were talking about so yeah, that's where we were. We were talking about inciting a riot. Right. Pardoning himself for any crimes. Yeah, he's still talking about self-pardoning. He can't fucking do that. The riot came after more than 2 months of false claims by Trump. I'm fairly certain you can't pardon yourself. Said falsely that Pence had the power to refuse. Yeah, okay. So they're considering charging him for inciting a riot. They'd have to do that after he leaves office. I'm fairly certain. They could do that after he leaves office. That's why he's trying to pardon himself, because he's gonna get fucking destroyed once he leaves office. I imagine. The wind is changing where all of that's concerned. I'd love for the Democrats to be able to go hard on that and to really hold him accountable. Those gosh darn optics, I think that would... I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong about this. I feel like I've been paying too much attention to conservatives, and then I'm starting to skew in that direction. But I'm starting to kind of think that maybe they take up more space than they do, because I've been very fixated on conservative opinions, beliefs, whatever, where they're at, because I don't know, man. They're in the way. And barring a... Okay, yeah, don't care about any of that. Okay, cool, whatever, fuck it. All very interesting. Fascinating stuff. Can they impeach him after he leaves office? Like, could the Senate convict... they won't get it. They won't... the Senate won't be able to do anything because they need a supermajority. Right? We're just doing a lot of research today. Does the Senate... Take this off. Need a supermajority to impeach a president? Or to convict a president, whatever it is. The Constitution requires a 2/3 supermajority to convict a person being impeached. Yeah, we won't get that. We will not get that. We'll be able to impeach him again, but it will be, once again, it'll be symbolic. No action will follow. It doesn't matter, because once he leaves office, all bets are off. And he cannot pardon himself. If he pardons himself, I mean, he'd have to know what he's pardoning himself for. Like, there's no way out of this. He's just done too much illegal shit. And you know what? Like, the Democrats can pretty much, like, Congress can just stay out of this, and so can Biden. Like, we have like, the DOJ can handle this. That's the best case scenario. Because that man wanted to stay in office for the rest of his fucking life, because he has created such a shitstorm for himself. he will never get what he deserves. That will never happen. But we're certainly going to see something. I'm not sure how satisfying it'll be, but I want to see that motherfucker go to prison, but that might be naive of me to expect that to happen. Alright, so impeachment's not going to happen. We aren't going to see it. Or, I'm sorry, conviction's not going to happen. Impeachment will happen. But the Senate will not convict him, because we will not be able to get 66 fucking people to do it, or 67 people to do it. That's what we would need. We would need a super majority, which is 2/3 of the Senate. Sorry, I'm yawning like crazy. So how about that COVID vaccine? We're not doing well with that. Back to normal important topics. Not that our democracy isn't important, but it's like things that Trump invents problems for us to fucking solve. That's been so much of this administration, is this him inventing something that, because it's something that's a problem for him, becomes a problem for every fucking person in this country. When, if he had kept his mouth shut, no one would have cared. It's like things that are problems for him as an individual become everyone's fucking problem. So we can't focus on things like the global pandemic that continues to kill hundreds of people every day. Probably thousands. Let's look at that. Today, Pennsylvania saw the highest COVID case count in 3 weeks. This is more local for me, if you'll forgive me. Pennsylvania has nearly 10,000 new COVID cases. Yeah, we've been averaging about 10,000 cases a day. Somewhere between 8 and 10,000 cases a day. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure our hospital, like, we don't have beds. Like, we are really just... We weren't able to, like... If we really dealt with this... Yeah, look at this. And there it is. It started to spike around Thanksgiving, and then because everyone had to go see their fucking family on Thanksgiving, you know, some of them started dying. Right around here. This I can zoom in for. There we go. Look at that. Okay, I'm still blocking. So yeah, right around here. 7-day average. Yeah. Like, that initial spike in, like, April it doesn't make a fucking dent on what happened last month. Not a fucking dent. Insane. I remember, what was it, the 19th? It was somewhere in here. Yeah, it was right around here. I remember this day, okay? Around this era, because me and my family were camping. We opted for some like socially distanced like camping, just so we could see each other. Most of my family's in my inner circle. The only person who wasn't was the middle child, Keely. I'm the oldest in my family, so Keely's like the middle child of my two sisters. She lives in Kentucky, and she drove, and we went camping, and it was freezing, but it was a good time, and we tried to be safe. More than tried to be, we were pretty safe. That's why we went camping. So I remember this happening while I was camping, because I had to come home at some point for a doctor's appointment. It was like some site that was like a half hour away from my house, so it was easy to just kind of come home. And I didn't have internet out there, so I come home and I see this, and this freaked me out. Okay, then we ended up fucking here. Like this put me in a state of panic. This put me in like a oh shit. And then my other friends who were in my inner circle, I had Thanksgiving with the next week. And then 3 days later, one of them had a COVID scare and had to quarantine for 15 days. And then I haven't seen them in a month and a half, because like they're not in my circle anymore, because both of them have jobs and they're around people all the time, and it's not safe for me anymore. So my circle just got smaller because of this shit. And this shit didn't have to happen. There was no reason that we had to do this. This is what we were saying would happen if we did nothing. This was because we responded to it. In whatever, half-baked way we did. But this is what everyone was warning us about. It's funny how, like, conservatives refuse to believe things that they can't physically see or acknowledge. Like, any of these abstract concepts. Like, the most aggressively Christian group, or Christian in name, however you want to call it. Like, people who have this blind faith in all of that can't believe in science or other abstract concepts like that. They can't believe that if they don't see a problem, it doesn't exist. These same people who faith is so important to them can't have faith in that this was going to happen. Couldn't believe in that. Amazing. That's just in my state. Hell, it's probably bad if you even look at my county. I mean, I live in Pittsburgh, which is the second biggest city in Pennsylvania. It's still horrible in California. It's been horrible in California all year. But how about that vaccine? How's that going? Let's check on that. Some healthcare workers refuse to take COVID vaccine. I've read that. This was the thing that I heard about today. Vaccination rate will take 3 years to reach herd immunity. Nick Watt reports that the slower than projected coronavirus vaccine rollout. I wonder why that is. This is why having this platform is good. But being in the position, some of these motherfuckers aren't going to listen anyways. But being in the position to say, I don't know. I could be very wrong. And I fucking hope I'm not. But I really hope the Democrats take hard advantage of this. It'll be very hard to keep supporting them if they don't do something with what they've been given here. It will. This for me. So yeah, it'll take 3 years to reach herd immunity. Because we aren't. A lot of people don't want the vaccine. Wonder who's been fueling all of that. So here's where we are going forward. As far as everything. The Democrats have no excuse for not all of the obstruction that they've been facing for 10 years or so, not having the Senate, 10 fucking years, all of their excuses with that, not there anymore. They have no excuse. There's nothing standing in their way with a lot of this. So whatever they put together and plan to do, that's all on them, okay? And we get to hold their feet to the fire now. That's where we are. So if/when this response is inadequate, and maybe it's not, and you know what? I hope it's not. Because people getting the help they need is more important than me being right about this. But now we get to hold them responsible, okay? Now the idea that all the ideas that like all of the defense that we've gotten of like moderate Democrats and centrists, policy and just all of the defense that has been given on why they haven't been able to do what they've, like this we haven't had the opportunity thing. Here's your opportunity. But now we get to put the pressure on you. And the reason I've been fairly favorable. I'm not interested in like performing, in clout chasing with like other leftists and like just shitting on Democrats just because they're Democrats. Like I'm not interested in doing that for whatever optics it gets me within the left. Like I will praise someone for doing something that I agree with. I am willing to do that. I don't have the ego or the, I don't really care anymore about, And I'm sure a bunch of people think that I'm just some fucking liberal. No one said it, but I can feel it because I know how I'm perceived when I share something that shows the Democrats in a positive light. Like, how dare I? Like, that's where it's at. With, like, there are some people who it was more important that we, you know, kept making fun of Democrats and liberals and whatever while there was an actual fucking coup happening. Like, there are people who see that as a more, like see that as more important. And that baffles me. It baffles me that you can have that perspective after yesterday. I mean, but after the last 4 years. I mean, this whole, you know, Biden is just as bad as Trump thing is like really just hard to take seriously now. And those are people who don't think that fascism is the threat that it is. And a lot of those people will be like, well, Biden's a fascist too. And no, he's not. He's a liberal. He's, in the broader sense of the word, he's a liberal. He's a fairly centrist. He's not an out-and-out conservative. He's a moderate Democrat. Yeah, maybe in the context of other countries, he's a bit more conservative, but like, I mean, a lot of people call Bernie Sanders a conservative too. Like, I just like, I don't know what these people's political whatever it looks like. Like, I feel like there's just no spectrum. It's like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, fucking AOC, and then here's all the people who agree with me, and there's just like no in between. I don't know what I'm getting at here. Just, this is the position that I want to be in, okay? This year, what our government is going to be this year, okay, is where I want to be. As far as things that would benefit people, like things that would benefit the kind of politicians that I would like to see in office, the kind of politics that I would like to see in my government have more of a chance to flourish under our current system, under our current, you know, they have more of a chance to flourish under Democratic leadership than they would under Republican leadership, because Republicans go rah-rah socialism and you know, play the apologist when a lefty gets shot in the head, play the apologist when, you know, unarmed black people get shot in the back as well. But like, as far as lefty issues go, you can't, especially as they are now, you cannot engage with them in good faith. They have no interest. They don't care if you die. And I'm talking about the Republican Party as it is in a broader sense right now, which is the party of Trump. It is still the party of Trump. Maybe that changes after yesterday. That'd be great. I don't see it happening though. Not for a while. I don't know. Democrats, I'd much rather argue with them than people who would celebrate my death. I'd much rather. I think I'll have a better shot at and you know what? Now I can criticize the Democrats. That's the best thing. Is yeah, you could criticize them before, but like, they wouldn't be good faith criticism a lot of times, because there was literally nothing that they could do. They could not pass legislation because they were blocked by conservatives, and Mitch McConnell would stonewall. And if you paid attention, you'd know Mitch McConnell would stonewall them and talk them down to something that was barely anything. And then, like, if they don't pass legislation immediately, it's, oh, the Democrats don't give a shit. If they concede at all, it's, oh, the Democrats don't give a shit. Like if they're arguing, like if everything's tied up, it's they don't care. If they make any concessions, it's they don't care. Like there was nothing that they can do right in that situation. That's pretty bad faith criticism. I'm gonna be honest. But now we can actually criticize them when they fuck up, because it's on them. Okay, this is good for us. And it's already started. Look at it, like a lot of Biden's appointees. They're fucking terrible. His cabinet is terrible so far. There's a couple good ones. What's the fucking Native American? What's her name? I bet it comes up right away. Native American Secretary of Interior. Yep. Deb Haaland. She's cool. Fucking post. Deb Haaland is the first Native American. She's pretty cool. I've read about her. She's you know, she came from, you know, she's a I don't know. I think that's a really good pick. I think she seems like someone real and genuine who wasn't like, who really had to fight to get where she got, and just seems like a good, nice, relatable, like common person. I'm not saying that maybe that's life she has now, but like she came from pretty humble beginnings there, and she's a Native American who are, wouldn't you know, really underrepresented in our government. I think the article we were just looking at, it's the first Native American, might be Native American. It's definitely the first Native American. First Native American cabinet secretary ever. Don't see a lot of that. Don't see a lot of them in our government, unfortunately. It's a shame. But that's good, and that kind of representation is also just good on its own. But she seems like a decent. I have no issues with that pick at all. I have a lot of issues with most of them. It does seem like a lot of the same. It'll be better than fucking Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education, which is that's a pretty low bar. But I don't think I'm going to be impressed with a lot of the people who are elected to cabinet, or appointed to cabinet. And that's something that's easy to criticize. That's something that's on Biden and Biden alone. I mean, obviously, you know, it's open season during primaries too, because that's a lot of that is the DNC. A lot of that is candidates running against candidates, and the people are. Like, it's just like the Senate can just constantly be like, and the House can do the same thing because, you know, they can't get things through the Senate. Like, I don't know. It's just like they haven't had any legislative power in quite a while. Having the House is you know what it is. But it's not enough. Like, having the House just completely gridlocks us. It doesn't necessarily get anything done. But now they have everything. So it's all on them. And this is a good opportunity to push things to the left. Because when Democrats make these high-profile... when Democrats appoint, you know, the people that Biden has appointed, when they make the decisions... when things don't get better under Democrats, Like, I think that things will maybe get back to Obama era general whatevers, but like it's not going to, I don't think things are going to, like, I don't know. Maybe we'll address climate change because that's something that's like a bit more topical now. That'll be nice to see, but like we're not going to get what we want, and I don't think anyone's I don't think anyone thinks that we are. That everything's just going to be fixed now, but we can really start putting the pressure on. Republican representatives do not give a flying fuck about anything that I have to say. And they have demonstrated this time and time again. Because they know I won't vote for them. So they don't care what I have to say. Democrats, I actually vote for. Oftentimes. They're all I can vote for. You know, I don't really get my wonderful lefty representatives. Although maybe that'll change one day. That'd be cool. So I can really put them in the hot seat on these things as much as I can as an individual, but like all of us can. This is a system that we are going to be able to participate in a little bit more, and make our voices heard, and maybe things will happen now. Maybe there'll be some level of accountability. Like imagine, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm more optimistic about it than I would if Trump won. I mean, imagine if Trump won again. Holy shit. I don't know how I have to make that argument that it was important that we get them out of here now. I don't know how I even have to make that argument. And a lot of people were saying that he wouldn't leave office. And they were right. But what a lot of them were saying was that he wouldn't leave office. And also, he's not going to. Like that he wouldn't want to leave office, and that he wasn't like people were saying that it would just be a fascist takeover whenever Trump lost the election. So it was pointless to worry about who was going to win presidency. He tried, and I knew he was going to try. And it didn't work. He's gone. Fuck him. So, now we can argue with the right people. Okay? Now we can... Now the people that will be debating, will be arguing with, that will be, some of them, not all of them, unfortunately, some of them will actually listen to us. And I'm sure a lot of people will think me naive to say something like that. But I've emailed all of my representatives multiple times, and I can tell you the ones that actually get back to me. Pat Toomey doesn't get back to me. Not usually. Because you can tell by my emails what side of the fence I'm on. Bob Casey gets back to me. Connor Lamb always gets back to me. Connor Lamb's awesome. I like him. Like I said, we don't see eye to eye politically on a lot of things, but there's a certain level of fuck, dude, let's start living in the real world first. Let's stop living in Republican fantasy land, okay? Let's stop pretending, let's stop, trying to haggle and argue with people who don't believe that science is a thing, or pretend to not believe it because it benefits them. Those people didn't give a fuck about us. And they showed that in the 10 years that they had legislative power. Okay? These people have a chance to prove that they do, and if they don't, we can put them in the hot seat and start showing the general public that the solution is to go further left. Okay? Because whereas the Republicans don't seem to really lose anybody when they make mistakes, Democrats do. That is something. Okay? When a Democrat doesn't do well, a lot of their voters won't show up. It's harder to get Democrats to show up to elections. Republicans show up every fucking time. Republicans can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they have enough voters that are going to show up. As long as their candidate they run against is weak enough. As long as like the right pieces are in place, like they don't have to be responsible. They can do whatever the hell they want, and they get to control the optics of it because, you know, their constituency like just really just takes them at their word on everything. Democratic voters are, in large, more educated, more discerning. This isn't like an opinion. This is just like people who vote Democrat. Like if you had to have a bachelor's degree to vote in this election, which I'm not advocating, but if you had to have a bachelor's degree to vote in this election, it wouldn't have been a landslide. You know, the higher educated, a lot of them are Democrats, overwhelming majority. And people like that are a little bit more discerning. Not always. The long and short of this, like, incredibly long fucking tangent that I've been on, is that Democrats have to care about what we think of them because their re-election and their positions, like, even if you're like they only care about positions of power, great, then that's threatened whenever they do something that a lot of people don't like, and if we put them in the hot seat and really, you know, hold them to their words on shit. Yo, who's that? Dustpan Pixie. Hey, what's up? How you doing? We're just hanging out and chatting. I've been talking mostly to myself for a while, actually. Kind of a fledgling channel here, so I had a couple nice conversations, and then I just started ranting to nobody in particular. So, hey, what's up, man? And/or girl, and/or person. Not a lot more YouTubers this time. I usually don't get any YouTubers. I think it's because my Twitch is lying to people and telling them I'm playing Paper Mario. And I can't fix that, so that's fun. But yeah, welcome. Thanks for tuning in here. We're gonna be going for we've been talking some politics. Mostly. That seems to be the kind of the direction of things, and I've just kind of followed that thread. Yeah, it's mostly just been politics, current events, stuff. Oh, first time you've seen first time you've seen what? What the Yeah? Well, you know, it's I avoided it for a long time out of fear of like, so far I feel I'm sure this will change if I ever get like a legitimate audience, but the fear's been basically unfounded because, you know, I feel like a lot of people, when they disagree with someone, they just don't really say anything. A lot of times they'll just like leave the stream. You don't see like the hateful, you know, internet trolls as much as I think you'd think, because that was what I expected, was like, I'm going to talk about politics and then someone's just going to try to brigade me, or like someone's just going to start like harassing me in chat. That's what I was concerned about. But honestly, like, I was afraid of doing this for a while, and I just, at a certain point, I think there are TLDR, like shit's fucked in this country, and I wanna be able to talk about it. And there's a lot of things I'm very passionate about that I want to have good faith discussions about. And I want this channel to be a place, like, I don't want to create like more echo chamber bullshit. Like, I want this to be a place where like we can, like, where anyone can come and you know, I'm gonna argue with people, obviously, like if I disagree with them, like but I don't want anyone to feel like they can't, you know. We've all been we're all too cut off from each other, and I think finding some common ground on some of these issues is critical right now. As much as maybe we can, but we'll see. Just want this to generally be like a more welcoming environment, while still being, you know, it's going to be my political opinions, and we can totally talk about them. There's a couple channels that do this. I'm not the I'm following kind of following suit of like, what the fuck? Hassan Piker does this a lot. Vosh does this a lot. I was starting to watch, like, there's just like some YouTubers that will just talk about politics while they're like gaming and stuff. Some of them are like debate bros. Okay, hey, we can talk about that. That's fine. I'm a lefty. Yeah. I think people engage in bad faith. I think hurling out insults like that is counterproductive. I think that no one gets anything done. Everyone just walks away angry. And everyone walks away thinking, oh, that other person is so irrational. Because it just all devolves into that so quickly. And, like, I don't know. Even if you're right, like, there's no point in doing that. Like, that doesn't gain you anything or anyone anything. I'd consider myself a lefty. Small government. Sorry, I have like a here. I have like a stack of fucking consoles here that is blocking the side of my screen. So like chat in the corner. Whenever my chat disappears on my stream, I have to like bend over. Bad faith. So bad faith criticism or bad faith arguments are arguments where bad faith criticism would be a criticism where like you're going to criticize them regardless of anything. Like there was no reason. Bad faith criticism is basically when you're just shitting on someone to shit on them. Like you don't like them, so you're going to talk shit on them. There's nothing that they could do where you wouldn't be talking shit. Like that's bad faith criticism. And like a bad faith argument would be someone going into an argument with any intention of like someone going into an argument that they refuse to concede a single inch or refuse to admit anything. Like if someone tries to get someone to admit some common sense issues, common sense points, and they just refuse and stonewall them because they don't want to give them any ground, that's like bad faith arguing. That's like when you're unwilling to actually engage in like a debate with someone. And a lot of pundits do this. Like a lot of politicians do this. Wouldn't you know? A lot of YouTubers do shit like this too. Because there's a vested financial interest in you. You know, like you make money off of having a lot of people who really just like walk those like. Mm-hmm. So would you say like you're more libertarian then? Capital Takeover? Oh, the Capital I'm sorry, the Capital Takeover. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that's great. Okay, that's fine. I am too, just a different kind. I would call myself more a left-leaning libertarian. Yeah, I think the free market is our biggest disagreement. Small government is a goal for me as well. Or rather, like I'm actually pretty big into like more local representation and like states' rights and those kind of issues. I actually think that by and large those are good things. I think the federal government should mostly just like make sure that everyone isn't like being horrendous, that we have like a general ethical code, like we're kind of taking care of people when we're, you know, not discriminate, like to like really just keep everyone in line generally. But like I think that as far as it makes sense, people should be like left to their own devices. We are basically just like a union of different countries functionally, you know, different states. Hey, sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry if I use like a lot of terminology that's like kind of not as user friendly here. Yeah, that's fine. Here's here's where I'm at. I usually end up voting Democrat, because I'd see Democrats as being kind of like fairly centrist. They don't really advocate for a lot of the things I'd like to see, and they're very much like a big government, you know, party as well. I don't know, they're like very just dead center on a lot of things. We don't really have much of like Democrats cover a pretty large spectrum. They're like they're really hard conservative people in the Democratic Party. Something that isn't really talked about a lot. Like Joe Manchin is a Democratic senator from West Virginia who is a conservative. Like we have a lot of you know, there's a broad spectrum that they cover. I think most Democrats are somewhere in the middle. Like they're pretty centrist. And then you have like the kind of new Democrat wing of like the DSA candidates like AOC and Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush is a new, and who's the other one? Jamal. There's a new there's a name that's slipping my memory, but there's another candidate that won this year that like that kind of new progressive wing. That's like they're what I would consider. Cory Booker's been around for a while. It's let me see. All right, U.S. House of Representatives. Jamal Bowman, that's what I was thinking of. He's another New York rep, which is not surprising. It's like a lot of. All right, hey, peace out. Thanks for chilling for a bit. Sorry if any of this was super confusing. You know, come back. I'll be streaming a lot. I'll be happy to do like more of a politics 101 kind of discussion. I'd be super about that actually. Okay, so the reasons I lean more left than right is because it's my opinion that the free market isn't doing what it needs to be doing as far as taking care of us as individuals. I think that economically, there are always going to be market forces driving everything. I'm not saying that necessarily we shouldn't be worried about our own economic stability and our profits and what have you. I just think that we need to do it in a way that takes care of us as individuals better. I think that we could have a better quality of life, because there are some people who just don't have that same access to opportunity just based on nothing really other than the circumstances of like their birth, like the communities they grew up in. And like I like the idea of us all having like a higher standard of living and and more of an access to opportunities and more control over our just where we end up going. My big thing, and this is still very much a pipe dream, I'll admit, is the idea of there's an idea called economic democracy. It's a pretty lefty thing. It's something that I'm very drawn to because it's a prospect that interests me. It's kind of like it's the idea that like it applies to, like economic democracy would basically apply to like the way political democracy works, like elected officials representing your best interests, to like the workforce. The idea that like your bosses would be more accountable to you. That, you know, like you would elect a politician because you want them to do right by you and you want them to be competent and have, you know, do their job and, you know, promote like a successful community. Those are the same things you would want from like your boss or from someone who has, you know, higher firepower over you. You'd want someone who, you know, you want the company that you're working under to be successful, and you also want to be taken care of as a worker. So the big thing that I'm drawn to is systems that are more in line with those kind of basically just an economic system that works more on those kind of ideas, on the idea that like there is honestly, we're far, you know, very far away from that through a lot of legislation and a lot of time. It's not something I see us being anywhere close to, but implementation, I think that there'd be a lot of nuance to it because there's a lot of immediate fears that I totally understand where that's concerned. Like there's a lot of immediate fears in the sense of like, I'm sure the immediate thing was like, well, if I have like a small business where I want to like be like a landscaping company, like I want to mow someone's lawn and I have like one employee, like what's the deal there? Like, do they get to just decide like what's the system like ideas like that just implemented like real broad strokes without any concern for like the kind of nuances, like basically, however it would need to be implemented, there would have to be like, yeah, and those are good things. The idea, so basically, I'd consider myself like a libertarian socialist. I know that's a scary word for a lot of people, but it doesn't mean what most Americans think it means. It's actually what I just described. It's economic democracy where people, you know, have control over their jobs, over their workforce. They get to make decisions about what their jobs look like, what they spend, you know, most of their lives doing. It doesn't necessarily change, you know, it's not, doesn't have to be as crazy and radical and like authoritarian as it's made out to be, I guess, because I'm against that. I'm against any kind of, you know, authoritarian of like state pressure on those kind of, like it's just not something I'd ever be down with. But yeah, it's that same kind of idea. The best example of like think of like worker co-ops or like employee owned and operated businesses, but like as a general system, economic system. That's basically the idea. My favorite example to use as far as this being successful. Yeah. Cool. My favorite example to use is of this. It was unfortunately rather brief. There was a Catalonia, which I believe is still a part of Spain. They were trying to not be. Where's Catalonia? They are autonomous. That's nice. They're an autonomous community in Spain. Okay, great. In the early... Yeah, they are... in the early 1900s, they were in the midst of a conflict with a fascist named Franco. They basically there was a revolution there where they had a anarcho-syndicalist economic system, and basically the way it functioned was like, what they saw happen was productivity went through the roof, because suddenly workers, when they were working harder, were actually getting paid more, like in ratio to how like when someone really went to work and busted their, like, they were motivated to actually work harder and produce more, because they were actually sharing in those profits. And it was really interesting. It's you can't call it much more than an experiment, unfortunately, because they were overthrown, which is the big problem with a lot of small government. You know, that's like the big problem that I don't really have much of an answer to, is that like a lot of authoritarian regimes often have really strong militaries, and if they decide, hey, I want that land over there, and they don't seem to you know, put a lot of they don't really have a strong military. They're more of like a kind of, you know, commune. Like, they can just kind of, you know, run roughshod all over them. That's like the only thing I don't really have an answer to, honestly. That's like the big problem that I can't really figure it out on my own. It's more of just like a good faith, like, hey, just respect us and don't fucking bother us. But that never happens ever. So I don't know. But it's interesting. That's what if you look up like revolutionary Catalonia or anarchist Catalonia, it's an interesting kind of thing, and that's what I'm like. I'm kind of the other side of that coin from like, if you, yeah, but that and see, that's the problem I have with like, that's why the hierarchy of this is important. Okay, because thank you for this, by the way. I like these kind of discussions. I think they're great. So I appreciate I appreciate us talking about this. That's why I consider myself more like a libertarian socialist, because hierarchy is a big part of the problem, and I think that's a like authoritarianism and big government, and a lot of that I think is the reason it hasn't worked in a lot of places. Just socialism in general. I think that, you know, you like you said, you know, people are greedy. People are greedy for financial power, for economic power, for political power. Bad people are drawn to those positions, like, and especially in vulnerable new governments, it's very easy to consolidate power if you have that kind of structure. And if you have, if the government's that involved in you know, in everyone's life already, like if the government's that involved in the economy, and has that much control over the economy, there's a lot of times where like they become autocracies very quickly, or become very oppressive places to live. And I wouldn't consider those places socialist. I don't think they ever got there. I think they tried, but the systems they tried to implement just immediately didn't work, or if not immediately, within a few decades, you know, really started to corrupt. So that's why I think authoritarianism is a big part of the problem. Great. I love it. But that's, you know, I have the same goal. I think it's a long way to get there. I think the best I can do is support people who tacitly share some of my views, because what else do I have? You know, like I can't exactly go start a commune, and I mean, I actually could do that. People have done that, but like the things I want to see happen like in this country that I think would be in all of our best interests, that would, you know, create like the highest possible standard of living for us. It would also bring back production to this country, I think, or it would start to. That's not something I can super back up though, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. What I think the founding fathers were trying to accomplish when they founded the United States. Honestly, that's an issue I haven't given a ton of thought to. I haven't read enough. Adam Smith is one of them, right? Not, I don't think it was founding father, but it was a they were very influential on the development of our American system. Father of capitalism, right? Adam Smith, yeah. Honestly, they you know, I think the founding fathers wanted they wanted something that actually is fairly in line with libertarianism. They wanted, you know, what their view of freedom was, and I think within that time period, with the current, absolutely, well, yeah, of course. There were some problems that they ran into that don't get talked about a lot because it's kind of paints us in a bad light. The first, we had like an emergency. A poli-sci professor told me that it was like the second Constitution of the United States, but I couldn't find anything that backed that up. Basically, we had issues because of extreme decentralization. Like we weren't a functioning we didn't have a good federal government. Because like we had issues to the point of like we couldn't develop like a federal currency even. Like every state had their own currency. So we were functionally like, you know, however many different countries as opposed to one. There was no federal, you know. So we had issues for a while because we couldn't get even that level of hierarchy going, which is interesting. But yeah, I think that what they wanted was capitalism. I mean, that was, you know, back in 1776. Yeah, absolutely. And I, you know, I am someone who very much values freedom, particularly freedom of expression, freedom of, you know, like I'm someone who very much like, I want to find the least oppressive way to do anything that I would want to accomplish. I want to find ways to do things amicably as much as humanly possible. There's a concept. So there's the idea of freedom from and freedom to. Okay. I think is an important distinction. And I think it is what guides a lot of I think my principles on this kind of stuff. So freedom from is freedom to is what we have. The freedom to go, you know, to buy whatever you want to buy, the freedom to, you know, kind of live your life. Sorry, I want to back this up with I don't want to kind of ramble about this. I want to make a good point here. Yeah. Freedom to versus freedom from. There you go. So it's yeah. There's the idea. Yeah, absolutely. There's the idea of having the freedom to live your life generally in the way that you see fit. And there's a larger there's another idea of freedom that I think is kind of like a different concept, where there's a freedom as far as, here's a good example, because I'm having trouble with the definition here. I'm having trouble articulating that. Here's a good example. Okay, so you can go into Rite Aid. Okay. Let's say you need to buy some shampoo and you're going to the pharmacy or wherever. All right. You have 4 different kinds of shampoo. All right. You have 4 different things that you can pick. You have the freedom to pick any of those things. You have the freedom to support this company or that company, or maybe you have a preference on, whatever. That's a type of freedom. Then there's the freedom of opportunity to buy it at all. If you don't have money, you don't get any of that shampoo. That's what I would call, it's like positive and negative freedom. It's like a freedom of like having the opportunity to choose it all versus what choices you have. That's the best way I could articulate that, actually. So like, I have the freedom to pursue any career that I like. I have the freedom to do, I have the freedom to try I have the natural God-given rights to go try to be like an Air Force pilot, but I can't do it because I don't have the opportunity to do that because I don't have perfect vision. You know what I mean? That's kind of the idea. Is that those choices are a good thing, and I'd never say that they aren't. But having the opportunity. Oh, is that right? Well, how about that? I know that because my best friend in high school wanted to be an Air Force pilot, and I think they had the same issue. Like, he had the same issue. That's kind of funny, actually. I know a lot of people want to do Air Force. Like, if a lot of people who want to join the military want to do Air Force. That's the basic idea, is that, like, if we have a system that promotes both of those things, that promotes giving people those opportunities based on something that we're trying to, I get the idea that, like, I get the perspective behind, like, the government meddling in, like, the economy, being like we should just, we shouldn't meddle with things because things don't turn out well. Like, the idea that, like, I get the idea behind the argument of, like, just having, like, a free market, and I think that you shouldn't restrict it too much, because I've seen that fail a lot. As far as, the general supply and demands of whatever. But I think within that it's also important that we take care of our own, and that we I don't know, that people have the opportunity to I mean, fuck. Right now, inequality, like, right now we don't have, like, we have some regulations, as far as our government goes, as far as like, our economic forces. Yeah, that's the big one right there. Okay. That's my problem with going in that direction, is that is, and that's a problem with any kind of, like, with any capitalism where there aren't like those kind of like within a worker-owned system, things like that would be at the very least a lot less liable to happen, because there would be some level of accountability, you know, like the idea that you can, you know, your boss can't just like hoard money and become insanely influential and like if people like imagine people being able to tell Jeff Bezos to go eat shit. That sounds pretty nice to me. Like there's just no accountability within. Oh Christ. Exactly. I hope that Twitch already. Man, I can't wait until I'm big enough that I can have mods. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but oh my god, I hate those stupid spam. I mean, like, they're all working together, dude. Yeah, that's exactly it, and that's exactly it. And that's the problem I have with that. That's my fundamental disagreement with right libertarianism, is that I would argue that holds them less accountable instead of more. I like smaller government. I like less hierarchy. I like power being like, you know, less lateral. I think that's in the long term. That's what I want to work towards. I don't know if we'll ever get there in my lifetime, but it's what I would advocate for whenever given the opportunity. And the problem. That's the problem I have with libertarianism, and the problem that I have with going in the complete opposite, like in the other corner, is that like some of these places have like economic democracy, quote unquote, but they don't, because they don't have political democracy, so they don't have say in what that ends up being, and that's obviously a whole other issue, because guess what? Like here's a lot of the scare, like the fear mongering about like socialism and like lefty politics usually is like, well, you don't want to be like, you know, the Soviet Union. Usually it's Venezuela. Everyone likes to you know, reference Venezuela, but you know, that's oftentimes it's China as well. China is always like, yeah, you want to be like a socialist country like China. China has billionaires and corporations. Yeah, me too. It's exhausting. I don't really have much of an opinion on Venezuela, actually. Like, I think that they have a lot of problems. I don't know. I don't think that those problems were necessarily because of, like, they have different problems than I think, like, a lot of authoritarian, like, quote-unquote communist countries have. I think that they have issues that are a little bit different. So I'd have to do some research on them, but like, I just like, it's not like that's not like what I want. So it's just a silly like little straw man that gets thrown out. But China's a good example that they like to use a lot, and like that China's a bit more authoritarian and oppressive. Like people in China have less political, like less rights politically. I mean, that's not a statement I really have to prove. But as far as the economy goes, China's fairly similar to us. They have maybe less in the way of, they have maybe less in the way of labor protections, and they maybe pay people less. But as far as the core of their like economy, like as far as not outside of human rights, outside of labor rights, economically, China's very similar to us. They have corporations, they have China has billionaires, which goes against everything. Like, socialist billionaires is actually an oxymoron. That's like not a thing that exists. That's not how that like is supposed to work. Like communist billionaires, especially, because they're even, you know, harder on that kind of like, and it always ends up being those kind of places that really, I don't know. Communism is a whole other thing. But suffice it to say, I wouldn't call China communist. I would say that they claim to be, but that they got lost along the way, and now they're whatever the fuck they are. I don't know. The corrupt state-run capitalism. But they're the Chinese government doesn't really like China has like a very big capital-driven economy that's like bigger than ours. Clearly, they've really, you know, they've really won that war on a lot of fronts. I mean, holy shit! Like most of the tech in the world is made in China now. So like that's not. It's pretty scary, and that's another a lot of people a lot of socialists, what they're arguing for is a global movement. They're not just saying that their specific country should do so. And a lot of times the argument that's being made is that it's impossible to do that, because of what the global market looks like now. In particular, because yeah, what happens in China is really scary. You know, they have suicide nets outside of a lot of their plants. They get paid next to nothing. This is a fun thing that they do over there. What's the name of this fucking place? I always forget the name of them. They're like a Taiwanese company, and they operate in China. Is it Foxconn? Yeah, Foxconn. Okay. Foxconn makes every iPhone, every Nintendo Switch. 70% of the world's technology is made by this one company. No joke. They put suicide nets around their plants because people were jumping off the roof in protest of the horrible conditions that they had there. They were doing this, and this is really devious and scummy. They would house people. They would provide housing for their workers, and they'd charge them basically what they were making to live there, meaning they couldn't quit because they had no money. They would starve. So they were basically trapped in this, you know, like they were kind of like, it was a bit of slavery light going on with that. Like it's really gross. And China doesn't really China cares about capital interests just like we do. They have a lot of the same problems that we do. A lot of governments just do in general. Imagine that. You know, China. It's disgusting though, because like we're based upon like the idea of like the free market is like a guiding principle of like America was like one of the first big examples of like just free market capitalism. China China's whole thing is that they're supposed to be like a government of the people, which I think is a much more offensive. Yeah. And like, here's the thing. Here's the reason that like people who advocate for like the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, advocate for it in like a global sense. If we were to do like, let's say we did like something along the lines of like a social democracy, as like a lot of like Nordic countries have, right? Where we, you know, a lot of those countries are pretty, yeah, true enough. we're much, I mean, it is worth acknowledging. Yes, theoretically, of course, it is worth acknowledging that you are much more likely to end up being homeless than you are a millionaire. Most people don't fluctuate too much, but like we are always much closer to complete destitution, even if we're like a middle class family. Like I don't know. Maybe it depends on where that line is, but like, I guess millionaire means less and less. Billionaire, definitely. But like, yeah, you're right. Of course. I don't really want to be a millionaire though. Like, I just want to live comfortably. I just, you know, that what freedom means to me isn't having. Like, what freedom means to me is to just have freedom of opportunity along with that freedom of choice. To feel like I have access to the same... To feel like my standard of living isn't determined by, like, my net worth. Like, to feel like, oh, I can have healthcare. Like, if I you know, if I develop some problem, like I have, here's the example. I have Medicaid right now. Now we're you know, swerving in a lot of different directions here. I have Medicaid right now, right? So basically, yeah, and that's an option for some people. Oh yeah, well, I am very sorry about that. I have Medicaid because I don't I don't make a lot of money, especially this year. My primary job before the pandemic was I was a union stagehand, or I worked for a union. I don't have my card yet, but I was a stagehand, so I worked in entertainment. And as you can imagine, there's been no work in that field in the last year. It was a good job. It's a gig job, which is most of our economy is like we're a service economy now. So like a lot of people work those kind of jobs. But it was something I generally enjoyed. I'm trying to get into social work right now. Actually, I want to be it's my goal to be a individual. Who dat? Can you not scroll? Oh, there we are. Hey, what's up? But yeah, it's the eventual goal to be like an individual therapist. So I'm trying to go do a grad program for social work. But yeah, I'm on Medicaid because I'm you know, I'm within that threshold. Yeah, it's something I'm really excited for. It's something that I've been passionate about for a long time. I just initially I wanted to be like a sound engineer, like just basically the sound guy at any given event. That was when I went to what I got my bachelor's in, and just wasn't for me. So now we're changing gears, and hell of a time to do it too. But yeah, essentially I'm on Medicaid because I don't make a lot of money, and my healthcare is free. I pay for it with taxes. I don't even pay a what do you call it? What's the fucking thing that you have to Hi, nice to meet you. Well, hello from Pennsylvania. Hello from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's super late over here. Deductible. Deductible is one. And then there's the thing that you just pay every visit. That's escaping me as well. Deductible is the big one. Those really suck. Copay. Thank you. Copay. That's the word I was looking for. I don't have a copay. I don't have a deductible. I literally pay nothing for healthcare. Occasionally, I have to pay $1 for meds. That is literally it. The rest is paid for by my taxes. I can make an appointment, like, here's a great example. I lost the feeling in part of my foot. We don't know what's wrong yet. It doesn't really impair my functioning at all. But it's not something that would be covered under, when I had health insurance under my mom's plan before I turned 26. This wouldn't have been covered. But now I can make an appointment with a specialist and get my foot looked at and be seen within a couple weeks. It's a nice thing. It's a real comfort having that kind of it's a real comfort having that and not having to worry about that, not having to worry about being told no. Because like that's the problem, is a lot of people don't have that. Oh, I got a little kitten baby outside the door. Come here, bud. Hi. Hey, sweetheart. You wanna be a lap cat for a second? Oh. He was pawing under the door. He wanted attention. Oh, I see. Yeah, you know what? That just, and like those massive deductibles. Okay, Charlie. We're gonna purr into the mic now. Those massive deductibles really do discourage people from getting the care that they need. That's a big thing. Like I like you said, either way, I'm still going out of pocket. For me, it would end up being worth it because, yeah, you know what? And you know what? I sincerely, genuinely hope that's you know, that works out. But if it doesn't, that's kind of where that's kind of where my argument kind of stems from, is like, but if it doesn't, you know, exactly. And you know what, like, I like Medicare for all, but like even a public option, which is what a lot of places have. Like I'm pretty sure that like some places have like socialized healthcare, and some places have like public option. And both of them are kind of treated under the same like broad strokes, whatever. Like there is private healthcare in Canada, and well, there's private healthcare in the UK for sure. There is public and private healthcare in the UK. So like there's a spectrum of you know, like there is an option where there could be like a standard level of care, like the, hey, if some emergency happens, like I don't have to pay to not die, but if it's something a little bit more if it's something that's, let's say, a little bit more optional, voluntary, what have you, you know, we have this over here that will cover that. There's a plethora of options. That's why I'm not like really entertaining the idea that like we should just not have anything. I don't understand why we would want that. I understand why people might be opposed to like everyone has to have this specific thing. But you know, access to healthcare, I think is important. It should be like if you were to walk outside and get hit by a car tomorrow, you know, like it shouldn't put you in debt. Radical opinion as that may be. Hey baby, we want all the attention right now, huh? Oh sweetheart, come on. Nope, we do not want. We're not a lap cat. Yeah, that's just kind of where that argument comes from for me, and like there are ways to pay for it too. If I'm of the opinion, oh hey baby, I'm of the opinion, and you know, I'll preface this by saying obviously I'm not an economist. I approach these from like much more from the like this sociological element. You know, a lot of the arguments I make are primarily like ethical arguments, and then I try to figure out a way to that we can make that happen economically. But that's always like that's not my area of expertise. What I'm operating off of is just like what I've heard from economists who actually know about this kind of stuff. But like if we took like what our current like if we took our current kind of methodology like our current kind of trickle down that we've been trying since Reagan and flipped that and started investing in lower income people and started putting money in the pockets of like everyday Americans who maybe are having a hard time. I don't know, this is more of a broad strokes idea than like a specific policy plan, but like just a general idea of like investing money in that direction as opposed to the other direction. That money will go back into our economy at a much higher rate than it currently does. B, I'm not even saying that, not even if we raise taxes on rich people, which I would say we should do, but like not even going that far, if we enforced the tax code as it stands, because within our current system, I'm not like the system I talked about wanting, like the ideology that I kind of have. It's like a very radical change to what we currently have. So like operating, a lot of my conversation is just like operating within this system and trying to make it better, because that's what I can do. That's like that's something that's more feasible. But anywho, like operating within this system, like, I'm not like anti-taxes. Like we need to, like, it's important that we, it's important that we all pay into this taking care of each other kind of thing, so that we can have things like healthcare, that, so that we have greater access to things that, promote like a longer, healthier, happier life, for all of us. And I think we all deserve that. Not because it's like, we're owed it. I mean, yes, but like, not because we're just like, fuck you, give me this. I just think that we have there's an inherent worth to all of us as individuals. And that, we deserve access to these things as much as anyone, because, a lot of people just are kind of born into those kind of opportunities. They didn't necessarily, work to amass, like some people just inherit a ton of money. And I misspoke. I didn't mean that the tax code isn't enforced at all. But please, please contradict me on this if I'm totally wrong, because I'm only operating off of what I've read. The tax code is 100% is enforced depending on, from my understanding, the IRS doesn't have the resources to go after like insanely wealthy people. Like they don't get audited as much and or at all. Please challenge that. I'd love to do some more research on that. That's something I've read a couple times as being an issue. That most of the people that the IRS goes after are like middle to, like people who make 100K ish, like people who they can, who aren't gonna, make them spend millions of dollars. And is that right? Interesting. Okay. That is, I'm totally willing to concede that if that's something you're right about. Interesting. Okay. So here's where I got this from. Because I did read this a few times. Yeah, I did get... Okay, so... Yeah, and like, I think that, like... So here's why I said that. Here's where this opinion came from. There's this. Yeah, I typed it in and it immediately came up. This was a statement from the IRS directly, actually. The IRS admits it doesn't audit the rich because it's too hard. IRS Commissioner Charles Rettig confirmed in a letter to Congress, the agency literally can't afford to audit the rich, so it's pursuing the poor instead. ProPublica has published multiple stories on the sad state of the modern IRS over the past year. They found that a person is more likely to get audited if they make $20,000 a year than if they make $400,000. That's because it takes a lot less time, money, and people to investigate someone who receives the earned income tax credit, one of the government's largest anti-poverty programs, than it does to look into the complicated holdings and filings of someone making 20 times as much. And even up the further up the economic ladder, things aren't any better. Millionaires were 80% less likely to be audited in 2018 than they were in 2011. So maybe things have just changed there. I thought that I got this from like somewhere reputable. Yeah, the IRS directly said this. This is the direct result of conservative-led efforts to secondly defund, defang, and delegitimize the IRS. That is obviously within their best interest to do that. It's also within Democrats' best interest to do that. Not to throw both. I will throw both of them under the bus on that. Both of them are complicit there. You know, it's billionaires don't just invest in Republicans. Yeah, so that's where I got that from. That was a fairly recent, yeah. Lack of resources, yeah. I think the main idea behind that is that it costs them not even just like tax codes, it costs them more money because of the legal fees being just insane. Yeah, things have gotten pretty bad this decade. Especially, yeah, things have... They didn't get better under Obama either. Like, there wasn't any real, you know, massive change that happened. Like, we really have just kind of been... Whatever problems that we've had that have been progressively getting worse, we have kind of gone unchecked for the last, like, 10 years. We've been treading water a lot. The ACA was big. Like the ACA was I'd say like a pretty substantial policy change. I can't think of much beyond that was like really just changed the system. Okay. I mean, maybe that's okay. I'll respect your experience there. A lot of them, you know, and this isn't really $1 million isn't as much as it used to be, either. I'm not saying that you aren't wealthy if you have $1 million, but a millionaire used to be millionaire used to mean what billionaire means now. Like, the people who are really, you know, like, if you have $1 million in net worth, you're not going to be contributing to the economy the way like these insanely wealthy, just obscenely wealthy, you know, come here, you little shit. Come on, up. Here's my other animal. He's upset that I haven't been paying attention to him. Like, those are the people that need to pay their dues. And those are the people I think that really get away with this. the most. Those are the people who get to control, you know, what tax codes ends up being a lot of times. Like those people who get to control the legislation, you know, they get their own loopholes. Like a good example, Trump making, oh, absolutely, oh, great. I'm not saying like everyone, you know, I'd never say everyone above a certain threshold. I say start at the top and work your way down. You know, like, and we'll stop when things are equitable. Yeah, I think that's, you know, I think that's a bipartisan thing too, is that we should get money out of politics just across the board. I think I'm for publicly funded elections actually. Because I think that I know that, you know, that's the government being involved in another thing, but I mean, it's already the government though. I'm for publicly funded elections because I like the idea that someone gets such and such money and that's it. Like no one can buy their influence and change their political platform. They get elected based on how popular their ideas are, how capable they are, you know, like it becomes like a more of a direct, like someone gets elected not because they had the platform because suddenly they could run, you know, millions of dollars in TV ads and get the most exposure to people, but because they're qualified and they have popular support. It would really level the playing field more for representatives like Bernie Sanders, who the billionaire class fucking detests because he's coming for them. And he makes no, you know, does not mince words about that. That's like his number one thing. The millionaires and the billionaires of this country. Like, I think that, like, here's how things work in the UK, or in a lot of places, is when it comes to elections, you know, you get a TV spot, you get to go on TV and you give a speech. Say, here's who I am, here's what I want, here's what I'm about. There might be some debates about some things, but it is not like the never-ending campaign that it is here. And it is a never-ending campaign. Like, I don't know if you get a lot of emails from politicians. I never stop, okay? Like, God bless her. I do like AOC, but I get an email from her like every fucking day asking for more money. All of them. Because they have to. Because if they can't spend that money on advertising every 2 years, they might not get reelected, a lot of them. AOC really, I think she channels that money into other things mostly, from what I've seen. But, like, it's ridiculous, dude. There's a representative. Oh yeah, it's Mary Gay Scanlon. She's like a Philly rep, and she just keeps emailing. I don't know why. I don't even vote for her. I live in Pittsburgh. My rep is Connor Lamb. Complain about in what sense? Complain about Bernie. Oh yeah, I am asking you once again. Oh, all of them. They all have to do shit like that. You know, I actually, within that system, I mean, I hate it. I really, it's not, like I said, I think that we have publicly funded elections. They don't have to be a lot of public funding, just like, hey, get your message out there. That's it. Let people live their lives. Enough of this constant, you know, fundraising all the time. Because the funny thing about, you know, fundraising is it lets people buy your elections. Who did I just get a thing? It didn't show up on my screen. Oh, you followed me. Great. Awesome. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. It didn't pop up on my thing for some reason. Absolutely. It was great talking to you. You take care. Hopefully I'll see you around another time. I'm going to do more streams like this. So, yeah, take it easy, bud. Yep. See you around. All right. right, where are we at? Okay, we're at 114. Okay. I said I was going to do 8 hours. I want to do like these long form streams a lot more. Trying to think. How can we kill... I want to commit to that. So how can we kill some time? That was a great conversation. I have no idea how to pronounce that username, but you know who you are, who I just talked to for like a couple hours. That was a great conversation. I appreciate that. That's like what I want all this to be. So I appreciate that very, very much. Hope to see you again sometime. Oh, there's my yippy little dog. Let me close the door again. All right. Well, obviously, I didn't end up playing anything. I was mulling that over for a bit. I guess I didn't switch back to. All right, let's kill another 45 minutes here. What do you want to get into? This has been a great stream, by the way. I know there was a, you know, I've always said like, give me like one conversation, like with one person, at some relative consistency. Like for me to be able to just like talk, like I don't know. If I'm entertained and you know, I don't know. I don't need to be. I don't need to have chat blowing up all the time. I definitely, you know, that's the bar for me, is to just have like conversations like that. That's what this stream's about for me. So yeah, that was cool. It's been a fun stream, even though I spent like 2 hours talking to myself. Let's I mean, it's like 2 in the morning. I doubt that anything's happened. Any other fun shit that we can cover? All these popular YouTubers just have people throwing links at them all the time. Must be so nice. Actually, they hate it. So yeah, that was a good conversation. It also made me realize the things I need to strengthen my arguments on, the things I need to address, and the things I need to read up on. So that's good, because I'm a bit of a fledgling in this kind of, you know. There's some areas where I can make some really strong points, and there's some areas where I think I need to be able to back up my shit a little bit more. So yeah, maybe gave me some things to think about with that. Because my arguments are arguments of ethics, but I want to be able to support this with economics. I want to be able to support this with, like, this is just a good thing for everybody. Not necessarily just, I think this is, like, ethics is a harder, you know. Ethics is it's a harder thing to get into with a lot of people. And that person, they're very good faith and had a lot, you know, like they were super chill. That was awesome. But like, I can't always rely on the fact that someone's going to think that we inherently deserve, like, and I don't even know if they did even, you know, maybe they did, maybe they don't, but like, I can't rely on like that we inherently deserve there are axiomatic values. So let's look this up, because I keep saying some like real like $5 words, like what was their name? I'm gonna find them. Okay, they're lost in chat now. They're lost to history. There was a YouTuber in chat who was confused, who was like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, so in the spirit of accessibility, okay. Okay, so an axiomatic value, or an axiom in general, is a statement that is so evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy or question. It is used in modern logic. An axiom is a premise or starting point for reasoning. So, if you don't share an axiomatic value with somebody, you're going to have problems, because the big point that's worth highlighting here, and let me make this a bit bigger because the text is a bit small for people. So, a little bit. There we go. Did this get all fucky again? No, it didn't. Oh, interesting. It just doesn't show the drop-down window. Right, because that makes sense. Okay. So, statement that is so well evident or well established that it is accepted without controversy or question. It is used in modern logic. Axiom is a premise or starting point for reasoning. Accepted without question. Okay, so the idea there, okay, it's a starting point for an argument, right? The idea behind that, I exit out of the thing, is that it's not something you can prove, okay? That's only mean accepted without controversy or question, okay? And for me to say people deserve such and such, why? Because we should all take care of each other, and that's important. Like we should all promote, you know, we should all promote things that, you know, improve the standard of living for our community. We should take care of each other. It's important that we take care of each other. Why is that important? I don't know. And I'll admit to I don't want to plagiarize him too much here, because I that anecdote was almost word for word taken from a stream of Vosh's. I feel like I feel like in more ways than one I'm just like, I don't want to like just be regurgitating things that I've seen on like other lefty streamers. I want to actually but that's just a concept, okay? Like an axiomatic value is something that you can't prove, that is part of your core belief system, okay? So ethics are tough to argue with people sometimes. If you can debate ethics within the terms of someone else's values, but you can't, like you can. Oh my goodness, little Nebby dog. You too? Do you want to come in too? Yeah. My cats are my pets are getting very upset that I've been ignoring them for so long. You poor little baby. You poor little baby. Yeah. Come here, Papa. Come on, Papa. Yeah. Yeah, it's a baby. But that it's the idea there is that it's not something that that can just be proven. It's where you start. Okay, so in ethics, you can, if you're making an ethical argument with somebody, you have to argue based off of their values. You have to figure out what their values are, and then argue around that. Okay, because that's how you get people to concede points. If you can establish what your shared values are with somebody, then that's where you can start to chip away at, you know, if you, if you can establish your shared values and then make a connection between that value and the point you're trying to make, that's how you do an ethical argument with somebody. But if you don't share a specific value, that's not something that you can, you know, like me saying that I think we should just all take care of each other. Like, it doesn't feel controversial. I mean, I don't think it really is, honestly. Maybe a little bit. God knows how fucked we are as a country right now. But it's, if someone doesn't agree, if someone's like, well, no, everyone should have to earn their worth in this country. You know, no one should be given handouts. That's not a shared value at that point. Or rather, I might have to start somewhere else in order to get there. So, I know, huh? You don't like these days, huh? You don't like stream days. They're not fun for you. So, like, you might have to start with something even more basic than that and just say, I think that we want things that are good. And figure out what that is. Like, outside of deserve. Outside of what people deserve. Start at a place of, we all want what's best for our country. Okay? That is a statement. That is a statement where you can find probably a shared axiomatic value with everybody. We all want what is best for our country. We all want what is best for us, for our family, for fill in the blank. Okay, something that is within our self-interest. And that's a pretty uncontroversial statement to make. Everybody wants what is best for. Everybody thinks they want what is best for this country. Okay? Even people who are doing things to its direct detriment, like yesterday. Okay? Disclaimer upon disclaimer. If you've been watching this stream, you should know this by now, but like, this is in no way a defense of yesterday, but like, those people thought they were doing what was best. Okay? They weren't at all. In fact, they were doing the exact opposite. They were trying to, you know, overthrow our fucking. They were trying to overturn an election. They were, you know, they're part of a fucking insurrection. But they thought that they were doing that because our democracy was in jeopardy. They thought that they were doing the exact opposite of what they were doing, which is the only reason they were there. And that's my point. That's the point I'm making here. Is that if you were to talk to somebody like that, and they could approach you in good faith and not be a fucking lunatic, which is it's a high bar to set with some of these people, let me tell you. Fucking Jerichoacousy with the horns. I don't know if you could actually have like a good conversation with him. I don't know if he's someone you'd be able to just talk to. So you could start at that place. That is a jumping on point for somebody, okay? That we both want to make this country a better place, okay? In the ways that we believe, all right? And then we build from there and see what does that mean and why. And when there are disagreements, that's where we can start to go back and forth and debate, okay? But we start at the most base elements, okay? Because these people, someone's not going to see a CNN article and change their entire fucking worldview, okay? People look for facts that back up their values, what they believe in, who they believe is right, and why, okay? People like to reject, including me, like to reject things that don't support those established values. And I'm not going to pretend to be above it all there. I try to, I try to do my best to combat that, but like fucking of course I do. Everybody does. Because oftentimes there is no truth. There's no objective truth in a lot of these circumstances. There are facts. Greater truth, we'll say. There are facts, and you can you can cherry pick these particular facts to construct a specific argument. Some arguments are a lot stronger than others. But like you can't just, when it comes to like the Black Lives Matter protests and like the divide we had there politically, because of course we did. This whole Black Lives Matter was a terrorist organization. That person's not going to read like an article that was like, there was a peaceful protest today and be like, oh, I changed my mind about them. Like, or an article where, someone was doing, I mean, this has happened several times where, someone was doing absolutely nothing to deserve it. Gets harassed by a police officer, and dies in the process at no fault of their own. Obviously, that's not a strong enough argument either. Because that doesn't support what this person believes. Which is that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, shame on that individual cop. But it's not a systemic problem. You haven't gotten there with them yet. That's not a person who's going to accept that as an argument because you haven't reached that point. And this is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to do shit like this. And like I said, there's a high bar at the very beginning of it, of finding people who are willing to argue with you in good faith, which are few and far between, let me tell you. This has been, so far, been a fairly good platform for that. Like I said, a lot of people who, and I'm sure that something's going to happen eventually. I don't doubt it. That at some point, someone's going to say something. But I think that inherently, I don't know. If someone hard disagrees with me, they're probably not going to like. If someone hard disagrees with me and there's an emotional reaction to my arguments, like if someone gets upset because of something I say, they're much more likely to just leave than they are to harass me. I'd imagine. I'd have to imagine, because you know what? It's probably happened a few times already, and I wouldn't know about it. A lot of people pop in and out of my stream a lot, and maybe some of them do leave for that reason. I didn't have a lot of viewers the other day, actually. It was mostly just me and Kuroshi chatting. But there are people who are going to stay and who I can have these kind of conversations with. There are people who do engage in good faith, and even though someone won't engage with you in good faith, doesn't mean they won't engage with anybody. Like, even though someone is, I'm just some random person to most of these people, okay? But they have families, and maybe someone in their family is capable of engaging with good faith with people in general, and maybe you change their mind, and then they go talk to their relatives. And maybe there's some small change there. Who knows? I don't know. That's point being, changing one person's mind can have some sort of ripple effect. And every individual person that I can kind of, like, I'm more than willing to admit when I'm wrong about something. Okay? Obviously, it's my goal to bring people over to, like, obviously what I'm trying to do is I'm arguing with someone because I'm trying to get them to, I'm not just saying, like, hey, let's throw our ideas out and say how great they are. Like, I'm making the argument that I'm right. And, I'm trying to convince people because I believe that, I believe that I'm right, and I believe that my ideas about what we should be doing are, I believe that I'm in the right. So I'm trying to bring people over, obviously, but I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong. And few and far between, at least in the circles on Facebook in particular. It's just there's next to no useful discourse on Facebook. I have a couple friends who really have really cultivated spaces like that where they actually do talk about things in a very good faith, compassionate way. But oh my God, I just don't see shit like that. It's kind of why I spend less time on Facebook now. I actually didn't have a profile for a long time. I am getting sidetracked again. But let's keep going with where we started on this kind of my perspective on how to do this. And it's something that I have a theoretical framework for, we'll say, quote unquote. But it's not something that I'm very very well versed in. Like even with that discussion right there, as friendly as that was, there was a couple times where I definitely stumbled there, and I'll admit that right away. There's a couple times where I was like, fuck, where am I going with this? There's plenty for me to work on. But being able to talk to someone who's willing to listen to what you have to say, and vice versa. Starting with that shared value, figuring out what that is, find it. If you don't have it, I don't know. If you don't have it, or you can't find it, you don't have. There's nothing productive that's going to come from your discussion. Honestly, I think, because too many people try to have arguments on specific current events. And they're always like, why can't you just see the facts? Because that person is seeing different facts than you are and interpreting them. I'm not saying alternate facts, but a lot of people try to they'll find their own media outlets that cherry pick different facts and create a different argument, and it validates their perspective, and that's what they're going to bring to the table. Or they'll deflect, or they'll get defensive, or do whatever they can because, they're generally right, even though, they don't have a strong argument here. Conservatives who stop supporting Trump are still, a lot of them still conservatives. Conservatives who are like, this guy's insane, and this is too much for me, and I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. And there were quite a few, actually. Not enough, but there was a significant enough amount. It still was an overwhelming majority of them voted for Trump, but he peeled off quite a few. The Mitt Romneys of the world, if you will. But I wouldn't be surprised if Mitt Romney voted for Trump, actually. But yeah, conservatives who don't support Trump are still conservatives. My meaning being that even though they don't like him and his individual actions, and they disagree with some of the things that he does, they still support a lot of his worldview. Maybe not necessarily, they're not as mask off racist as he is, but they still theoretically align with Trump on a lot of things. That's the thing you got to work on changing. Okay. That's the thing that needs to Like that's what conversations should be built around, is trying to fix those specific, like, this I mean, let's look at a contemporary, like, let's look at a very, very common, outside of all of this election bullshit that we've been dealing with for like 6 months. And this, oh my God, I'm so upset about this movement. Basically, just I feel like the Black Lives Matter protests, just like, we started a conversation. That's great. That's like, I feel like that's all we got out of this. Okay, like, it's frustrating to me. Most of the country supported Black Lives Matter, by the way. The people who are like, Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization, they're a vocal minority. Like 75% of the country supported Black Lives Matter. Worth acknowledging. And look, still nothing got done. And a lot of that support is like a very, is the word tacit? I keep thinking of the word tacit. I want to make sure I know what that means. I googled word definitions a lot. Implied without being stated. Okay. That's not what I mean. Do I stay? Stay or go? Okay. A lot of that support is like very lukewarm support. Come on. Hey. A very lukewarm kind of support, right? It's not like someone will think something's an issue, but they very little, like, it takes very little to just kind of be like, you know, I'm not about this. People aren't like really invested in it. Just be like, oh yeah, well, maybe this is a problem. Like, it's just like a very, very, very casual supporter of Black Lives Matter. And I think that was a lot of people. That's not something I can really prove, but like, it certainly feels that way. That like, I think that their heart's in the right place, but I can't support them because X, Y, and Z. The whole Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization people, those people are right wing. Those people are fucking wing nuts. Like, you can tell what media they're consuming and what they're not paying attention to. Because those people are drinking the Kool-Aid. Like, holy shit. Because the people who think Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization are the people who think that, like, George Soros is like giving Antifa money to burn cities to the ground. Like, those people are on that kind of level, and like, that's not, you can't engage in that. I need to start making my point quicker because I am going to wrap this up in 20 minutes or so. Someone doesn't support Black Lives Matter because they don't think that racial inequality is a thing. They don't think that black people have it worse off than white people. And that's where you have to start. Okay? I feel like a lot of the online discourse that we, like, if that's where we should all be treated the same. Okay, here's, like, so let's look at that issue, okay? Here's the shared value that most people would admit is a shared value, okay? If anyone doesn't agree with this, they're a Nazi, and they're not worth talking to. We should all be treated the same. We should all have the same treatment by other people, regardless of race, religion, or creed. Regardless of any of that, we should be treated the same. A lot of people are going to share that value with you. You know what? And there's a lot of Islamophobic fucking people. Even if you just say race, people who, say some pretty racist and support some pretty racist policies, I bet you can get them to admit, if you can have a actual discussion with them, that black people should be treated. Not that if they are or aren't, that they should be treated the same way as white people are. That they should be given the same treatment systemically as everybody else. Okay? If you don't agree to that, you're a fucking racist. And I'd imagine you... Like, that's like your hardcore white nationalism / alt-right / I mean, let's be totally clear here. Fucking Nazis, who, you know, think that white people should be treated better than, you know, other races. But I imagine a lot of them even would be willing to say that that's something that should happen. They're deluded as far as what reality is, right? But if you can start there, and you have someone who's actually willing to listen to you, okay? What happens next is you can't give them anecdotal evidence, okay? You can't say, here's an example, and I know it's unfortunate, but like, you can't say, here's an example of, you know, a white person, a white cop shooting like a black person, an unarmed black kid in the back, okay? That they'll say that's horrible, and that cop should be held accountable, and they won't be. But that doesn't prove that there's systemic racism, right? So where do you go from there? You go to studies. If, God willing, these are people who will, like, you back up your point with evidence and hope that that evidence will be listened to. And that's obviously the next bar that conversation needs to meet, because that's where things break down with a lot of arguments, where someone comes in with a general willingness to whatever, and then suddenly it's like, when they feel like they're losing ground, like when they feel like they're losing the argument, they start to really just, they start rejecting things that the argument becomes a little bit less good faith at that point. You know, like someone might come in with the best of intentions, and then, but they think that they're going to win, that like they're right, and that there's no, like, it's, if you can start at the point where this is how we should be treated, but you don't believe that you know, you believe that that's how things are, or even worse, you believe that white people are treated worse than black people, which is absurd. But you can find individual statistics. You can find whatever news report that you find, you know, whatever horrible thing happened, you know, once again, you know, another unarmed black teen gunned down by a cop indiscriminately. You can find all of those sources, and they will be procedurally rejected, because they don't prove your argument that there's a systemic problem, just that there's a recurring thing. Because they'll make the argument that, you know, the media focuses on these specific cases. You know, they'll make the argument, well, that, yeah, of course, because the media looks for these things because they have an agenda and yada, 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 yada. You don't want to go down that road, because then everyone gets angry, because that argument makes me fucking angry. So... because once again, that's not something that you can really, like, that's not a point that they can really prove, and it's not a point that you can really disprove either. It's not, it is anecdotal evidence, so it's unfortunately flimsy as far as getting them to change their fucking mind about the issue at large, okay? A lot of these conservatives, some of them can't even do this. I've met people who are like just openly just white nationalist pieces of shit who will be like, you know, well, such and such shouldn't have existed while black. But like most people, I know a lot of conservatives who will be like, yes, and that was a shame. Like, you have to at least be there. Oh, well. Were you guys playing with each other through the door? That's so cute. You coming in or not? Come on, bud. Animals are very distracting today. So, where you go from there is not statistics. This is important, okay? This is very important. It's not statistics, okay? And it's not anecdotes. And anecdotes are these individual cases where something happened that was horrendous. It is a mountain of anecdotal evidence. But it's not enough for someone who, you know, believes that it's not a general problem. And it's definitely not enough for someone who believes that the media specifically seeks out these kind of cases because it generates clicks. Oh, hey, Shadow. I didn't know you were chilling. Nice to hear from you. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you're in chat. Thanks, man. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Everyone thinks that they aren't racist. Besides people who are, like, Nazis. I mean, even Nazis don't think they're racist. They think that, like, they're race realists, or that they're just, you know, they're big brain fucking rational. Like most Nazis, like, believe some just really absurd shit, and they. No, dude, you're cool. I'm happy to talk to you. But the point what I was talking about basically is the idea that, like, was talking about is the idea that white, yeah, most people don't think that they're racist. So where you can start with argument-wise with them is that you have to start from this place of, like, well, you do believe that people should be treated equally regardless of their race. Okay? And most people will agree to that. And if they don't agree with that, fuck those people. Those people are not worth your time, and, you know, fuck them. You can't reason with people until they get to that point. Because that's the base core shared value. And if you can't, like, that's the basest shared value you can have in that discussion. And if you don't have that, that's not a person you can talk to. And once again, fuck that person. They're not worth anyone's time until they get to that point. But proving that it's a systemic issue, proving that actually, yes, black people are treated differently across the board, which they are. It is something that you can demonstrate. But you can't go to statistics. Individual statistics won't work, okay? And anecdotes won't work. Anecdotes meaning Breonna Taylor. Anecdotes meaning oh my god, this is already so far away and I'm very tired, so I apologize that I stopped at Breonna Taylor. George Floyd. The Antoine Rose, we're talking local Pittsburgh. The laundry list of names, like, none of that's enough because it's all individual cases. And yeah, it's maddening because you're like, how do you not see that this is a problem? But, you know, I already believe that it is. And I'm trying to convince someone who has been told over and over and over again, probably for most of their life, that it isn't. Studies. At that point, okay? There was an actual study done. You know, it's important to understand the difference between a study. Hey, don't unplug my mic. You're gonna unplug my mic. Stop it. shit little cat. It's important to acknowledge the difference between like studies and statistics. Okay, so statistics are open to interpretation. They lack context. Here's a statistic. That's a fun one. Nazis haven't caught on to this one because they don't read sociology. I've never heard someone make this use this as a fact because they're all feels over facts. They don't actually support their arguments. They're just, they're loud, angry troll pieces of shit. People in ethnically diverse communities have trouble getting along a lot of times, statistically more often. Okay? That is a lone statistic, okay? Think about all the ways you can interpret that, right? It is a statistic out of context that you can interpret in a variety of ways. That they have trouble functioning as a community, these places that are more ethnically diverse. You can look at that as a raw piece of data and say, oh, well, that proves my point, right? That is something that is open to a couple different kinds of interpretation. Another one, okay? Black people, here we are, 1350. If you know what 1350 is, that's a shorthand for this right-wing 4chan meme that was still very much a thing. Conservative media tries to say this more eloquently, but they do say this a lot. Despite making up 13% of the population, black people commit 50% of all crime. Nazis in particular, love to use this argument. It is a statistic without any context. And it leads you to certain conclusions, okay? But it means absolutely nothing as a lone statistic. It's meaningless. They're still open to interpretation at that point. Okay, so you saying something like that doesn't prove your argument. Either of those two things, okay? Because it's not contextualized by more data. Studies are on a different level, right? Like the difference between a study and a statistic. There was a study done by the Department of Health and Human Services, I believe. I think it was Health and Human Services. I have to find it. I have to find this fucking study because I watched an entire presentation that was basically just the contents of this study. And it was really, really good. And it basically said, regardless of... there is an achievement gap between black and white people. And it is regardless of any other factors. Okay? This achievement gap exists despite education, despite income, despite any other factors. There is a consistent achievement gap across the board. Okay? And you can say, oh, well, people who are, blacks who are higher educated, you can take a lone statistic out of that once again and try to form a different conclusion than what the study really discovers. If you want to just isolate a lone statistic, you could say, oh, so you're saying that black people, even though when they're more educated, don't function at the same level as white people do. And you see how taking that lone statistic can support a racist argument, right? That it's genetics. But if you look at the whole study, if you look at the entirety of this study, what you're going to find is, oh, it's not just education. It's everything. So that doesn't make sense, right? Because if it was just genetics, then why would it be across the board in things that aren't related to genetics? Why would this exist there? That, this conclusion isn't supported by all of this other evidence that we've all compiled together to make our point. That there is an achievement gap, regardless of other factors, based solely on race. Okay? Genetics, the genetics argument maybe you could use to explain, achievement gaps in someone with higher education not being able to be... there's a couple isolated points where you can have that interpretation and use it to support your argument. But you can't use that argument to say that infant mortality rate is not something that that you can use the genetics argument on. Okay? That's where that falls apart. Okay? So looking at the whole study, it's very difficult to argue against. And this is where you... Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Yes, hi, baby. And this is where it becomes very difficult to argue against. And this is where things turn south a lot of times, okay? This is where a lot of arguments go south, even if someone enters in the best of faith, because this is the next bar that they have to meet. They have to be willing to acknowledge this. They have to be willing to accept this, okay? Because this is the point where whatever their reasoning is looks pretty fucking weak, okay? And this is where there is a certain cognitive dissonance at work here, where and there's a certain rejection bias at work here, where it depends on how big this belief is to them, that there's a good chance that they're going to try to reject it. And that's a damn shame, and that you might get that far and that will happen. But this is also where you can start to change people's minds. This is also the point where you can show this happens, okay? And it is environmental factors. It is systemic factors. And we can prove that, right? We can prove that these are problems because black people get treated differently, because it exists everywhere, and it exists regardless of... because another argument that gets made a lot is that, a lot of black people are poor, and it's a poor people issue. I've heard lefties make this argument that no, it's just because they're black people have less money, and people are actually a lot of lefties make this argument because some lefties are class reductionists and like to make everything specifically about class and wealth. But yeah, they're wrong too. Sometimes the argument that people will make, though, is that it's just based on, on class, but that doesn't work because, or it's just based on wealth, but that doesn't work because it exists regardless of that. People who have a black person with a master's has less success success career-wise than like a high school diploma. Like a white person with a high school diploma has a better chance of success than a black person with a master's degree, with a graduate degree. Like it's just like across the board, it's a thing. So what it does is it all but proves that this is a systemic issue. And the only way someone could argue against that is to look into the specific study and how it was conducted and start picking at that. And most 99 point whatever percent of people are not going to fucking do that. A lot of them still won't concede anything at this point. And this is the point where you'd run into the most problems. Because some people really just don't like losing arguments and don't have the kind of just aren't able to concede as easily, aren't able to, So this is the second place where you're going to lose a lot of people, where you're going to be like, okay, where someone's going to start saying things that are very irrational, and not reasoned. Someone who's been making arguments that are relatively reasonable up to this point, based on their perspective, their wrong perspective, within that framework, are making arguments that are reasonable. Will get to a point where they start to be really irrational and defensive. And oftentimes it's because they're realizing that you're right, and it upsets them. And rather than come to terms with the fact that, oh my God, I've been racist, they choose to reject that information, okay? And they might even do that in the argument, and then later, you know, like, that might have just been a seed that was planted, and they might react violently to it, and they might come around to your kind of thinking on their own. In fact, I imagine that probably happens most of the time. Because someone can't unknow that, but someone can't be prepared to, like, suddenly have their entire worldview shift, like, or you know, just be changed like that. I imagine that you're going to lose most people there anyways, unfortunately. But if you really want to change someone's mind, we'll wrap this up because we're past 8 hours. And I said that I'd end around now. I want to start being consistent with that. If you really want to change someone's mind, not if you want to bully someone on the internet, not if you want to, you know, prove someone wrong, if you want to demonstrate your intellectual superiority, if you really... Come here, you little shit. Come on. Up. If you really want to change someone's mind, genuinely, I'm just some person on the internet, okay? Like, so this is worth what it's worth. But if you really want to change someone's mind, that's what you do, in my opinion. And that's not something that you can do online. Well, you can do it, like, I could potentially do this here with somebody, because I can talk to them. I can actually converse with someone. I can, you know, they hear my voice, they see my mannerisms. All of the things are communicated besides just words on a page, right? We're communicating very little information to begin with when we talk to people online. You're just getting the text. You're not getting tone. You're not getting inflection. You're not getting most of the things that go into communicating with another human being. You're not getting any visual elements, you know, and expression, posture, like just all of the things that go into communicating with another human being. They're not there. A, and B, it's just not. You don't have like those kind of long form discussions with people in like the comment section on a fucking Facebook article. It just doesn't happen. It very quickly devolves into people just yelling at each other because they're frustrated that they disagree on something. So these are the kind of conversations that you would have with like your friends and family, maybe. That would be the way I suggest doing these things. I certainly didn't invent this. This is just something that I've learned from watching people debate, that I think has like been like an effective strategy as much as there is one. So that's my spiel. I think we're going to end on that note. Thanks for sticking around, Shadow. I think you're still there. Thanks for sticking around. It was nice. I didn't know you were just kind of hanging. It was nice to see you. Thanks to everyone who participated in this. We've been going for 8 hours. Good night, bud. We've been going for like 8 hours. That is going to be the standard length of my streams going forward, unless something changes. This has been going since 6 p.m. So yeah, we're going to do more of this. I enjoyed this. This is kind of the direction I want to go in. We're still going to play games. I'll just categorize my streams. Yeah, I hope I can. I hope I don't stay up till 6 in the morning. I was followed the election. I was following the fucking runoffs in Georgia. I couldn't break away from that, and I hadn't really practiced. But I'm hoping to be there on Tuesday. plug for this, Hambones Open Mic. There is a virtual open mic that happens every Tuesday. If you look up List Victory on YouTube, not the topic page, but just the regular List Victory page. She live streams it on YouTube. You can also, there's a Zoom link, and there's an event on Facebook that you can find every Tuesday. They do it. I don't know who's hosting next week, but you probably don't know them anyways. So yeah, if you're a musician and you like open mics and you feel like you haven't been able to perform as much, we have a really, really wonderful open mic that we do every Tuesday that you should definitely show up to. I hopefully will be there. I'm gonna try to be there. So yeah, that's about it. I'll see you guys next time. We're gonna do more stuff, more of this kind of stuff. I'm also gonna start Dragoon. Nice. Oh yeah, and Shadow has some great streams. Shadow brings the vibes. He does like a lot of solo guitar stuff, and it's good stuff. I always like seeing Shadow play. So yeah, I'll see y'all next time. We'll do more of this. We'll also do some just straightforward regular gaming content. I think I'm gonna create a good separation there. Just so people who come to watch me play video games can watch me play video games, and when I talk politics, we can talk politics. I think I did a Paper Mario. I know I keep talking about different things. I did a Paper Mario stream last time, and it was just so jarring watching me talk about like really, really gravely serious socio-political issues, like over like happy, lighthearted Nintendo music. Like it was just the goofiest thing. And like, I don't know, it was funny, but I think I'm gonna create more of a, there's gonna be more of a distinction. Like I'm gonna have political streams like this and current event and whatever, like just chatty streams like this, and then we'll do actual like games as well. And I'll try to balance those two worlds, and that should be good. So yeah, we'll see what we do next time. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys soon, hopefully. Have a good night.